city.
All humans have a desire to live. That fundamental truth hung in the air above a hellscape. An endless sea of bleached skulls stretched to the horizon, a graveyard of countless failed attempts. Debris, including arrows and broken swords, littered the bone-strewn ground beneath a dark, ember-filled sky. As he trudged through the carnage, Ryu Min reflected that if it weren't for the powerful desire to cling to life, he would not have come all the way here, suffering through all those hardships. This graveyard was a testament to the cost of that desire. He passed the broken body of a man in a bloodied uniform, his hand still clutching a fragment of a health potion. Further on lay the lifeless form of a woman in a dark red gown, her back turned, surrounded by the same cracked, glowing earth that permeated this realm. Even in death, the grip of a warrior remained fixed on a broken greatsword thrust into a giant skull. The endless journey through the graveyard of souls finally led him to a grand, golden chamber. There, bathed in a brilliant, blinding light, stood Ryu Min, regressor and master of the 99 rounds. He surveyed the ornate, vaulted hall and proclaimed that after 99 attempts, he had finally arrived. Standing alone at the entrance of the opulent, golden sanctuary, illuminated by a divine shaft of light, he solemnly swore that this time he would see it to the end. He advanced into the vast, sunlit temple, only to find his path blocked by an army. Scores of winged, golden-armored guardians stood in perfect formation, radiating an intense holy aura. A system message announced the final 20th round. Gazing upon the mass of golden soldiers, Ryu Min wondered aloud if the 20th round guardians were simply golems. The guardians were so numerous they were crowding the entire hall, leaving no room to maneuver. Ryu Min deduced that they must be guarding that doorway located deep within the sanctuary. The situation was dire, and he acknowledged that the guardians would not let him pass easily. His right hand, clad in a black glove and wrapped in bandages, ignited, coiling with volatile, dark crimson energy that crackled with power. He raised this dark, ethereal blade. The moment he made his move, the guardians responded with terrifying synchronization. A system alert warned that they were readying their weapons to strike him down. The massive platoon of winged knights raised their golden halberds, charging their holy energy in unison. The air sheared as a colossal, concentrated golden beam of energy erupted from their combined halberds, obliterating the space where Ryu Min stood. The temple shook from a force. Yet, in a blur of motion, Ryu Min narrowly dodged the devastating blast, leaping aside just as the beam seared the ground behind him. He landed, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light, and uttered a chilling command, Seal of Death. The dark mark materialized above his chosen target. The seal of death took hold of one of the guardians, a pulsating red eye with a skull at its center locking onto the winged knight. With a burst of speed, Ryu Min became a crimson whirlwind, leaping into the fray. Golden sparks flew as he cut through the energy field, shielding the marked guardian with his scythe. He was an unstoppable force in the melee. With a precise, brutal swing, he severed the head of another guardian, the body collapsing as holy light dissipated from its armor. He landed amidst the shattered remains, the dark red moon of his power looming behind him. He mentally noted the mechanics of his skill, after using the Seal of Death on an opponent and successfully attacking them. His face hardened into a confident, almost arrogant smirk as he activated his next skill. He unleashed the full potential of the seal, declaring that there would be a 100% damage increase. A blinding, dark red explosion erupted at the point of contact with the Guardian. The impact was catastrophic, causing the Guardian to explode into a shower of golden shrapnel. The tide of battle, however, did not turn. The surviving Guardians, witnessing their comrades' destruction, all turned in unison, leveling their weapons at the intruder. Ryu Min observed that the Guardians were all coming at him simultaneously. Undeterred, he prepared for the final onslaught, uttering a single, calm word. Then, He became a blur of speed and darkness, spinning his scythe in a wide, lethal arc that cleaved through the air. The chamber dissolved into a chaos of motion and light. As the dust settled, he announced his devastating technique, Night of Death. The technique unleashed a total eclipse within the golden chamber, plunging the entire temple into complete darkness. The glowing halos of the Guardians flickered out. The Guardians were disoriented, frantically looking in every direction for him in the sudden void. Ryu Min mocked their helplessness, stating that they wouldn't be able to see anything. From the absolute blackness, he descended upon them like an executioner. He brought down his scythe with a concentrated golden aura, a sharp, brilliant crescent of light cutting through the darkness. The golden arc detonated upon impact with the enemy lines, sending shockwaves through the chamber. The system registered his onslaught. He had obliterated a swarm of them in a single, devastating strike. As the light faded, he stood over the broken bodies of the Golden Legion, looking calm and composed. However, the threat was far from over. The golden gate at the far end of the hall began to glow with intense power, and more guardians poured from it. A system notification warned that more were arriving. The reinforced ranks then unleashed a combined assault, sending a massive flame and ice aura attack directly towards him. The attack was overwhelming. Ryu Min barely dodged the dual elemental onslaught, the explosive force tearing the sleeve of his black coat and grazing his shoulder. He grit his teeth and exclaimed that it was fast. The onslaught continued unabated as the Legion sent more flame and ice towards him, forcing him to constantly evade. Ryu Min grumbled that not only ice, but also flame attacks were being used. He realized with frustration that they just kept on coming. Recognizing he couldn't keep dodging forever, he made a split-second decision. Then, he activated a powerful buff, a system prompt confirming a speed increase. This allowed him to leap into the air with supernatural agility, moving so fast he appeared to be in multiple places at once, attacking the Guardian from every direction. He declared that he'd speed up as well. His relentless assault prevented the Guardians from forming a counterattack. As he decimated the ranks from the air, another Guardian readied a flame arrow, taking aim and shooting at him. Ryu Min effortlessly evaded the projectile. The fiery arrow continued past him and struck the formation of his pursuers, the explosion destroying some of the Guardians that were in the way. He landed lightly, looking back at the self-inflicted damage of his enemies, and taunted them, stating that they'd have a hard time hitting him. But the tide turned in an instant. As he prepared to advance, he looked down and noticed a brilliant blue, arcane formation glowing beneath his feet. He was caught off guard and cried out, "Huh!" He realized it was a magic seal on the ground. Before he could react, the seal activated. A massive, crystalline pillar of jagged ice erupted from the floor, instantly encasing Ryu Min. A system notification confirmed the trap had sprung, leaving him frozen in ice. Trapped within the frozen prison, he yelled that he couldn't get away from it. His struggle was in vain. The ice held him fast, and through the crystalline barrier, he saw a large guardian, an elite knight clad in cold, blue-tinged armor, stand before him. The elite guardian raised a massive, ornate ice blade, its weapon ready to strike him down while he was paralyzed. As the guardian prepared the finishing blow, Ryu Min's eyes burned with a desperate, crimson light. He made a final, defiant declaration, moonlight destruction. The immense power of his skill shattered his frozen prison from the inside out. The ice shattered in a spectacular burst, and with a follow-up strike, he cut the Guardian in half, the two sections of armor collapsing to the floor amidst the debris. He stood victorious but exhausted, panting as the energy of the encounter faded. He reflected that, phew, that was close. He acknowledged that even he would have been damaged by that quite a bit. Looking around, he realized the futility of his current approach. Facing the remaining Guardians, he gritted his teeth and resolved that this fight would last forever if he kept fighting them individually. So he decided to finish it all with one attack. His enemies were not idle. Two Guardians prepared a spell to launch a devastating combined attack. one wielding a flame arrow, another an ice spell. Ryu Min did not wait for them to complete the incantation. He unleashed his ultimate technique, shouting, "Moonlight Destruction active," his entire being radiating an ominous, dark red light. He became a conduit for this power, crying "Red Moon" as he brought down a colossal, cataclysmic wave of crimson energy that engulfed the remaining guardians. The system registered his onslaught as he cut them down. As the dust settled on the obliterated battlefield, he landed, panting, surrounded by the broken, smoking armor of the Legion. He whispered, "Phew, they're all finally dead." With the path finally cleared, he approached the grand, glowing golden archway at the back of the chamber. He declared, "Then let's go check what those guardians were hiding." He stepped through the portal into a vast, serene chamber lit by shafts of ethereal light. As he walked down the silent, blue-hued hall towards another immense door, he wondered, "What's this place?" The chamber felt holy, and he observed that it felt like a temple. He questioned whether he was supposed to go through that doorway, or if something would come from there. He climbed a grand staircase towards the intricately carved, imposing portal. Reaching the platform, he saw a complex, glowing runic circle etched into the floor. He took a moment to survey the hall, the runes swirling with blue energy around him, and resolved, "I guess there's only one way to find out." He stepped into the center of the runic circle, and as he did, it flared with blinding golden light, a massive aura enveloping him. The system registered the activation with a series of glowing characters. As the light reached its peak, he asked in his final moments, "Will I be able to finish the game this time?" The light faded, and a simple, dark notification screen appeared, displaying a system message. "Boss room, entrance condition, 1 out of 5. The horrifying reality of the condition was laid bare. The system declared, "You need at least 5 players in order to open the boss room." Ryu Min looked up at the system message, his heart pounding, and stammered, "What?" Another notification followed, confirming his fate. "System, there is 1 player in front of the boss room." Then came the final, chilling verdict. "System, player will be killed in 5 seconds for failing to meet the requirements." He was suspended in the air, trapped within a glowing golden cylindrical cage. The entrance condition failed. In his final moments, he yelled, "WH, what the hell?" And no one ever said anything about this requirement. "You goddamn bastards." The countdown timer relentlessly ticked down to 4. The cage began to crush him with golden energy. He clutched the staff of his scythe, gasping for breath, and questioned, "No way. Is this how it ends?" The timer reached 3. His body began to dissolve into flickering blue-white particles as the curse of failure took effect. A system message confirmed his body was starting to disappear, and the countdown hit 2. The disintegration accelerated, and he let out a desperate curse. Damn it. The last second elapsed, and the system delivered the final blow. "You are dead." Darkness swallowed everything as bright system messages appeared. The rune of regression activated, rewinding time to before the first round. With its 100 uses exhausted, the rune vanished, beginning the final regression. Shorten this. The crowded city square of Seoul was bathed in the artificial glow of towering skyscrapers under a dark night sky. Gathered in front of a grand, traditional palace gate, a massive crowd cheered in anticipation. A voice echoed through the crisp air, announcing that it was finally time and urging everyone to count down from 5 seconds together. As the collective voices in the crowd shouted the number 5, a sudden shimmer of blue light flickered in the center of the dense gathering. Unnoticed by the celebratory crowd holding up their phones, Ryu Min materialized out of thin air, shrouded in a volatile aura of blue flames. The countdown progressed to 4. Still enveloped in the crackling blue energy, Ryu Min gasped as his surroundings came into focus, a curse slipping past his lips. He looked down his bare hands, his eyes wide with shock. The towering city skyline of Seoul stood tall behind him. He realized with absolute disbelief that he had actually come back. He stared at his trembling palms, realizing he had returned to the exact moment before he was swept away into the damned game. He had been on the 20th round, and now he was back at the very beginning. His hands clenched into tight, furious fists as the crowd boomed the number 3. Surrounded by oblivious people, snapping photos and laughing, the countdown hit 2. He looked down, his hood casting a dark shadow over his face, wishing desperately that he could stop time itself. A glowing system interface flickered before his eyes, displaying the message, Rune of Regression number of uses, 100 out of 100. As the crowd chanted the number 1, Ryu Min raised his head, his brilliant blue eyes burning with resolve. Since this was his final attempt, he knew exactly what he had to do. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers for the new year. Ryu Min pulled his hood low over his face, quietly resolving that this time he would finish this game once and for all. A deep, resonant bell chimed through the night air. Ryu Min looked around the bustling crowd, calculating his next moves. To clear the final stage, he would need to bring 4 other players with him to the last round. He began to wonder who would be the best choices to recruit. Several minutes before the countdown, a scarred young man stood amidst a group of shouting teenagers. Nearby, several girls squealed in excitement, celebrating that they were finally going to be adults. A group of high school seniors laughed amongst themselves, noting that they wouldn't need their fake identification cards anymore. The scarred youth, Ryu Min, stood quietly behind them, observing the festive crowd. A buzz-cut youth wondered aloud what he should do after graduation, musing about becoming a delivery driver. In the background, other friends pointed excitedly into the crowd, joking that a girl nearby looked like a famous actress, prompting eager looks from the rest of the group. The buzz-cut youth turned to Ryu Min, asking what his plans were. Behind them, their friends continued to laugh and joke loudly. Ryu Min looked back, mildly amused by the question. With a smug grin, Ryu Min boasted that he had already made up his mind to become a gangster. His friend scoffed, warning him that if he made a single mistake in that line of work, he could end up dead. Ryu Min shrugged off their concern, declaring that since you only live once, he wanted to live a wild, chaotic life. The group laughed at his bravado, calling him crazy. While they joked, one of his friends quietly resolved to cut ties with him entirely once graduation was over. Another friend asked what would happen to Ryu Min's personal shuttle after they graduated. Ryu Min recalled the poor, gloomy youth who had always been forced to do his bidding. Ryu Min smiled wickedly, declaring that he had no intention of letting his errand boy go even after they graduated. His friends laughed nervously, calling Ryu Min a devil and noting how miserable the poor target must be. Grinning coldly, Ryu Min muttered that graduation was far from the end, and he planned to toy with his victim for as long as he possibly could. One of the friends suddenly gasped, pointing into the festive crowd. He asked Ryu Min if that was his errand boy, standing just a short distance away. The massive crowd continued its deafening chant, counting down the final seconds. Ryu Min stood silently among them, his hood up as he prepared for the inevitable. Ryu Min smirked, confirming that it was indeed him. The crowd shouted the numbers 5, 4, and 3. As the countdown reached 3, a strange blue aura began to flicker around Ryu Min's body. The countdown hit 2. Ryu Min's smirk faltered, replaced by confusion as he stared at the strange light surrounding his classmate. The final second ticked down to 1, and a deep bell tolled. Ryu Min adjusted his hood, turning his head to glare directly back at Ryu Min with a chilling, intense stare. As the bell continued to chime, Ryu Min felt a sudden shiver run down his spine. He muttered in confusion, sensing that the weak youth seemed entirely different from his usual self. A massive banner heralded the arrival of the new year. Ryu Min gritted his teeth, irritated by the glare. His friends quickly pulled him back, urging him to let it go since it was the first day of the year and there would be plenty of other opportunities. As the bell chimed again, Ryu Min reluctantly turned away, muttering that he would let his target off the hook just for today. His friends cheered, celebrating their official adulthood and wishing everyone a happy new year. Ryu Min joined in, hoping that everyone would get exactly what they wanted. Suddenly, a chilling, resonant voice echoed from the high heavens. The voice mused that humans were fascinating creatures, celebrating a new year while remaining completely oblivious to the tragedy awaiting them. Ryu Min and his friends looked around in confusion, asking who was speaking. The night sky erupted into a brilliant, golden light as white feathers drifted down over the city. Descending from the clouds was a majestic, winged figure draped in pure white and gold garments, surrounded by floating golden swords. The entity mocked the crowd for falling into a trap of ignorance. Floating gracefully above the city, the beautiful yet terrifying Angel Brielle smiled beneath her veil. She declared that to her kind, humanity looked like nothing more than monkeys trapped in a cage. The crowd stared up in awe and bewilderment, whispering among themselves. Some wondered if it was a sophisticated publicity stunt by a broadcasting station, while others were instantly captivated by her divine beauty. Ryu Min looked up at the descending entity with cold, unyielding disgust. He knew all too well what was coming, hating the sight of her even after witnessing this arrival 99 times. Above them, Angel Brielle let out a mocking chuckle. The golden figure addressed the crowd, calling them trash, and noting how easily they were captivated by her appearance. She warned them not to harbor foolish thoughts, as she had absolutely no intention of associating with garbage. Smiling broadly beneath her veil, Angel Brielle rested her chin on her hand, noting that since everyone was stunned into silence, they could clearly hear her voice. An angry, muscular man in the crowd stepped forward, pointing aggressively. He shouted at her, demanding to know who she was and accusing her of playing dress-up as an angel. The man continued his aggressive rant, calling her a flying tissue and hurling insults. Ryu Min watched the unfolding scene in silence, quietly noting how tragic the man's ignorance was. Angel Brielle's playful smile vanished. Her eye gleamed with a terrifying crimson light beneath her veil as she quietly muttered how annoying the interruption was. With a sudden, violent burst of force, the aggressive man's head exploded into a shower of blood. The bystanders standing directly beside him were drenched in gore, trembling in absolute horror as they screamed. A collective panic swept through the plaza. People screamed and scrambled to escape the bloody scene. Ryu Min stumbled backward, sweating profusely as he watched the horrifying display. Floating calmly above the chaos, Angel Brielle warned the crowd that lowly humans had no right to address her so informally. She declared that humans possessed no right to ask questions, warning everyone to keep their arrogance in check unless they wanted their heads to rupture like the man before them. The panicked whispers of the crowd rippled through the square. Hovering high above the glowing skyscrapers, Angel Brielle asked if the inferior humans finally understood the reality of their situation. Ryu Min let out a quiet sigh. He braced himself, dreading the necessity of sitting through the same tedious explanation for the 100th time. Above, Angel Brielle demanded their full attention. Glowing with brilliant holy energy, Angel Brielle announced that they would now participate in a survival game. For 20 rounds, starting on the first day of every month, their souls would be transported to another dimension to compete. Staring down with glowing golden eyes, she smiled, stating that this was the task assigned to all humans. She explained to the trembling crowd that their objective was to complete specific quests. Those who succeeded would receive rewards and be allowed to return to their world. Panicked murmurs spread through the crowd. Some wondered if she was suggesting that she would spare them as long as they finished the tasks. Ryu Min listened intently, his expression tense. Angel Brielle let out a sadistic chuckle. She corrected their assumptions, explaining that even if they finished the quests, survival was not guaranteed for everyone. Ryu Min watched silently as she revealed that she would only spare half of the participants based on how quickly they completed the objectives. The crowd gasped in despair, whispering that such a condition was impossible. Angel Brielle giggled, telling them not to worry too much, since she had no intention of taking all of them anyway. The plaza erupted into chaotic murmurs of confusion. Angel Brielle snapped at them to shut up. Ryu Min let out a heavy breath. keeping his composure amidst the rising panic. She clarified that only humans worldwide between the ages of 15 and 29 would be forced to participate. Ryu Min reflected on his fate, bitter that he was forced to repeatedly endure this game 100 times the moment he turned 20. An older man in the crowd suddenly cheered in relief, realizing he was safe because of his age. A younger man nearby grabbed him by the collar, swearing in anger. The young man shook the older man violently, asking how he could celebrate when everyone else was in mortal danger. Hwang Yongmin stepped in, violently yelling at them to shut up. He demanded to know if they had already forgotten the man whose head had just exploded. Angel Brielle floated higher, tallying the total number of participants. She announced that there would be 1,801,029,290 players. With a cruel smile, she raised her hand, which began to crackle with golden sparks. She asked if they were ready to begin. In an instant, Ryu Min was swept away into a vast, empty white void. Angel Brielle's voice echoed, explaining that they had each entered an isolated space that only they could see. Ryu Min stood calmly as she explained that they needed to shape their bodies for the impending soul transfer. A perfect mirror image of himself materialized directly in front of him. Staring at his double, he heard her call this a customization process. She warned everyone to choose carefully, as they would only receive one opportunity. Ryu Min silently decided to select the exact same settings he had used in his previous runs. A brilliant light enveloped him as his form began to alter. He declared his chosen nickname, Black Scythe. His short hair began to grow longer and more unkempt. A breathtaking new world materialized around him, featuring rolling green hills, jagged mountain ranges, and a vast blue sky under a bright sun. The golden letters of his chosen name, Black Scythe, hovered above him as he solidified in the grassy field, dressed in practical leather combat gear. He noted that this marked his 100th entry into this world. Ryu Min clenched his fist, checking his reflexes. Having used this exact appearance since his 12th regression, the red-eyed, dark-haired avatar felt entirely like his own body. A stream of golden light pillars erupted across the landscape as other players began to teleport into the grassy plains. They gasped in wonder, looking at their altered bodies and realizing that they had actually been transported to a virtual dimension. Ryu Min observed his surroundings. As expected, most players had chosen to make themselves look exceptionally beautiful or handsome. He quietly noted that anyone with common sense would have avoided making themselves stand out. He watched a stunning blonde woman nearby, laughing with her companions. He knew that in this lawless world, the strong preyed on the weak, and looking too attractive or noticeable made one an easy target. Most importantly, dying here meant dying in the real world. A sudden crackle of golden energy drew Ryu Min's attention. He turned his red eyes toward the light, anticipating a specific arrival. A massive, heavily muscled warrior materialized nearby, wearing a confident grin. Ryu Min identified him immediately, Hwang Yongmin. Watching Hwang Yongmin boast about his new physique, Ryu Min let out a subtle, mocking smirk. It was entirely expected of a fool to prioritize raw muscle and a flashy build. Angel Brielle descended from the sky, hovering over the grassy field. She remarked on how much they seemed to enjoy their new avatars, mocking their underlying terror. She announced that a total of 1,802,910 players from Seoul had been gathered in this sector. A sweating player looked up at the sky, murmuring in disbelief at the sheer scale of the gathering. Hovering gracefully, Angel Brielle smiled down at the crowd she deemed inferior. Her expression turned manic as she screamed, demanding to know if they thought this was the only arena. She revealed that numerous other sectors existed, where other angels were managing their own groups. Calming down, she announced that she would provide a brief explanation before the official start. She instructed everyone to think the phrase status window in their minds. Ryu Min complied, and a brilliant golden interface materialized before him. The screen displayed his profile. His name was Ryu Min, and his nickname was Black Scythe. His rank was beginner, his level was 1, and his class and title were both listed as none. His stats showed strength +3, intelligence +3, agility +3, and luck +3, with 0 stat points remaining. His skills section showed no normal or unique skills, and his runes were also empty. Lastly, his additional skills section listed several unknown skills that would unlock at levels 10, 20, 40, 60, and 99. Angel Brielle flew overhead, asking if everyone had successfully opened their status windows. She mocked them, pointing out how pathetic and weak their starting attributes truly were. Ryu Min stared at his own floating screen in awe. Angel Brielle urged them to grow stronger, promising that those who survived all 20 rounds would earn their freedom. Smiling sweetly, she extended her hand and revealed the ultimate prize. The player who cleared the game would be granted any wish they desired. The players murmured in excitement and disbelief at the prospect of a wish, wondering if such a reward was actually possible. Angel Brielle snickered, noting their greed. She announced that she had prepared a starting gift. Intrigued, Ryu Min whispered the command to open his inventory, causing a small chest interface to appear. Ryu Min reached into the glowing slot, pulling out a sharp, crimson crystal. He muttered in curiosity, wondering what a random rune was. The glowing red gemstone was etched with a sharp runic symbol. Angel Brielle explained that this random rune was a single-use item that could only be activated at level 1, serving as their sole starting equipment. She instructed them to hold the stone and think the command to use it. Ryu Min focused on the crystal in his hand and gave the mental command, causing the red stone to crackle and shatter into glowing fragments. Observing the players' mixed reactions, Angel Brielle giggled. She remarked that regardless of what they received, they had to accept the results, as it was entirely a matter of their own luck. She raised her hand to her chin, smiling wickedly as she prepared to begin the actual trial. With a sharp snap of her fingers, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted. Golden quest notifications flashed before every player in the valley. Round 1. Quest: kill 100 goblins each. Safe zone participants: 1,801,029,290. Cleared: 0 out of 900,514,645. Area included ESCs 45.5. Participants: 10,286. Cleared: 0 out of 5,143. Directly ahead, a green-skinned, red-eyed goblin armed with a rusted dagger materialized from a distortion in the air. The players murmured in shock, pointing at the small monster. Some wondered if they had been placed in a virtual reality simulation, while others questioned if they had been kidnapped for a secret trial. Angel Brielle hovered high above, laughing. She warned them that it was far too early to get excited, as the true horde had not yet been summoned. Behind her, thousands of golden light pillars began to rain down across the fields. The players watched in sheer horror as the valleys filled with countless monstrous silhouettes, their numbers swelling rapidly. Angel Brielle smiled bloodthirstily against a crimson sky. She declared the terms of the trial: 10,000 humans versus 50,000 goblins in a brutal fight to the death. The massive army of goblins let out a blood-curdling screech, charging across the plains with weapons raised. The terrified players broke formation, screaming and fleeing in absolute panic. Amidst the fleeing mob, Ryu Min walked forward with absolute calm. His red eyes remained locked onto the approaching threat as he stepped onto the battlefield. The retreating players stared at him in disbelief, shouting warnings and telling him that it was too dangerous to get close. A single goblin leaped forward, charging directly at him. Ryu Min's eyes flashed with lethal intent. With a swift, perfectly coordinated movement, he executed a devastating high kick, striking the lunging goblin squarely in the face and sending the creature crashing backward. Ryu Min reflected that when you're a part of a group, the first impression is extremely important. Nearby, a crowd of panicked players stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched him. To establish his position, He knew he had to imprint the image of his overwhelming power on their minds. His powerful kick connected with the goblin's head, sending the creature hurtling backward in a violent spin of crimson energy. The goblin crashed heavily into the dirt, its weapon slipping from its grasp and landing on the grass. Ryu Min bent down and picked up the sharp, glinting dagger. He reasoned that to avoid being swarmed by pesky flies, he needed to show exactly how strong he was right here and now. And most importantly, he knew he had to become the object of the angel's attention. High above, Angel Brielle tilted her head, letting out a soft sigh of intrigue as her gaze locked onto him. Capturing her interest called for a bit of a performance. Ryu Min deftly twirled the dagger in his fingers, preparing his next move. Below, two more snarling goblins charged toward him with daggers raised, screeching bloodthirstily. In a flash of motion, he swung his weapon with lethal precision, cutting the two goblins down in a single, sweeping arc. Splatters of dark blood painted the air as the monsters fell. The surrounding players watched in absolute awe, whispering in excitement. Some stammered that his display was incredibly impressive, wondering who on earth he could be. Others remarked that he looked like a special agent, and murmured that his nickname, Black Scythe, sounded incredibly awesome. Staring at the advancing monsters, some of the players began to find their courage. They pointed out that goblins were typically the weakest creatures in standard games. They began to reassure themselves, whispering that they could probably eliminate the monsters as well. Even if they weren't as skilled as the mysterious player known as Black Scythe, they believed that once they engaged in combat, the monsters wouldn't pose much of a threat. Their overconfidence was shattered instantly. A lunging goblin leaped from the grass, plunging its dagger deep into a player's chest. Blood sprayed as the victim gasped in agony, and a wave of pure panic immediately swept through the crowd. The entire gathering descended into chaos as players turned and fled for their lives, shrieking in terror and pleading desperately for help. Panicked voices cried out that the monsters were swarming in again. Ryu Min spun around calmly as another goblin lunged from the crowd, its jaws wide. The battlefield became a scene of absolute carnage as the goblins began to mercilessly slaughter the fleeing players. Shrieks of agony rang out as daggers found their marks and blood stained the grassy plains. Ryu Min observed the horror, reflecting that at this point, no one would mistake this for a mere game anymore. Right now, there's only a single dominant thought echoing in everyone's minds. That thought was survival. The primal instinct to survive would completely dominate their thoughts, leaving them too busy running with no sense of direction to think of anything else. Ryu Min moved through the chaos, remembering that he had made the exact same mistake during his very first run. Only after dying twice did he finally realize that there was absolutely no escape from this dimension. Nearby, a female player ran as fast as her legs could carry her, panting heavily as she tried to flee the plains. Her escape was cut short as she collided violently with a massive, glowing golden barrier of energy that blocked the perimeter of the zone, sending sparks of light exploding around her. Rubbing her bruised face in shock, she cried out in confusion, demanding to know what this new obstacle was. Another player watched her with rising dread, realizing they were completely trapped. Ryu Min continued to calculate, knowing that there was simply no way modern citizens could easily handle this transition. Most of these people had never hunted even a small animal in their lives, making it incredibly difficult for them to bring themselves to kill a goblin. Yet, in order to survive in this game, they would eventually have to overcome that psychological barrier. Nearby, a trembling player stood over a fallen goblin, his hand shaking violently as he hesitated to strike. As the player hesitated, the goblin's submissive act vanished, its red eyes gleaming with sudden, cold malevolence. The goblin suddenly lunged upward with a screech, slashing its weapon across the startled player's face. The youth screamed in pain and terror. Ryu Min knew that players who failed to overcome their hesitation would pay with their lives. Screams of agony and desperate pleas for help echoed across the bloody field as more players fell to the relentless goblins. High above, Angel Brielle watched the carnage with amusement, letting out a cruel laugh as she remarked on how entertaining the struggle between the humans and goblins was. Watching in delight, Angel Brielle murmured that while the goblins might only be the size of children, humans stood no chance against a swarm of them, especially when they were armed with daggers. However, her amusement faltered as her eyes locked onto one specific player. Ryu Min was cutting through the goblin horde effortlessly, unleashing a massive crescent of blue energy that swept the monsters away. Startled, Angel Brielle muttered, wondering what on earth was the deal with him. She summoned a golden interface to inspect his progress, reading his nickname, Black Scythe. The screen showed his quest progress, Goblin Slain, 70 out of 100. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, Angel Brielle grumbled about the system, frustrated that it blocked all player information except for basic quest progress. She quickly dismissed her irritation, musing that although guiding mere mortals wounded her pride as a noble being, some of them were peculiar enough to make the task unexpectedly interesting. Ryu Min struck down another goblin, prompting a series of golden system notifications. A message confirmed he had slain a goblin, gaining experience plus 4% and gold plus 10. This was followed by a triumphant announcement that he had leveled up. His quest progress updated to show 75 out of 100 goblins slain, leaving 25 more required to complete the objective. Moving with supernatural grace, Ryu Min leaned his body back, effortlessly dodging a rapid dagger strike from an ambush. Several more goblins quickly rushed toward him, baring their teeth as they closed the distance. Without losing momentum, Ryu Min spun, his blade tracing a continuous line of brilliant blue light that cut all of them down in a single, fluid motion. He caught another lunging monster by the shoulder, spinning around to drive his dagger straight into its face, killing it instantly. Ryu Min turned his gaze toward the remaining monsters, his eyes glowing with a cold, crimson light as dark blood dripped down his cheek. He taunted them, asking if they were standing back now. The goblins shivered in fear, whimpering as they hesitated to approach him. Taking advantage of their hesitation, Ryu Min realized he could take a brief breath. He quietly thought the command to open his status window, noting that he had already advanced to level 4. The interface displayed his profile, showing that his name was Ryu Min, his nickname was Black Scythe, and he had 6 unallocated stat points available. Remembering that players receive 2 stat points per level up, he made his decision without hesitation. He directed all 6 of his available points directly into agility, causing the stat to surge upward. He knew that agility was crucial, as it increased not only his dodge rate, but also his overall attack and movement speed. He reflected that nothing was more important than agility in the beginning of the game. Looking at the cowering monsters, Ryu Min decided that his current speed of progress should be more than enough to capture the angel's attention. He resolved that it was time to put an end to this round. With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled his dagger through the air. The weapon spun with blinding speed, striking a distant goblin squarely in the forehead. Standing empty-handed, Ryu Min smirked and gestured with his finger, asking the remaining goblins if they were going to come at him. The terrified monsters stopped dead in their tracks, shivering violently. Letting out a quiet breath, Ryu Min muttered that if they wouldn't come to him, he would go to them. In a blur of motion fueled by his newly boosted agility, he dashed forward, snatched his dagger from the fallen goblin, and charged toward the rest. He promised to deal with them personally as he closed the gap on a whimpering goblin. Ryu Min unleashed a devastating circular slash that cut the remaining monsters to pieces. A flood of gold notifications filled his vision, confirming he had gained more experience in gold, leveled up once more, and successfully slain 100 out of 100 goblins, completing the first-round quest. Surrounded by a warm, golden pillar of completion light, Ryu Min reflected that the first round had been an easy pass. He acknowledged that while he had hunted the goblins aggressively to capture the angel's attention, he had another crucial objective in mind. A massive system announcement flashed before him, offering congratulations for achieving Rank 1 in his given zone, as well as Rank 1 across all zones globally. The golden leaderboard displayed his nickname, Black Scythe, with an incredible completion time of 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Ryu Min smiled, knowing that completing a round's quest quickly ensured much better rewards, which were granted based on rankings up to 3rd place. A golden chest icon appeared alongside a message confirming his reward for achieving Rank 1 in his zone, a lowest rank rare weapon selection coupon. Since rewards were issued separately for local zones and global rankings, his global Rank 1 achievement earned him an even greater prize, a special reward selection box. Confident that these items would give him a massive advantage, he decided to open his local zone reward first. The system interface displayed 3 rare starting weapons for him to choose from: a blue-edged longsword, a stiletto, and a javelin. Musing that while the selection was basic, it was still a great asset for the beginning of the game, he tapped the screen to select the stiletto. A notification chimed to confirm the stiletto had been acquired. The weapon's detailed stats popped up, showing it had an attack power of 15, durability of 150 out of 150, and granted a passive agility boost of +1. Deciding it was time to upgrade, Ryu Min tossed his starting basic dagger onto the grass. He decided to keep the global special reward selection box sealed for later, closing the screen with a quick swipe. As the rest of the players in the background continued to scream and struggle against the goblins, Ryu Min calmly spoke the command to open his status window once more. Resting his chin in his hand, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to investigate his profile further. He remembered a specific notification he had received earlier, a unique hidden title that had never appeared once during any of his previous 99 attempts. He looked down to inspect it, reading the entry under his title section, Last Time Regressor. Recalling his starting item, he pulled out his random rune fragment and commanded the system to use it. The fragment shattered in his hand, and a notification congratulated him on successfully acquiring the rune of regression. The system explained that the acquired rune would normally be permanently imprinted directly onto the player's body. Ryu Min clenched his fist, waiting to see what would happen. Instead, a warning popped up, stating that remnants of the rune had already been detected within his soul, causing the imprinting process to fail due to its unique traits. Ryu Min smiled faintly, noting that the outcome was obvious, as a new imprint would theoretically allow him to regress infinitely. Suddenly, a highly unusual notification flashed before him. The system announced that the remnants detected in his soul had officially verified this as his 100th regression. Instantly, a triumphant chime echoed as a message confirmed he had acquired the title, Last Time Regressor. Ryu Min stared at the screen in disbelief, wondering what this meant. He knew that in this game, titles were extremely powerful, serving as superior concepts to standard runes. The details of his new title filled the screen. To acquire it, a player had to obtain the 100th rune of regression. Its effects allowed the user to remain in soul form for 1 minute upon death, granting the ability to resurrect at any desired point in time with all health fully restored. As a single-use ability, the title would disappear upon use. He knew that the harder a title was to obtain, the more powerful its effects were. Under normal circumstances, resurrection only existed as a high-level pre-skill, and even then, it only restored up to 30% of a target's health. Ryu Min smiled confidently, touching his chin as he processed the information. A resurrection that restored all health was practically unheard of. He realized that against all odds, he had just gotten his hands on something truly amazing. Ryu Min smiled, realizing that he had indeed stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. He decided that it was best to keep a powerful asset like this hidden from the rest of the world. Tapping his interface, he adjusted the settings for his Last Time Regressor title. The system confirmed that even if set to private, the hidden effects would still take full advantage in battle, while remaining concealed from his username. Ryu Min stretched his arms over his head, looking out across the vast grassy fields. He calculated that the other players who had managed to finish the quest should be appearing soon, and found himself wondering how Huang Yongmin was faring. His eyes soon picked out a familiar face amidst the chaotic struggle. Huang Yongmin stood dirty and blood-splattered, gripping his weapon tightly as he and several others desperately fought off the remaining goblins. Ryu Min let out a faint smirk, noting that it seemed Huang Yongmin would manage to survive this initial round as well. Suddenly, brilliant beams of golden light erupted across the plains, shooting directly into the sky. Floating down from the heavens with a cruel chuckle, Angel Brielle remarked that she had been wondering why the spectacle was beginning to grow so boring to watch. She looked over the bloody battlefield, noting that the player count was rapidly decreasing, becoming far too small compared to the remaining goblins. With a mocking smile, she offered an insincere apology for her mistake. She flared her white wings, her hand crackling with golden magical energy, as she playfully asked if she should make the game more entertaining. The traumatized survivors whispered in terror, wondering what she meant by more fun. Suddenly, the corpse of a fallen player began to glow with eerie, magical light. To the shock of the onlookers, the bodies of both the fallen humans and the slain goblins began to dissolve into shimmering particles of light, completely vanishing from the grass. The players murmured in confusion, demanding to know what was happening. A blinding wall of golden light erupted across the horizon. From high above, Angel Brielle watched as a massive energy surged through the plains. Dozens of newly summoned goblins, their eyes glowing red with bloodlust, charged out of the light. The surviving players gasped in absolute horror, cursing their terrible luck. Giggling with sadistic delight, Angel Brielle declared that she had provided them with a free refill of 50,000 goblins, laughing that this should be more than enough to keep things interesting. Driven by sheer survival, the desperate players screamed and rallied, charging forward to fight off the massive incoming horde. The battlefield became a bloodbath once more. The system updated, displaying that the number of people who had cleared the quest stood at 1,021 out of 5,143. Goblins tore through the human lines, plunging daggers into throats as blood sprayed across the soil. The frantic struggle continued, with the cleared count rising to 2,129 out of 5,143. Amidst the screams and the spray of blood, Ryu Min sat calmly on the grass, completely detached from the life-or-death struggle. Near the edge of the field, a terrified player pressed his blood-stained hand against the golden barrier, begging for escape while a goblin closed in behind him. The number of cleared players climbed to 3,533 out of 5,143. Angel Brielle watched the countdown with a cruel, smug expression, while Ryu Min glared back at her with silent, cold intensity. Finally, the system chimed to announce that the goal had been reached, with exactly 5,143 out of 5,143 players completing the quest. Beams of green and golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the successful survivors in protective barriers. The remaining players looked around in bewilderment as the goblins suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving them wondering where they had gone. Angel Brielle floated down gracefully, announcing that half of the population had passed, which officially completed the quest. She looked at those who had failed to secure a spot in time, saying with mocking pity that she was sorry, but the rest would have to die, as those were the rules of the game. The players who had failed cried out in panic, begging for a little more time, protesting that they only needed to kill one more monster. But their pleas fell on deaf ears. In an instant, their bodies began to disintegrate into golden particles of light, dissolving into nothingness. Looking at the pale, horrified faces of the survivors, Angel Brielle laughed, asking why they looked so miserable when they should be happy to be alive. Shrugging, she told them that regardless of their feelings, they had survived and could now return. She offered a mocking congratulations for passing the first round, expressing hope that they would do better in the second round. Before letting them leave, she playfully asked if they would like to review the detailed results first. A massive results screen materialized in the air, showing that Black Scythe had taken first place globally with a time of 10 minutes and 21 seconds, as well as first place in his local zone. The system announced that he had earned 1,000 gold for clearing the quest, noting that the funds will be placed in his inventory and could be used to buy items in the shop once he reached level 10. Ryu Min stood in his protective beam, noticing that several of the other survivors were staring at him with a mix of awe and envy. He quietly realized that his name being at the top of the leaderboard meant everyone now knew he was in first place. Angel Brielle floated down, stopping directly in front of him. She remarked that having someone from her specific area take first place globally was unexpectedly impressive. Addressing him by his nickname, Black Scythe, she demanded that he answer her. Ryu Min looked up calmly, offering a simple, respectful affirmation. She leaned closer, asking how he could possibly be so strong and questioning if he had managed to obtain some kind of special rune. However, she suddenly bit her finger, cursing under her breath as she stopped herself. Ryu Min maintained a knowing, subtle smile. He asked her if she couldn't simply check what runes he possessed by looking at his status window. Caught off guard, Angel Brielle stammered that of course she could. Flustered, she claimed that she already knew all of that because she was an angel. She insisted that she was merely asking a casual question. Ryu Min smiled, quietly thinking to himself that she was completely bluffing. Ryu Min addressed her formally, asking if he could request a favor. Surprised by his boldness, Angel Brielle echoed his words, wondering what kind of favor a mere human could possibly want. Standing tall in his pillar of light, Ryu Min stated calmly that he believed the rewards for securing first place globally were a bit too stingy. A collective gasp rippled through the survivors. Huang Yongmin and the others stared at him in utter disbelief, shocked by his reckless audacity. Angel Brielle's smile vanished completely. Her eyes flared with a terrifying golden light as she leaned down, asking in a cold, furious tone what he had just said. Standing completely unfazed by her murderous aura, Ryu Min kept his arms crossed, stating simply that he would like a better reward. She glared at him, her voice dripping with sheer venom as she repeated her question. Ryu Min repeated his request clearly, explaining that he wanted a better reward because he wasn't satisfied with what he had received. An uncomfortable silence fell over the plains. Rage boiled within her. She thought in fury, questioning how a mere human dared to make demands of her. She had kept a close eye on him because he had performed well from the start, but she wondered if he was underestimating her simply because he had managed to kill a few goblins. She raised her hand, preparing to explode his head on the spot. However, she suddenly stopped her hand, gritting her teeth in frustration as she remembered that she had already used her execution authority for this round. She cursed silently, furious that she couldn't kill this arrogant little player. Her irritation suddenly vanished as a cunning thought struck her. She smiled deviously beneath her hood, realizing she had a great idea. She floated down, her bare feet softly touching the grass as she landed. She addressed him, noting that while a request like his would normally be rejected instantly, she would make an exception and think about it. She proposed that they speak in private, telling the other players that they would have to wait until she returned. The other players whispered in astonishment. Some wondered if negotiating with an angel was actually possible, while others mused if they should ask for better rewards as well. A more logical player pointed out that one probably had to at least be in first place like Black Scythe to make such a bold demand. They continued to gossip, wondering what kind of incredible reward he would receive and expressing their deep envy. Ryu Min glanced back over his shoulder, his cold red eyes locking onto Huang Yongmin. Huang Yongmin looked back in confusion, his face still covered in blood from the battle. Letting out a subtle smirk, Ryu Min turned his head back and continued walking away into the forest, leaving the envious survivors behind. He followed the angel deep into the forest, walking along a quiet dirt path beneath the thick canopy of trees. Brielle turned around, looking annoyed, and demanded to know why he was keeping such a distance from her. She complained that she had to keep checking to make sure he was still there, ordering him to stay close. Ryu Min replied with a casual nod, agreeing to catch up. Internally, Brielle fumed, gritting her teeth in disgust. She thought that humans were incredibly foolish, needing to be shouted at before they understood anything. She sneered to herself that they were just as greedy as they were stupid. She continued to scheme, wondering how she was supposed to alter the rewards when she wasn't even the one who decided them. She scoffed at the idea, thinking that she wouldn't give him a better reward even if she had the power to do so. A cruel smile crept onto her face as she decided that he should have just taken what he was given. She resolved to teach him a severe lesson for his insolent greed. She calculated that once they walked past a certain clearing in the woods, she would kill him on the spot. She acknowledged that killing a player for personal reasons could create significant problems, especially if the other survivors later complained about fairness. The higher-ups might even blame her for ruining the game's integrity. Therefore, she knew she had to ensure there were absolutely no witnesses to the deed. Her grin widened, showing sharp fangs under her veil. She mocked him silently, thinking how foolish he was for not staying quiet. Turning around to face him with a pleasant, false smile, she asked him what kind of reward he had in mind. Before she could even finish her sentence, Ryu Min's fist slammed directly into her face. The brutal punch connected with immense force, sending shockwaves of crimson energy exploding upon impact. Angel Brielle was sent hurtling backward through the air. She gasped in absolute shock and agony, completely stunned that a mere human was capable of even touching her. Angel Brielle shrieked in agonizing pain as she collapsed onto the forest floor. Ryu Min stood over her, his expression cold and unmoving, while she gasped on her hands and knees. Her mind raced in pure disbelief. She stared up at him, gold blood dripping from her nose and mouth, utterly bewildered that a mere human had actually managed to strike her. Consumed by pure rage, Angel Brielle screamed at him, calling him a wretched human as she lunged forward to retaliate. But her strike hit empty air. Ryu Min had vanished, leaving only a gentle gust of wind and falling leaves behind. She looked around in panic, realizing he was gone. Before she could locate him, Ryu Min materialized directly behind her. His red eyes gleamed in the shadow of the canopy as he reached toward her back. Brielle caught his movement out of the corner of her eye, sweating in fear. In one swift motion, Ryu Min tightly gripped her soft white wings, squeezing them in his fist. A wave of terror washed over Brielle as she realized she was completely trapped. She began to struggle frantically, stammering and begging him to stop, demanding to know what he was trying to do. Ignoring her pleas, Ryu Min pulled on her wings with savage force. Brielle let out a blood-curdling shriek of agony that echoed through the trees. Gold blood splattered across her face and garments as she screamed. Feathers drifted lazily through the air around them. With a brutal, physical wrench, Ryu Min ripped one of her massive white wings completely from her back, unleashing a heavy spray of golden blood. He tossed the severed wing aside, telling her with flat indifference not to be so dramatic. As she collapsed to her knees in torment, Ryu Min stepped on her back, securing his footing. He gripped her remaining wing with both hands and pulled with all his might, eliciting another agonizing scream. With another violent pull, he tore her second wing from her body, tossing it to the ground. He looked down at her bleeding form, noting calmly that now she wouldn't be able to run. Brielle trembled uncontrollably on the grass, golden energy seeping from her ruined back. Ryu Min asked her if it hurt. Shivering in intense pain, she sobbed, stammering that of course it hurt. Ryu Min looked at her, noting that he was certain she had been planning to ask him that very same question, all while laughing her stupid, condescending laugh. Brielle looked up, screaming through her tears, demanding to know if he was completely out of his mind and asking what he was talking about. Ryu Min held up one of the severed wings, parting the blood-soaked feathers to reveal an ornate, golden dagger hidden deep within them. He asked her if she had been planning to murder him with this concealed weapon. Brielle fell into a stunned, frozen silence. Ryu Min stated that he had known it all along. Desperate, Brielle tried to lie, stammering that she had never harbored such a thought and would never try to kill him. Ryu Min smirked, telling her that there was no need to lie. He noted that he could easily read her face, calling her by her name, Brielle. She froze, shivering in pure terror as she stammered, asking how on earth he knew her name. Ryu Min coldly dismissed her question, stating it was none of her business. He tapped his holographic interface, summoning his golden inventory screen to retrieve his newly acquired stiletto. Seeing the sharp, dark dagger materialize in his hand, Brielle panicked, frantically demanding to know what he was doing and why he was drawing a weapon. Ryu Min replied with a flat, chilling question, asking if she couldn't already tell. Desperate to regain control, she pointed a trembling, clawed finger at him, screaming threats. She warned him that with just a flick of her finger, she could make his head explode. Ryu Min let out a soft smirk, informing her coolly that she didn't possess that skill anymore. Brielle went pale, gritting her teeth in sheer terror and silent frustration. She tried a different approach, stammering that his actions wouldn't go unpunished and claiming her fellow angels would never forgive him. Ryu Min dismissed her claim with a cold laugh, stating that all angels were inherently selfish creatures. He added that none of them would care whether she lived or died. Brielle looked up, utterly bewildered, asking what he meant by that. Ryu Min told her that regardless, it was time for her to die. She backed away in terror, pleading that killing her would bring him absolutely no benefits. He corrected her, stating that it would indeed benefit him, though she wouldn't understand how. She warned him that he would regret his actions because he wouldn't be able to return home without her. Ryu Min replied calmly that survivors were automatically returned home by the system. Shivering in shock, Brielle stammered, asking how he could possibly know that as well. Desperate, she offered to tell him absolutely any information he wanted in exchange for her life, begging him for just one chance. Ryu Min raised his dark stiletto, stating coldly that he didn't need her information. He explained that in his past lives, he had already obtained all the information he needed by torturing her. He knew how her kind lived and what goals they pursued. He added that he was well aware the angels were merely pawns in this game, and that their only duty was to serve as guides. Brielle stood frozen in absolute horror, whispering in disbelief. Before she could ask when he had done such a thing, Ryu Min lunged forward with blinding speed, his dagger slicing through the air. With lethal precision, he drove the stiletto straight through her chest. Golden blood erupted from the wound as she gasped, her eyes glazing over in final defeat. Angel Brielle collapsed onto the grass, completely lifeless. Instantly, the golden system interface chimed to announce that he had successfully defeated an angel, congratulating him on being the first ever player to kill an angel. The system showered him with unique rewards, announcing that he had obtained the title First Ever Angel Slayer. Additionally, he received Angel's Blood and the Rune of Slaughter as rewards for his achievement. Ryu Min held up his prizes, a beautifully crafted golden bottle filled with glowing divine fluid, and a vibrant crimson rune stone, noting with a smirk that he had secured first place this time as well. Golden streams of magical light wrapped around his body as the system automatically sealed the new rune to his form. He reflected that these rewards were strictly reserved for the first player to kill an angel. The title of First Ever Angel Slayer boasted a massive effect, doubling all of his stats whenever he fought a divine-type opponent. Ryu Min recalled that he had first discovered these rewards during his 13th regression. Since they were unique prizes meant for only one person throughout the entire game, they were incredibly powerful. The Rune of Slaughter granted a passive effect that increased all of his stats by 1%, up to a maximum of 100% every time he killed an opponent, with the effects lasting until the current round was over. He noted that each of these rewards was easily comparable to a unique grade item. He smiled subtly, imagining how shocked the other angels would be when they eventually realized he already possessed a rune so early in the game. But most importantly, he knew this was the ultimate reason for executing an angel. He looked down at the glowing bottle of angel's blood, his eyes focused and sharp. The details of the unique item appeared before him. The angel's blood allowed a player of level 10 or above to change their class to the legendary Grim Reaper. Ryu Min reflected that while all players were allowed to choose a class once they reached level 10, only the person who successfully executed an angel had the right to claim the Grim Reaper class. He recalled that there were 30 standard classes available, and the method to unlock them was usually straightforward, requiring players to find class change items that dropped during hunts or met basic conditions. However, there were highly exclusive exceptions. Certain class change items could only be obtained by a single player under highly specific environmental conditions after fulfilling strict requirements. Naturally, the classes obtained through these exclusive items were on an entirely different level, offering massive bonus stats, unique class runes, and highly powerful skill options. Reflecting on his past failure in the final round, Ryu Min resolved that he would dominate every single zone this time. He opened his inventory and selected his global rank 1 special reward box, prompting the system to display 3 choices: a triple experience buff exclusive to the second round, 2,000 gold, or detailed information regarding the upcoming second round. He knew that his immediate priority was to reach level 10 as quickly as possible so that he could officially claim his Grim Reaper class. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen to select the triple experience buff. The system confirmed his choice, noting that the buff would be automatically applied the moment the second round commenced. Standing in the quiet forest, Ryu Min looked down at the dissolving remains of the angel. He reminded himself that this was his final regression, and there was no turning back. As Briel's body dissolved completely into golden dust and drifted into the air, he resolved that he had to grow stronger, no matter what obstacles lay ahead. The system declared the first round officially over, listing 900,514,645 global survivors and 5,143 in his local zone. It announced that player souls would be returned to their original bodies, and that the second round would take place on the 1st of February. In a sudden flash of blue light, Hwang Yongmin gasped awake in a cold sweat, collapsing onto the city pavement as his soul returned to the real world. Shaking, Hwang Yongmin looked around the neon-lit streets, recognizing the Bozingak Bell Pavilion in Seoul. He realized with a jolt that he was back in the real world. He wondered in confusion what had happened, and if everyone had passed out just like him. Around him, dozens of people were slowly sitting up on the pavement, groaning in pain and muttering about experiencing incredibly realistic, terrifying dreams of fighting monsters. Hwang Yongmin quickly reached into his coat and pulled out his smartphone. The screen displayed 5:20 on the morning of Sunday, January 1st. He stared at the time, realizing that the exact amount of time that had passed in the real world matched his experience in the survival game. His friends sat nearby on the cold concrete, rubbing their temples and complaining of splitting headaches and incredibly sore, exhausted bodies. Hwang Yongmin looked over at his recovering companions. His friend looked up in confusion, asking if he had passed out, and Yongmin confirmed that everyone in the square had collapsed. His friends gasped, wondering how it was possible for everyone to collapse at once. They began to exchange stories, realizing they had all experienced the exact same bizarre, blood-drenched dream. They eagerly turned to Yongmin, asking if he had experienced it too. Hwang Yongmin nodded grimly, his expression dark. Across the plaza, other survivors began to shout and cry, realizing they had returned and celebrating that they were still alive. Hwang Yongmin looked at his friends and stated with absolute certainty that it hadn't been a dream. His friends froze, the color draining from their faces. They stammered in horror, asking if the goblins, the first round, and the entire death game were actually real. They realized with rising dread that if it was real, they would be forced to return to that terrifying dimension on the 1st of February. Suddenly, one of his friends pointed at their companion lying motionless on the pavement, asking why he wouldn't wake up. They knelt down, shaking his shoulder and urging him to open his eyes. He continued to shake the youth, his voice growing increasingly tense as there was no response. The youth's face was completely pale and cold to the touch. Shaking, the friend pressed his fingers against the youth's wrist to check for a pulse, his own hand beginning to tremble violently. Looking up in sheer panic, the friend stammered that the youth wasn't breathing and that he couldn't find a pulse. Ryu Min stared at his lifeless classmate, sweat running down his face as he whispered the horrifying realization that he was dead. His friends shuddered, realizing the terrible truth that their companion must have been killed during the battle in the other world. The buzzcut youth looked around the crowded square in horror, realizing that everyone else who lay motionless on the pavement might share the same fate. He whispered, asking if all of the unresponsive people scattered across the plaza were actually corpses. The purple-haired friend wept, covering his mouth as he realized that only half of humanity had survived, and wondered in terror if the upcoming round would be just as ruthless. Standing behind them, Ryu Min stared down at his hands, his body trembling. But instead of terror, a crazed, ecstatic grin slowly spread across his face, and he thought to himself that this brutal new reality was absolutely incredible. Ryu Min reflected that whether people were born with silver spoons in their mouths or were anyone else, everyone had a struggle to survive just the same. He smiled maniacally, thinking that there was no longer any need to grieve over how unfair life was. His friends, however, did not share his ecstatic madness. His purple-haired friend fell to his knees, clutching his head in tears and sobbing that the situation was entirely unfair. He lamented that he hadn't even enjoyed life enough to die like this. Ryu Min looked down at his crying companions, coldly telling them to calm down and questioning what they were so worried about if all they had to do was survive. He pointed out that everyone was in this mess, not just them, and asked what was so unfair about it. His friends stared at him, whispering that he was a complete lunatic. The buzz-cut youth sighed, bitterly noting that Ryu Min had basically been a thug all his life, so he wouldn't find it unfair if he died right now. But for the rest of them, they still had so many things they wanted to do. Ryu Min ignored the comment, instead scanning the crowded streets. His friend asked what he was looking for, and Ryu Min muttered that he couldn't see that guy anymore. His friend asked if he meant his personal errand boy. Ryu Min wondered where Ryu Min could have run off to. He was certain he had seen him standing in the plaza before they passed out, and began to suspect if he had died without even passing the first round. He chuckled to himself, deciding that it wouldn't be a surprise if he had died, since there was simply no way a loser like him would have survived the slaughter. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. Ryu Min blinked in confusion as a player walked past him. Ryu Min stared at the player's strange fantasy leather gear, wondering who on earth he was and where he could have gotten such a tacky outfit. Then, a sudden, shocking realization hit him. He quickly whispered the command to open his status window. A golden screen chimed to life, displaying his name as Ryu Min, rank as beginner, level as 5, and his stats, which showed strength plus 22, intelligence plus 3, agility plus 3, and luck plus 3. He stared at the glowing interface, completely stunned as he muttered that the status window had actually opened up in the real world. His friend scoffed, saying there was no way that was possible, but when they tried it, another golden interface chimed to life. His friend gasped in surprise, pointing at the glowing screen. He asked why they were staring into thin air, and his companion noted that everyone was doing the same, realizing that a player could only see their own individual window. They murmured in shock, realizing they could use the system in real life, and wondered if their stats and items worked here too. Eager to test his strength, Ryu Min picked up a solid piece of stone from the ground. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed his fist, easily crushing the rock to dust with his raw, enhanced physical power. He stared at the dust slipping through his fingers in absolute awe. A sinister, ecstatic grin spread across his face as he realized that this power was incredibly awesome. Later that morning, a television news anchor reported on an unbelievable tragedy. She announced that approximately 10,000 citizens had suddenly lost consciousness during the bell-tolling ceremony in the plaza facing the Bozingak Pavilion in Zhangyo, presenting a video clip of the incident. The footage captured an unidentified, winged woman in the guise of an angel hovering above the Bozingak pavilion, addressing the gathered crowd. The anchor explained that moments after her arrival, a citizen had pointed at the entity and yelled, only to be immediately killed in a mysterious explosion, causing a massive stampede as everyone present fainted simultaneously. After the explosion, the angel-like figure had reached out her hand toward the panicked crowd. Following her gesture, approximately 10,000 citizens had suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Police reports revealed that those who collapsed fell strictly within the age group of 15 to 29, and that the exact same terrifying phenomenon had occurred not only in South Korea, but simultaneously across 128 other countries around the world. Standing on a bustling city street, Ryu Min pulled his blue hood low, staring calmly at the news on his smartphone. The online comment sections were filled with denial and skepticism, with users mocking the reports as fake news, elaborate pranks, or edited videos. Ryu Min quietly reflected that the crisis had finally started. But he knew this was only the beginning. The news anchor reported that at approximately 5:20 in the morning, only half of those who had collapsed regained consciousness. The remaining half had suffered cardiac arrest on-site and were declared dead, including a prominent celebrity. This marked the first time in history that 11% of the nation's population had died in a single day, and articles reporting the massive death toll were pouring in. Ryu Min reflected that while the deaths were tragic, the actual problem facing humanity lay elsewhere. The broadcast reported that the survivors were now being referred to as players, and their numbers were currently being assessed. Ryu Min knew the real danger was that the players' supernatural abilities had been carried over into the real world. While there weren't many people with high stats right now, making the current effects minor, as players leveled up, they would eventually become transcendental beings. This would inevitably result in the birth of literal human weapons, powerful individuals that no state-of-the-art weapon or even the strongest military forces on Earth could hope to overpower. Ryu Min had no intention of sitting idly by as the world descended into absolute chaos. He knew that if he allowed that to happen, the Earth would be destroyed long before they even reached round 20 of the game. There was only one viable way to prevent this fate: controlling the players with overwhelming, absolute force. Naturally, this required a completely different approach than his previous attempt. Having died because of the boss room's requirement of at least 5 players, he knew he had to recruit allies. He already had a few candidates in mind and had formulated plans to get them on board as his companions. But he knew it was not yet time to act. Right now, he had an even more urgent, personal task to complete. Dashing up the narrow stairs of an old, dimly lit apartment building, Ryu Min unlocked the door to his home and quietly stepped inside. Looking into the dark, quiet kitchen, his eyes fell upon an empty cup of instant noodles sitting near the sink. He noted with a quiet sigh that his brother had apparently eaten instant noodles for dinner once again. He gently cracked open the bedroom door. Inside, his younger brother lay sleeping peacefully on a mattress on the floor, curled under a blanket with his phone resting beside his head. Ryu Min let out a soft, warm smirk, reflecting that his brother was sleeping remarkably soundly for someone whose older brother hadn't even come home the night before. The sleeping boy was Ryu Min, his younger brother, who was currently in his 3rd year of middle school. Their once normal family had changed drastically after their parents tragically passed away in a car accident years ago. The biggest change resulting from that tragedy was that Ryu Min had suddenly become his younger brother's sole guardian and provider. Ryu Min gently reached out, his fingers hovering over the small bandage on Ryu Min's hand, his blue eyes reflecting a deep protective instinct. Ryu Min stirred, slowly opening his eyes. Shaking off his sleep, he sat up and rubbed his eyes, blinking in surprise as he muttered his brother's name. Ryu Min gently told him it was time to wake up. Ryu Min explained that it was morning. Ryu Min checked his phone, yawning and complaining that it was only 6 in the morning. Ryu Min suddenly pulled the blanket away, startling his brother. He handed him some clean clothes, telling him they didn't have any more time to sleep. Ryu Min looked confused, asking what was happening, But Ryu Min simply told him to change his clothes quickly and prepare to leave, promising to explain everything on the way. Ryu Min reluctantly took the clothes, yawning widely and grumbling about where they could possibly be going at this hour. He muttered that if they were just going to watch the sunrise, he would much rather sleep a bit more. Ryu Min leaned in close, his expression deadly serious as he firmly told his brother to listen to what he was saying. Ryu Min went pale, startled by the unusual gravity in his brother's eyes. Ryu Min stated that now was not the time to be sleeping peacefully, warning him that the entire world was currently in absolute chaos. Ryu Min recalled that his brother had gone to see the bell-tolling ceremony and anxiously asked if something terrible had happened there. Ryu Min simply told him to come along, repeating that they would talk as they walked. The two brothers stepped out of the apartment, walking side by side down a quiet, narrow city street under the gray morning sky. Ryu Min glanced at his older brother, sweating slightly in concern as he wondered what could possibly be happening to make him look so incredibly serious. Ryu Min broke the silence, asking his brother if he was completely unaware of what was currently happening in the world. Ryu Min asked why he was acting so frightening, asking if something had happened while he was asleep. Ryu Min simply instructed him to look at the trending searches on his phone. Ryu Min pulled out his phone, his eyes widening in complete disbelief as he scanned the headlines. He muttered, asking what all of this meant, reading about an angel appearing and taking people into another world. Ryu Min corrected him, clarifying that to be precise, only their souls have been taken. Ryu Min froze, looking at his brother in rising horror, asking if he had been taken as well. Ryu Min nodded calmly, confirming that he had, and stating that he had barely made it back alive after killing 100 goblins. Ryu Min panicked, grabbing his brother's shoulders and frantically asking if he was telling the truth and if he had been hurt. Ryu Min gently brushed his hands off, telling him to stop worrying about him. Ryu Min's eyes welled with tears as he cried out, asking how he could possibly not worry about his only family. He remembered the painful aftermath of their parents' car accident, recalling how his older brother had stood strong and silent at the funeral, serving as his sole anchor when he had lost everything else. Ryu Min knew that his older brother possessed more inner strength than anyone he had ever met. That strength had been enough to completely fill the massive void left by the tragic passing of their parents. But he knew that emotional inner strength and physically slaying 100 monsters were entirely different matters. He worried silently, reflecting that his older brother had never been particularly strong physically. Sensing his brother's thoughts, Ryu Min smiled subtly, stating that he knew exactly what Ryu Min was thinking. His younger brother looked up in surprise. Ryu Min explained that the survival world operated on a stat system similar to games, meaning a player's actual physical condition in the real world didn't matter. He urged his brother to stop worrying. Ryu Min looked slightly reassured, but still stammered anxiously that even so, the danger was immense. Ryu Min smiled confidently, promising that his brother wouldn't think that way once he saw what he was capable of later. Ryu Min asked what he meant by that, but Ryu Min simply told him to follow along if he wanted to find out. Ryu Min suddenly stopped in his tracks, planting his feet firmly and declaring that he wouldn't take another step until his brother told him exactly where they were headed. Clutching his chest, Ryu Min pleaded with him, demanding to know the truth first. Ryu Min stared back at him in silent evaluation. Ryu Min finally broke the silence, uttering a single name, Bang Taijiu. Ryu Min went pale, sweating in shock as Ryu Min explained that they were headed directly for the hideout of Bang Taiju, the person who bullied his younger brother. Ryu Min declared with calm certainty that he was headed directly for the hideout of Bang Taiju, the gangster in charge. He looked at his younger brother, addressing the quiet truth between them, that Bang Taiju had been relentlessly bothering him. Ryu Min stared back in wide-eyed shock, stammering to ask how his older brother could possibly have known. Ryu Min countered with a quiet question of his own, asking if his brother truly believed he would remain completely oblivious. Ryu Min cast his gaze downward, his inner thoughts filled with guilt. He had desperately tried to hide the bullying because he knew his older brother was already carrying such a heavy burden and struggling to keep them afloat. Ryu Min felt a deep pang of regret, silently apologizing to his younger brother. The painful truth was that in his previous lives, he genuinely had not known about the abuse until it was far too late. He recalled that in his very first timeline, he had only uncovered the devastating truth a few hours after returning from the first round of the survival game. He remembered how his younger brother had casually mentioned he was heading out for a little while that morning, leaving their small apartment without another word. Later, a loud, piercing ringtone had shattered the quiet of the room. Ryu Min had groggily answered the phone, only for a professional voice on the other end to ask if he was the legal guardian of student Ryu 1. The voice on the receiver delivered a chilling command, instructing him that he needed to rush to the hospital immediately. Ryu 1 had been brutally beaten by Bang Taijia, returning home permanently blinded. In that tragic past, Ryu Min, weak and utterly powerless, had been forced to witness his brother's suffering. He had been unable to protect his only remaining family. The memory made his fist clench with burning fury as he silently begged for his brother's forgiveness once more. Returning his focus to the present, Ryu Min stared at his brother and swore a solemn oath that he would never let anyone harm him again. Absolutely no one. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit alleyway behind a concrete building, violent thuds echoed through the air as several boys were brutally kicked to the ground, crying out in pain. Bang Taiju stood over the groveling students, his face twisted in rage. He spat insults, furiously reminding them that he had ordered each of them to bring 200,000 won. When the terrified boys could only sob in response, Bang Taiju loomed closer, demanding to know why they were silent, and asking if they thought they could ignore his demands. With a vicious sneer, Bang Taiju brought his foot down, stomping on the defenseless boys. Nearby, his lackeys watched the display with casual amusement, laughing about how incredibly ruthless their leader was even to helpless losers. One of the subordinates noted that it was no surprise the older students from neighboring schools also groveled before Taiju, prompting the others to agree that they should never cross him. Grumbling in frustration, Bang Taiju massaged his neck and complained that he had planned to buy a motorcycle with the money he extorted today, muttering that the useless victims were completely worthless to him. He suddenly grabbed one of his subordinates, demanding that they think of another source of quick cash. The startled lackey stammered in confusion, repeating the question nervously. Bang Taiju insisted, ordering them to come up with a plan immediately, leaving his subordinates to scratch their heads and ponder their options in silence. Suddenly, one of the lackeys snapped his fingers with an idea, remembering that Taijia's personal errand boy, the tall, curly-haired student, was an easy target and asked why they hadn't summoned him yet. A dark smile spread across Bang Taijia's face as he recalled Ryu 1. He chuckled, stating that he had actually planned on calling him that very day anyway, noting that the kid deserved a beating to start the new year off right. The lackeys eagerly agreed, pointing out that they could easily extort the money they needed from him, confident that the plan would work out perfectly. However, Bang Taijia waved them off with a scoff, pointing out that Ryu 1 was actually a complete bum who possessed nothing of value. He explained that even after receiving a severe beating, the boy had been unable to produce a single penny, adding with disdain that he lived in an incredibly shabby neighborhood. The lackeys murmured in understanding as Bang Taiju further revealed that the orphan boy had no parents to speak of, his footsteps echoing in the quiet alley. He noted that Ryu 1 only lived with his older brother, continuing to walk as he spoke. Suddenly, Bang Taiju froze mid-step, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. His subordinates looked at him in confusion, asking what was wrong. Emerging from the shadows at the entrance of the hideout stood Ryu Min and Ryu 1. Relieved but irritated, Bang Taiju let out a breath, cursing that the sudden appearance of the curly-haired boy had startled him for nothing. With a cocky sneer, Bang Taiju stepped forward, noting that speaking of the devil had brought him right to them, though he corrected himself to call the boy a useless nuisance instead. His playful tone vanished as he suddenly bellowed Ryu 1's name, demanding to know what he was doing there. Ryu Min trembled in fear, clutching tightly to his older brother's sleeve and whispering a panicked apology, while Ryu Min remained entirely calm and unbothered. Bang Taijia glared at the unfamiliar youth standing protectively in front of Ryu Min, highly irritated by his calm, unyielding expression. He demanded to know who the stranger was, mockingly asking Ryu Min if he had brought another errand boy along because he was worried his tormentor would be bored. Stepping forward with a cold, mocking smile, Ryu Min introduced himself as Ryu Min's older brother, prompting an incredulous echo from Bang Taijia. Bang Taijia cracked his knuckles, a sadistic grin spreading across his face as he accused Ryu Min of tattling despite his previous warnings, declaring that both brothers would pay with their lives today. With a subtle tilt of his head, Bang Taijia signaled his lackeys to take action, a cruel smirk appearing on one of their faces. The subordinates chuckled as they closed in on Ryu Min, mocking the idea that an errand boy would dare to defy Taijia, and teasingly asked Ryu Min if his older brother actually knew how to fight. One of the lackeys arrogantly placed his hand above Ryu Min's head, mockingly comparing their heights and asking if they were seriously planning to fight. Without warning, Ryu Min unleashed a devastatingly fast punch straight to the boy's face, the impact sending him crashing backward in a spray of blood. A second subordinate roared in fury, throwing a wild punch as he charged at Ryu Min. With effortless grace, Ryu Min tilted his body, letting the wild attack slice through empty air as he completely dodged the strike. He immediately countered with a brutal punch to the subordinate's midsection, the force sending the boy flying across the alleyway with a choked gasp. The remaining lackeys cried out in shock and rage, lunging toward Ryu Min in unison with desperate, angry strikes. Ryu Min moved like a blur, executing a rapid succession of precise, overwhelming strikes that completely dismantled their coordinated assault. Within seconds, the entire group of lackeys lay groveling on the concrete, writhing and groaning in agony. Watching his gang collapse so easily, Bang Taijia began to tremble, sweat dripping down his face. Despite his shock, Bang Taijia forced a manic laugh, trying to reassure himself. He reasoned that Ryu Min was just a nerd who had probably taken a few boxing classes and sneered at the idea that such basic skills would be enough to face him. He stepped forward, mocking Ryu Min's martial arts skills and asserting that a little bit of amateur boxing had clearly made him overconfident. Towering over the smaller youth, Bang Taijia smugly pointed out that whatever gym Ryu Min trained at, they had clearly failed to teach him the absolute importance of weight classes. Unfazed, Ryu Min offered a cold smile, suggesting that Bang Taijia must not have been watching the news lately. The comment left the bully visibly confused, demanding to know what he meant. Losing his patience, Bang Taijia unleashed a massive, heavy punch, bellowing a curse as his fist seared through the air toward Ryu Min's face. Ryu Min evaded the devastating blow with ease, his expression remaining completely placid as the massive fist brushed harmlessly past him. Infuriated, Bang Taijia launched into a frantic flurry of wild punches and kicks, screaming insults as Ryu Min dodged every single strike with the effortless agility of a flying squirrel. As his vision began to blur and his breath grew heavy, a cold dread settled over Bang Taijia. Gasping for air, he realized with rising panic that something was deeply wrong. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing as he desperately wondered why he couldn't land a single, solid hit on the boy despite his superior size and strength. Ryu Min walked forward, stepping closer as a brilliant, volatile blue aura of energy began to crackle and gather around his right fist. He quietly repeated that if the bully had paid attention to the news, he would have known better than to ever challenge a player of his caliber. With a devastating, aura-infused punch, Ryu Min struck Bang Taijia squarely in the face, the catastrophic impact echoing through the alleyway as the bully collapsed. The devastating punch connected squarely with Bang Taijia's face, the impact sending shockwaves through the quiet alleyway. Bang Taijia slid backward across the cold concrete, barely managing to plant his feet and stop himself from falling over. Clutching his face, Bang Taiju glared forward with absolute fury, his eyes bloodshot as he roared that the other was a complete lunatic. He lunged forward to throw another wild punch, only for his fist to swing through empty air. He gasped in utter shock, looking around frantically as he realized the youth had vanished from his sight. Before he could even process the disappearance, Ryu Min materialized right beside him, delivering a swift, heavy punch directly to his jaw. Bang Taiju stumbled back, clutching his swollen cheek. He grimaced in pain, weakly muttering that he could still knock the other out with a single punch. He looked down at his trembling hand, his eyes widening in horror as he saw his own blood dripping from his split lips and nose. The sight of his blood pushed him over the edge. His face turned a deep crimson with rage as he bellowed a promise to kill him, throwing his entire weight into a massive, desperate strike. Ryu Min effortlessly caught the massive fist in his palm, stopping the strike instantly before delivering a clean, powerful counterpunch. Bang Taiju crashed into the wall with a choked groan, his mouth dripping with blood as his stunned subordinates watched in disbelief. He realized with growing frustration that this monster was deliberately targeting only his face. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Bang Taiju ground his teeth, quietly labeling Ryu Min a sly piece of trash and desperately wishing he could land just a single blow. Gathering every ounce of his remaining strength, he leaped forward, silently pleading for just one successful hit. Ryu Min didn't give him the chance, executing a perfectly timed kick that sent the heavy bully flying through the air. Bang Taiju crashed heavily onto the cold ground, writhing and groaning in agony. Ryu Min walked over, standing directly over him as he calmly said his name. Ryu Min looked down with a chillingly cold, vacant expression, quietly asking if it hurt a lot. Looking at the defeated bully, Ryu Min's mind drifted back to his countless regressions. Even after regressing so many times, he could never truly forget the raw, painful emotions of his past lives. He resolved that he would do whatever it took to never experience that horrendous hell again. Below him, Bang Taiju trembled, desperately begging him to stop and stay away. Ryu Min stepped closer, grabbing the bully's hands. He told him coldly that he should never have messed with his younger brother. With a sudden, sickening sound, he began to bend the bully's fingers back. Bang Taiju gasped in shock before letting out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony as his fingers were snapped. Ryu Min showed no mercy, repeating the action on the bully's other hand. Bang Taiju shrieked in denial as his bones cracked, while his terrified subordinates scrambled to flee the alleyway, shouting that they needed to get out of there. Bang Taiju let out one final, agonizing wail. Ryu Min stood a short distance away, looking away from the brutal scene. Ryu Min looked down at the whimpering bully, warning him that if he ever touched his brother again, the consequences would be far worse, prompting a desperate promise from Taiju to never go near him again. Ryu Min offered a cold, satisfied smile, noting that it was exactly as it should be. Then, his expression shifted to something far more menacing. He grabbed the crying bully once more, whispering that since people could always change their minds, he had to make absolutely sure. Another sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by a final scream that resonated far beyond the walls of the building. Later, the two brothers walked side by side down the morning streets. Ryu Min looked at his older brother, nervously asking how he had managed to fight like that, and if he had secretly learned martial arts. Ryu Min smiled, asking if his brother had failed to read the news articles properly. He explained that players were fully capable of using their otherworld abilities in the real world as well. To demonstrate, Ryu Min told him to watch closely, focusing his mind as a brilliant golden light began to swirl around his hand. Out of the glowing light, a sleek, black dagger materialized out of thin air. Ryu Min gasped in absolute amazement, staring at the weapon. Ryu Min smiled, noting how fascinating it was to summon weapons from the other world. Ryu Min asked if his brother's incredible speed and ability to dodge every single punch had also been part of those otherworld powers. Ryu Min confirmed this, explaining that his agility stat was currently at 11. When Ryu Min asked if stats worked like the attributes in video games, Ryu Min agreed, adding that a normal adult typically had a stat of 3, while a trained athlete had around 10. Ryu Min eagerly asked what would happen once his brother leveled up even further, but Ryu Min simply claimed he didn't know since he had never reached such a level before. In his mind, however, Ryu Min acknowledged that this was a complete lie. He had no intention of revealing his identity as a regressor to his brother. In his 11th regression, he had shared the truth, only for a hostile player to kidnap Ryu Min as a result. Although he had successfully taken his revenge back then, he was determined to never let his brother suffer such danger again. To protect him from future player conflicts, he needed to get ready. Suddenly, a loud growl interrupted his thoughts. Ryu Min smiled warmly, asking his younger brother if he wanted to grab some breakfast at the convenience store since he was clearly hungry. Ryu Min blushed and happily agreed. They walked into a nearby GS24 convenience store. Ryu Min pointed toward the food aisles, but noticed his older brother walking in a different direction. Ryu Min approached the automated teller machine, inserting his card. He reflected on his cherished savings as the screen displayed a total balance of 133,000 won. He quickly requested a withdrawal of 100,000 won. Ryu Min gasped in surprise as Ryu Min took the two 50,000 won bills, asking why he was withdrawing so much cash. Ryu Min simply replied that he had a specific use for it. Ryu Min led his brother over to the refrigerated shelves, inviting him to pick out whatever he wanted to eat. Ryu Min hesitated, pointing out that everything on these shelves was incredibly expensive, with most meals costing over 5,000 won. Ryu Min reassured him, telling him to eat whatever his heart desired today. Ryu Min pointed out that it was New Year's Day, asking if his brother really wanted to stick to cheap instant noodles. When Ryu Min worried about their living expenses, Ryu Min smiled and urged him to hurry up and choose. Ryu Min's face lit up with joy as he grabbed a premium meal package, excitedly selecting the grilled red chili paste pork belly. Ryu Min admitted he had wanted to try this specific meal for a very long time. Ryu Min smiled gently, agreeing that it looked delicious. He then promised his brother that they would soon go to a proper restaurant and eat all the premium Hanwoo beef they wanted. Ryu Min laughed, assuming his brother was just joking since they couldn't possibly afford premium beef, and insisted he was more than satisfied with his current selection. Looking at his brother's happy face, Ryu Min silently promised himself that in just a few days, he would make sure Wonnie could eat all the meat he wanted until he was sick of it. After heating the meal, Ryu Min eagerly took a bite of the steaming pork belly over rice. He squealed in delight, declaring it to be incredibly delicious. Ryu Min watched him eat with a satisfied smile, telling him to eat plenty. Ryu Min began to thank him, but paused as Ryu Min suddenly stood up and told him to wait there. Ryu Min watched in confusion as Ryu Min walked over to the counter, grabbed a pen, and pulled out a large stack of lottery sheets. He gasped, asking if his brother had really withdrawn all that cash just to buy Natto tickets. Ryu Min calmly confirmed that he had. Ryu Min anxiously asked exactly how many tickets he was planning to buy, and Ryu Min replied that he was buying 20. Ryu Min nearly choked, asking why he would waste 100,000 won on lottery tickets when there was no guarantee they would even win. Ryu Min began to mark the numbers on the sheets with absolute calm, telling his brother that he would soon find out. Ryu Min watched in absolute bewilderment, gasping as he realized his brother was marking the exact same sequence of numbers on every single ticket. He frantically asked why he was repeating the same numbers over and over. Ryu Min looked back at his younger brother with a confident, knowing smile, declaring that he was doing it because those specific numbers were the guaranteed winning numbers. The television announcer proclaimed the start of the 1049th Natto lottery draw, urging viewers to prepare for the selection. Ryu Min stared at the screen of his phone, biting his nails in sheer anxiety and muttering that they were undoubtedly ruined because his brother had thrown away those 100,000 won. The announcer declared that the selection balls were now spinning. Ryu Min grumbled that they could have used that cash to eat something truly delicious, prompting Ryu Min to calmly tell his brother to stop biting his nails. The broadcast announcer called out the first lucky number, 3, immediately followed by the second number, 18. The third winning number was declared to be 9, and the fourth was 38, causing Ryu Min to freeze in place as the announcer prepared to reveal the fifth. The announcer summarized the results of the 1049th Nato draw, displaying the winning numbers 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, 1, with a bonus number of 5. Right in front of them, the paper slip displayed the exact same sequence repeated across multiple lines. Staring at the paper in his hands, Ryu Min let out a breathless gasp, exclaiming that this was absolutely insane because they had actually won the first prize. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ryu Min tearfully asked his brother to pinch his cheek to prove it was real, but Ryu Min dryly suggested he do it himself. Ryu Min stared at him with wide, trembling eyes, asking once more if this was truly not a dream. Ryu Min playfully asked if he wanted it to be a dream, prompting Ryu Min to frantically shake his head and scream that he absolutely did not. Ryu Min reassured him that it was definitely real, smiling warmly as his brother repeatedly asked for confirmation and got the same confident response. Ryu Min leaped up and raised the winning slip high into the air, cheering at the top of his lungs about securing the first prize. Ryu Min quickly urged him to lower his voice, reminding his brother that the neighbors might easily overhear their shouting. Ryu Min looked at his brother's sheer excitement and asked if he was really that pleased, to which Ryu Min instantly replied that he was thrilled, asking how his brother could possibly be so calm. Ryu Min smiled gently and admitted he was also happy, though privately he recalled that during his very first regression, he had also shouted with the same unrestrained excitement. Having repeated this exact process dozens of times across his regressions, it had long since turned into a routine errand or a necessary annual chore rather than a surprise, serving as a standard method to quickly secure starting cash after returning to the past. He knew that with 900 million deaths occurring globally from the survival game, the global economy would soon begin to collapse. In the lawless era ahead, the trade of powerful items and weapons among players would rapidly intensify, and every single one of those transactions would require an immense amount of physical cash. Clutching the stack of tickets, Ryu Min marveled at winning the first place across all 20 tickets containing 5 games each, totaling 100 winning lines, and eagerly asked what the total payout would be. Ryu Min simply shrugged and said he wasn't entirely sure. In reality, Ryu Min knew the payout would amount to an absolute, world-changing jackpot of the highest magnitude. A short while later, Ryu Min stood before the towering glass facade of the non-heat bank headquarters, ready to claim his fortune. Having claimed the grand prize dozens of times in his previous lives, he felt completely calm and walked through the busy lobby without a single hint of nervousness. Stepping up to the designated service desk, he calmly informed the bank teller that he had arrived to collect his first prize winnings. The teller smiled politely, offering his warm congratulations on the incredible luck. Privately, the teller stole a glance at Ryu Min, feeling a bit surprised that a young man who looked like an ordinary student could be the sole winner of the grand prize. The employee inquired where the winning ticket had been purchased, and Ryu Min smoothly provided the name of the convenience store in Yonhui. The teller gasped in sudden, utter bewilderment at the name of the location. As the teller's mind raced, he recalled a conversation from not long ago with a coworker, discussing the shocking news that a total of 115 winning tickets had emerged in this draw. The coworker explained that while the high number of winners was indeed unusual, what was truly baffling was that 100 of those winning lines had been purchased from a single store. The realization hit the teller like a physical blow, leaving him to wonder if a single individual had somehow bought every single one of those winning lines. The senior employee instructed the staff that if anyone came in with a winning ticket from that specific store in Yonhui, They had to immediately contact the bank president, as that individual would instantly become an elite customer. Ryu Min gently cleared his throat to get the teller's attention. Flustered, the teller bowed repeatedly and nervously asked Ryu Min if he could wait for just a brief moment, which the young man agreed to with an easy nod. A short while later, an older gentleman in an elegant suit hurried into the room, catching his breath as he warmly thanked Ryu Min for his patience. The gentleman introduced himself as Kwon Juno, the president of the bank, and eagerly reached out to shake hands with Ryu Min, who introduced himself in return. Kwon Juno offered his congratulations on winning the lottery, which Ryu Min accepted with a polite word of thanks. The president gestured toward the private offices, offering to personally escort him to a much more comfortable room to finalize the process. He guided Ryu Min down the quiet corridor toward the double doors of the lottery ticket business team office. Upon entering the spacious suite, a female secretary stood up and bowed politely, greeting the president. Looking at the youth walking alongside her boss, the secretary privately wondered if the visitor was perhaps the president's son. The president introduced Ryu Min, instructing his secretary to do everything possible to ensure their esteemed guest was treated at the absolute highest level of comfort. The secretary swallowed hard, trying to maintain her professional composure as she realized this young man was the legendary winner of all 100 lines. The president assured Ryu Min that he could relax, earning another polite nod of appreciation. She offered a warm, professional smile, welcoming him and gesturing toward a plush armchair across the desk. When she offered a selection of beverages like coffee, juice, or green tea, Ryu Min politely declined, stating that he preferred to focus on securing his winnings first. Understanding his urgency, she nodded politely and requested to examine the winning tickets to begin the verification process. He handed over the neat stack of slips. As the secretary inspected the printed lines, she felt a cold sweat run down her neck, utterly unable to comprehend how anyone could have marked the exact same set of numbers across so many tickets unless they possessed some supernatural ability to see the future. After running the tickets through the system, she confirmed that the verification was complete, officially declaring him the winner of all 100 games. Ryu Min leaned forward, calmly inquiring about the exact total of the lottery winnings. The secretary stammered slightly before revealing that the grand total came to approximately 22.5 billion won. Ryu Min calculated in his head that after subtracting taxes, he would receive about 15 billion won, a figure that was soon confirmed as the transaction went through flawlessly. With the immense funds successfully secured, Ryu Min immediately set out to find a safe, comfortable new residence for him and his brother, signing the lease agreement without delay. That very afternoon, he opened a financial trading account. Knowing from his memories of the future that Bitcoin would surge fivefold within the next month, he planned to ride that massive cryptocurrency wave before shifting his profits back into traditional stocks. The following day, Ryu Min asked his brother how he liked the house they had secured. Ryu Min beamed with joy, confessing that it was incredibly beautiful and far larger and more luxurious than anything he had ever seen in real life. Ryu Min pointed out that it was the absolute best option available for an immediate move-in, and noted that the neighborhood security was exceptionally tight. Ryu Min looked puzzled, questioning why his brother had only signed a temporary lease instead of purchasing the mansion outright, given their immense wealth. Ryu Min offered a playful smile, declaring with a straight face that he actually didn't have any money left. He explained that except for a single billion won kept for immediate expenses, he had poured the remaining 14 billion won entirely into purchasing Bitcoin, leaving his brother completely speechless. Gently patting his frozen brother's shoulder, Ryu Min chuckled and assured him that he wasn't taking these financial steps blindly or without a deliberate plan. He leaned in close, whispering with a mischievous grin that they could easily secure more wealth through the lottery whenever they needed it, claiming he had seen several different winning combinations in his dream. Ryu Min's eyes sparkled with renewed awe, gasping at the legendary phenomenon of dreaming of winning lottery numbers. Ryu Min grabbed his brother, shaking him excitedly as he begged him never to forget those precious sequences, while Ryu Min laughed and promised they were safely locked in his mind. Privately, Ryu Min sighed, reflecting that after repeating this process so many times across his 100 lifetimes, it was physically impossible for him to forget those sequences even if he tried. Ryu Min headed toward the door, suggesting they head out to grab some lunch and prepare to make their departure. Ryu Min blinked in confusion, asking where they were supposed to be going. Ryu Min looked back over his shoulder with a bright smile, casually mentioning that he had forgotten to tell him they were packing up and moving to their new place today. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the city, a heavy fist slammed violently into a solid brick wall, shattering the concrete with an explosive impact and sending dust and debris raining down onto the pavement. Ryu Min pulled his fist from the crumbling crater, a manic, satisfied grin spreading across his face as he congratulated himself on his brilliant decision to invest all of his attribute points entirely into strength. He laughed to himself, utterly thrilled by his incredible luck in drawing a rare muscular strength rune from his starting gift, an item that effectively doubled his physical power. Staring at the spiderweb of deep cracks split across the solid wall, he boasted that even the most famous heavyweights in the world would be green with envy over his newly acquired nuclear punch. Deciding he had completed enough testing for the morning, he clenched his powerful fist one last time, a dark look crossing his eyes as he resolved that it was finally time to move on to his real plans. Ryu Min stood outside a shabby brick apartment building, pounding aggressively on a worn door and shouting Ryu Min's name at the top of his lungs. He grumbled to himself, highly doubting that the weakling had actually been beaten up, but growled in frustration that the useless coward was now ignoring his phone calls and hiding away. He recalled the bell-tolling ceremony when the sky had first split open. He remembered how Ryu Min had turned around to glare back at him with those freezing, intense blue eyes, and his teeth ground together at the memory of such arrogance. His face twisted into a mask of pure rage as he silently vowed that he would never let that insolent glare go unpunished, promising himself that the coward would die by his own hands. He hammered his heavy fist against the door again, thinking that even if they had both somehow become players, a loser was still destined to be a loser. He was determined to teach the kid some manners. When the building remained completely silent, he held his fist back, pausing. He wondered why the coward wasn't coming out if he was indeed hiding inside, and prepared to punch right through the door with his enhanced strength. Just as he was about to strike, his expression shifted to a mocking, arrogant grin. He leaned casually against the wall, dryly noting that perhaps the useless bastard wasn't even home after all. His face darkened as he listened closely, telling himself that if he heard even the slightest sound of breathing from inside, he would smash the door to pieces. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts, asking what he was doing. He turned around to find an elderly man in a tracksuit standing on the stairs, looking down at him suspiciously and demanding to know why he was lingering in front of someone else's doorway. Ryu Min sneered, asking how any of this was the older man's business and demanding to know if he was actually the owner of the apartment. The older man adjusted his glasses, matching his hostile glare, and firmly confirmed that he was indeed the landlord. Ryu Min blinked in surprise. The landlord demanded to know what he was doing there, asking if he had simply come to meet a friend who lived in the unit. Instantly shifting his attitude, Ryu Min offered a polite, friendly smile, claiming that he was indeed there to see his friend and asking if the owner would mind opening the door for him. He falsely claimed that he had suddenly lost contact with his friend, urging the landlord to help him gain entry, which caused the old man to sigh in disappointment. The landlord looked at him with pity, dryly noting that his friend had clearly stood him up. He explained that the apartment was completely empty because the student who used to live there had moved away earlier that very day, though he admitted he had no idea where the tenant had gone. Ryu Min clenched his fist so tightly that his veins bulged, his mind screaming in fury as he realized that the slippery coward had run away without saying a single word. Far across the city, Ryu Min stood beneath a towering, state-of-the-art glass skyscraper, looking up at the sky in absolute awe and exclaiming how incredibly tall the building was. Ryu Min walked eagerly through a massive, modern revolving door at the main entrance, marveling at the luxury, while Ryu Min walked calmly beside him. At the front reception desk, Ryu Min's eyes widened when a receptionist handed Ryu Min a sleek, black security card, surprised that even an access card was required to enter the building. They were stopped by a professional security guard in a dark coat, who checked the card and confirmed their identity. Ryu Min watched with a bright smile, highly impressed by the strict security of their new home. Stepping into a high-speed elevator, Ryu Min watched the digital display quickly tick up to 42, looking at his older brother with excitement and declaring that this place was absolutely incredible. As the elevator chimed at floor 43, Ryu Min stepped forward, instructing his brother that it was time to get off. They stepped into a massive, open-concept penthouse bathed in natural light. The apartment featured floor-to-ceiling glass windows, a modern kitchen, and sleek, minimalist furniture, leaving Ryu Min entirely breathless. Ryu Min calmly informed him that the place was 100 pyong, which was roughly 3,558 square feet. Ryu Min gasped in shock, questioning if such a massive space wasn't far too big for just the two of them. Ryu Min casually replied that since they had plenty of money, they might as well live in luxury. When Ryu Min asked exactly how much the place had cost, Ryu Min shrugged and answered that he had paid a deposit of 5 billion won, along with a monthly rent of 22 million won. Ryu Min's head began to spin as he stammered in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend a monthly rent of over 20 million won. He muttered that until very recently, even spending 5,000 won on a convenience store lunch had made his heart beat with anxiety. Ryu Min insisted that the apartment was far too expensive, suggesting that it would be much wiser to find a cheaper place to live, while Ryu Min explored the clean, modern kitchen. Ryu Min shook his head, explaining that spending this much was absolutely necessary because the exceptionally tight security was worth every penny. He knew that on the first of every single month, players were forced into a deep state of hypnolepsy as their souls departed, leaving their physical bodies completely defenseless in the real world. During this vulnerable time, players could easily fall victim to unexpected natural disasters, or worse, to ruthless assassins hired by hostile rival players. This was why players had to secure the safest possible environments before leaving for the other world. Ryu Min knew all too well that no matter how powerful or legendary one became in the game, dying in reality meant permanent death. Turning back to his brother, Ryu Min asked once more if he truly liked their new home. Ryu Min sat happily on a marble table, swinging his legs and enthusiastically confirming that he loved it. Ryu Min offered a warm smile of relief, but his expression softened as he noticed Ryu Min's smile fade into a quiet, gloomy look. Ryu Min looked up, his shoulders slumped as he softly apologized to his older brother. He explained that his brother was going to be dragged back to the dangerous otherworld to fight for his life next month, yet he'd been acting so thoughtlessly happy about a fancy apartment. Ryu Min gently placed his hand on his brother's shoulder, asking why he was looking so down and teasingly asking if one he truly believed he wouldn't return for the next round. He patted Ryu Min's shoulder, telling him to stop worrying needlessly and suggesting they go down to the shopping mall's second floor to eat at a highly recommended Korean restaurant. As they walked out, Ryu Min felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He pulled it out, smiling subtly as he realized the persistent bully had finally discovered his old apartment was empty. He decided to ignore the call, knowing they wouldn't cross paths in reality anyway. Slipping the phone back into his coat as the name on the screen kept flashing, he reflected that while they might not meet in the real world, the other world was entirely unpredictable. The very next morning after their move, Ryu Min walked out of his new bedroom, yawning widely and scratching his stomach. Spotting his brother standing by the massive window with a shoulder bag, Ryu Min greeted him, while Ryu Min looked back and asked where he was heading so early. Ryu Min offered a bright, cheerful smile, proudly announcing that he had ordered some traditional rice cakes and was heading out to collect them. Ryu Min looked entirely confused by the sudden errand. Ryu Min's brow furrowed as he watched his brother. He reflected that Ryu Min had never done anything like this in any of his previous timelines. While he knew that regressions never repeated exactly the same way, the sudden purchase of rice cakes felt completely out of character. He asked his brother why he had bought them, and Ryu Min explained that since they had just moved into a new neighborhood, it was proper etiquette to distribute warm rice cakes to their new neighbors, so they would be seen as good people. Ryu Min smiled warmly, agreeing that there was certainly nothing wrong with being good neighbors, and silently praised his brother's thoughtful maturity. Ryu Min suggested that his brother stay behind and rest while he distributed the food, but Ryu Min insisted it would be best for them to introduce themselves together, heading back to his room to quickly change his clothes. A short while later, Ryu Min pressed the doorbell of their first neighbor. After a brief ring, a voice through the intercom speaker asked who was there. Ryu Min held up a plate of steaming rice cakes, introducing them as the new neighbors who had come to offer their greetings. The door clicked open to reveal a friendly, middle-aged woman with her hair tied in a neat ponytail, who welcomed them with a warm smile. Looking at the two of them, the lady noted how much they resembled one another and correctly guessed they were brothers. Ryu Min grinned happily, proudly confirming her guess. He offered her the plate, telling her that they had brought some fresh rice cake for her to enjoy while they were still nice and warm. The woman accepted the gift with a bright smile, thanking them warmly, while Ryu Min offered a polite bow and bid her a good day. At the next door, Ryu Min spoke politely into the intercom, introducing them as the new tenants of Unit 4302. Ryu Min presented another plate of fresh food to the neighbor who opened the door, inviting them to enjoy the treat. Ryu Min offered a warm smile to an elderly neighbor, asking them to kindly look after them in the future. Ryu Min waved cheerfully to a mother and her young son, who bowed politely in return to thank them for the delicious gift. As the elevator display clicked up to floor 44, Ryu Min smiled exhaustion away, noting that there was only one house left on their list and urging his brother to hang in there. Ryu Min chuckled, agreeing that they would finish this last greeting and head home to rest. They walked down the luxurious, carpeted corridor of the penthouse floor. Ryu Min pointed out that this particular floor utilized both the 44th and 45th floors as a single massive unit, prompting Ryu Min to note that the residents must be incredibly wealthy. Ryu Min agreed, musing that the occupant was likely the child of a massive business conglomerate or perhaps a famous celebrity, and reached out to press the doorbell of the grand entrance. They waited in silence. Ryu Min muttered that perhaps the wealthy resident wasn't home, and reached out to press the buzzer once more. Suddenly, the soft click of the lock echoing through the hall caught their attention. Ryu Min turned his head, his eyes widening in sudden, absolute shock as the door began to swing open. Standing at the entrance of the penthouse was a stunningly elegant young woman with long, cascading wavy brown hair, dressed in a beautiful ruffled blouse and a flowing tan skirt. Ryu Min's jaw dropped as he recognized her immediately, gasping the name of the incredibly famous actress, Seo Rin. Ryu Min stared in absolute wonder at the young woman walking down the hallway. He whispered in amazement, noting that she was incredibly beautiful and resembled an angel. Beside him, Ryu Min kept a quiet, watchful eye on the situation. Suddenly, a hand reached out, blocking their path. Sang-cheol stepped forward, his expression stern as he demanded to know who they were, questioning if they were perhaps fans of the actress. Ryu Min remained perfectly composed, crossing his arms and calmly clarifying that they had just moved into the apartment on the floor directly below. Sang-cheol blinked in surprise, echoing the words as he processed the explanation. He noticed the plate in the younger brother's hands, realizing they had simply come to introduce themselves. Ryu Min offered a friendly smile, presenting the fresh rice cakes. Dismissing the offer, Sang-cheol turned back toward the door and flatly stated that she did not consume food of that nature. Ryu Min stood frozen, a look of sudden awkwardness crossing his face. The bodyguard swiped his access card against the digital keypad, A light beep signaling the lock had released. He pulled the door open, politely ushering the actress inside. Co. Rin cast a brief, apologetic glance back at the brothers, murmuring a quiet acknowledgement before stepping through. As the heavy door clicked shut, Ryu Min frowned, quietly noting to himself how incredibly rude the bodyguard had been. Ryu Min patted his brother's shoulder, gently telling him not to worry about people like that. Ryu Won sighed, admitting he was fine, but his eyes still sparkled with lingering excitement. Ryu Won turned to him, practically beaming as he asked if his brother had seen her, declaring the encounter to be absolutely amazing. Ryu Min looked back with a mild, puzzled expression, asking what exactly was so incredible. Ryu Won grabbed him excitedly, insisting that he must have recognized her. He enthusiastically repeated her name, identifying her as the famous actress, Co. Rin. Ryu Min simply blinked, completely blank, and asked who that was. Inside the quiet penthouse, Co. Rin sat on her elegant sofa, looking down at her phone with a heavy, troubled sigh. The digital screens were filled with devastating news reports detailing the tragic deaths of several high-profile South Korean celebrities, noting that only 58% of the public figures pulled into the other world had managed to survive. She stared at the screen, her heart heavy with anxiety as she wondered what was becoming of their world. A message from a fellow actress popped up on her screen, asking if she had heard the grim news. The message confirmed that another of their senior colleagues had passed away. Co. Rin typed a quiet reply, agreeing to attend the funeral scheduled for the following day to pay her respects to the person who had once looked after them so kindly. Setting her phone down, she felt a cold shiver of dread. She realized that even prominent, influential colleagues who were far more capable than her had failed to survive the very first round. She knew with absolute certainty that if she had not been fortunate enough to receive a rune, her own name would have been listed among the deceased in those very news reports. She let out a quiet, bitter sigh, mockingly thinking to herself that she must have indeed become quite famous, considering she simply took it for granted that her death would be nationwide news. She questioned if she would have made it this far at all without the critical corporate sponsorships that had secured her this safe, luxurious penthouse. As she brooded, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed across the polished floor. On Sang-cheol walked into the room, gently asking what she was thinking about. Startled out of her thoughts, Co. Rin quickly composed herself, insisting it was nothing. The bodyguard sat down on the sofa nearby, offering a reassuring smile and telling her she could speak freely, promising he was always ready to listen to her concerns. She looked away, confessing that she was simply overwhelmed by how rapidly the world was changing, and found herself constantly worrying about how she would manage to survive the impending next round. Sang-cheol firmly told her not to worry about the upcoming trial, reminding her that he was by her side and questioning what reason she had to be anxious. He urged her to stop overthinking, assuring her she could always rely entirely on his protection. Touched by his loyalty, Co. Rin offered a warm, genuine smile, agreeing that there was no one else she trusted more. Privately, she recalled that when her management company had first assigned him as her personal bodyguard, she had been incredibly wary, suspecting he was there to monitor her every move. Yet those doubts had vanished during the horrors of their first trial, where they had fought side by side against bloodthirsty monsters. If he had not been there to protect her, she would have surely perished in that brutal first round. Sang-cheol looked at her with absolute resolve, vowing to protect her no matter what obstacles lay ahead and urging her never to lose hope. Co. Rin smiled softly, expressing her deep, sincere gratitude for his presence. Later, as they sat on the sunny outdoor terrace, she casually brought up their new neighbors from downstairs, admitting that the fresh rice cakes they brought had looked delicious. Sang-cheol immediately frowned, warning her she would gain weight eating such heavy food. She pointed out that the young men were simply trying to be polite, expressing concern that his cold rejection might have hurt their feelings. Sang-cheol dismissively scoffed, insisting their gesture was far from pure kindness. He argued that the neighbors undoubtedly had an ulterior motive, claiming they would have become a constant nuisance if they had accepted the food. CEO Rin remained quiet, privately recalling the gentle expressions of the two brothers and doubting they harbored any malicious intent. She noted that one of them appeared to be over 15 years old, meaning he had also successfully killed 100 goblins and survived the trial. Sang Chiol shrugged, admitting that was likely the case. She marveled at the thought, expressing her deep admiration that someone who had endured such an incredibly traumatic ordeal could look so entirely calm and unfazed. The bodyguard let out a dry chuckle, pointing out that she had also cleared the trial. He claimed that defeating 100 goblins was a simple task, arrogantly stating that those who fail were merely fools. CEO Rin stared at him, acknowledging his impressive skills and her thoughts, yet she knew there was a stark limit to his abilities. His strength paled in comparison to the legendary player she had witnessed in the arena, the devastating force known as Black Scythe. She recalled how effortlessly that dark figure had cleaved through the monster horde, almost making her feel pity for the goblins. She wondered what kind of life he led in the real world, finding herself wishing desperately that she could partner with him, knowing her survival in the second round would be absolutely guaranteed by his side. Her expression grew solemn as she clutched her arms, harboring deep doubts about whether her luck would hold out for the challenges yet to come. The days passed quickly, and soon it was the morning of Tuesday, January 31st. By 11 o'clock in the forenoon, Ryu Min was busy vacuuming the pristine living room of their luxurious penthouse apartment. The front door chimed, and Ryu Min stepped inside, calling out to his brother. Ryu Min turned around with a bright smile, warmly welcoming him back home. Ryu Min immediately asked if he had successfully claimed the funds. Ryu Min nodded casually, revealing he had secured about 15 billion won, though privately he noted it was slightly less than the 17 billion won he had walked away with in his previous life. Ryu Min gasped in disbelief, jokingly asking if the bank staff had raised any suspicions, pointing out that this was already his fourth time claiming a massive jackpot. Ryu Min offered a sheepish laugh. He recalled the absolute shock on bank president Kwon Juno's face when Ryu Min had walked into his office yet again. The bewildered president had desperately begged to know his secret, to which Ryu Min had simply repeated his standard excuse about the winning numbers appearing to him in a vivid dream. The older gentleman had lamented his own lack of such prophetic dreams. In the present, Ryu Min offered his brother a dry, knowing smile. Ryu Min eagerly inquired if his brother planned to reinvest the entire sum into Bitcoin once more. Ryu Min confirmed his plan, casually noting that their total investment had already ballooned to a staggering 150 billion won. Ryu Min looked anxious, suggesting that perhaps they should sell their holdings, admitting he was terrified that the highly volatile market might crash at any moment. Ryu Min offered a calm, confident smile, telling him the time wasn't right yet. He reassured his brother that he had everything completely under control, urging him not to worry before suggesting they head out to get some lunch. They enjoyed a peaceful meal together at an upscale restaurant, enjoying the beautiful city view. Later that evening, they strolled back to their apartment building, carrying groceries and chatting happily under the dark night sky. As midnight approached on the final day of January, the brothers gathered in the bedroom. At 5 minutes before 12, Ryu Min lay prepared in bed, while Ryu Min sat anxiously by his side, holding his hand. Ryu Min squeezed his hand tightly, his voice trembling as he pleaded with his older brother to promise he would return from the trial alive. Ryu Min offered a confident grin, ruffling his own hair as he reminded his brother that he had easily overpowered dangerous opponents in the past. Still, Ryu Min looked deeply worried. Ryu Min reached out, gently patting his younger brother's head and ruffling his hair, urging him to get some restful sleep instead of stressing over imaginary dangers. He promised that the moment Ryu Min woke up, he would be right there waiting for him, offering a warm farewell as the final seconds ticked away. In an instant, a brilliant, crackling pillar of golden light enveloped Ryu Min, pulling his soul away. Across the realm, countless beams of light rained down upon a dark, mist-shrouded forest as the players materialized. The participants looked around in sheer bewilderment, gasping as they realized they had been pulled back into the survival game. They murmured in confusion, quickly noting that this dark forest was entirely different from the grassy plains of the first trial. Suddenly, one of the players gasped, pointing into the crowd. Whispers erupted through the gathering as they recognized the legendary player standing in their midst, identifying him as the top-ranked survivor of the previous round, Black Scythe. Ryu Min walked calmly through the parting crowd, keeping his gaze steady. He noted in his thoughts that his reputation had clearly preceded him, as the other players deliberately kept a respectful, fearful distance from him. He surveyed the gathering, noting that almost everyone had arrived. He quietly wondered when the overseer would make her grand entrance, his red eyes narrowing in anticipation. Suddenly, the gloomy sky flared with a brilliant, blinding light as white feathers drifted gracefully down. A majestic, winged figure draped in gold and white garments descended from the heavens. The players gasped in surprise, instantly realizing this was an entirely different celestial being. The newly arrived deity, Angel Olivia, addressed the crowd in a booming, resonant voice, explaining that the angel previously in charge of their sector had suffered an unfortunate accident and was unable to attend. The players muttered in confusion, stunned by the mention of an accident. Angel Olivia smiled down at them, her gold-ringed eyes shining beneath her white veil as she told the trembling humans there was no need to panic. Her gentle smile quickly contorted into a sinister, dark grin as she let out a quiet giggle, announcing that she would be their guide from this moment forward. Spreading her massive, glowing wings against the darkened sky, she declared that since everyone had successfully gathered, she would now reveal the deadly quest for round 2. Golden quest screens rained down from the sky as soft chimes echoed across the battlefield, freezing every player in place. The system declared the start of the next phase, the second round's main quest. Choose a single zone representative within the next 3 hours. Across all zones, 900,514,645 participants remained, and not a single one had passed. In Ryu Min's current zone, S45-5, 5,143 players stood under the glowing sky, and again, 0 out of 5,143 had cleared the round. The players stared up at the shimmering text, murmuring amongst themselves in growing confusion. Some asked what a zone representative even meant, while others frowned, having braced themselves for another desperate fight to the death against monsters. One player pointed at the interface, voice trembling with excitement as he noted that the number of past participants was still at 0, igniting hopeful whispers that maybe, just maybe, everyone could survive this round together. High above the crowd floated Angel Olivia, her wings gently stirring the air as she regarded the chaos below with a soft, mocking chuckle. Watching their baffled faces, she smiled behind her veil, as if amused by their ignorance, and remarked that they clearly needed her personal guidance to understand the rules. She lifted a slender, pale finger toward the sky, drawing every eye to her. In a clear, melodic voice, she explained that this trial was not a combat round. There would be no monsters to slay this time. Their only objective was simple: choose one representative for their designated zone. A glowing blue crest appeared beside her, depicting a crowned warrior brandishing a sword, radiating authority. Olivia's tone dropped, laced with a twisted sweetness, as she explained that whoever became the zone representative would gain absolute power, the right to issue commands that every other player would be forced to obey, under penalty of instant death for defiance. She giggled softly, the sound both musical and unsettling, and asked if they were not utterly impressed by such overwhelming power. Below, the crowd fell into a tense silence. Sweat beaded on brows, eyes darting from the crest to one another, unease simmering beneath the surface despite the absence of immediate danger. Then, with cool finality, Angel Olivia announced that the voting would begin exactly 3 hours from now. She urged them to use that time wisely and decide who would bear the weight and the privilege of leading their zone. From within the crowd, a green-haired youth hesitantly raised his hand, voice wavering as he called out to her. He asked if that was truly everything, if there were no hidden tests, no last-minute twists waiting to kill them when their guard was down. Olivia turned her gaze toward him, her smile widening into something eerie beneath the veil. She calmly confirmed that yes, this was all. Casting a vote alone would be enough to pass the round and return home safely. With honeyed words, she framed it as a rest round, a merciful reprieve after the horrors of the first trial. The tension snapped like a broken string. The crowd erupted into cheers and relieved laughter, some players dropping to their knees in gratitude. They praised the system for finally giving them an easy round, giddy that they would not have to risk their lives again, at least not today. While everyone else celebrated, Ryu Min stood perfectly still, eyes distant and unreadable, untouched by the wave of joy washing through the masses. Olivia gave them a final command, telling them to spend the next 3 hours discussing potential candidates before she vanished. Her radiant form dissolved into a shower of golden light, drifting away like embers on the wind. In her wake, a massive, glowing countdown appeared in the sky. Time remaining until voting, 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Excitement rippled through the players as they clustered into groups, voices rising in animated chatter. Some argued over ideal leadership traits, while others daydreamed about the absolute authority the chosen representative would gain. To many, this round was no longer about survival. It was about power. Off to the side, arms crossed and jaw clenched, Ryu Min let out a sharp, irritated growl. He complained loudly that he had come prepared for a real fight, for blood and monsters, only to be handed a glorified popularity contest. To him, this so-called peaceful round felt like a waste of his strength. His companion tried to calm him down, insisting that they should be grateful. Living through a round without risking their lives was a blessing. But Ryu Min snapped back, scowling, furious that he had funneled all of his attribute points into strength, and now had nothing to hit. From a short distance away, Ryu Min quietly watched the exchange, saying nothing. Ryu Min's grumbling told him everything he needed to know. Based on that reckless focus on strength, Ryu Min concluded that his former classmate had acquired the rune of strength, just as he remembered from before. As Ryu Min observed the unfolding scene, a cold, familiar realization settled over him. The players' reactions, Ryu Min's build, the structure of the quest, it was all the same. Everything was unfolding exactly as it had in his previous regressions, down to the smallest detail. Around him, the crowd was already breaking off into groups, ready to spend hours arguing about qualifications and leadership. Ryu Min knew those discussions were nothing but a distraction. Without a second thought, he turned his back on them and slipped away into the depths of the forest, intent on pursuing the true objective of this round, the hidden path to class selection. Branches rustled beneath his boots as Ryu Min pushed deeper into the shadowed woods. With a smooth motion, he drew his glowing blue dagger, its blade catching the faint light as his eyes hardened with razor-sharp focus. This round, to everyone else, was about voting. To him, the real trial was simple. Reach level 10 and unlock his class. He knew exactly what he needed to do. To secure the class he wanted, there could be no wasted time. When he spotted a red-hooded goblin lurking in the bushes, its painted face twisted with malice, Ryu Min didn't hesitate. He raised his weapon and made a small, inviting gesture, silently urging the creature to come at him. The goblin shrieked and lunged, brandishing its crude weapon. But Ryu Min's body moved faster than its eyes could track. In a single, fluid motion, his dagger flashed through the air, carving a clean path through the monster. The goblin collapsed to the forest floor before it even realized it had been cut. A glowing notification appeared before him as the corpse hit the ground, registering the defeat of a hobgoblin and a current kill count of 1 out of 100. An experience buff flared to life. His gained experience increased by plus 9%, his gold rewards boosted by plus 15%, and all of his stats rose by 1% under the relentless power of the Rune of Slaughter. Ryu Min looked down at the fallen creature, a faint, satisfied smile tugging at his lips. Venturing deep into the forest had been the right call. Where there was one goblin, there was always a nest, and where there was a nest, there was experience. His expectations were quickly met. Emerging from the tangled underbrush, a pack of goblins with glowing crimson eyes surrounded him, weapons raised and snarls rumbling in their throats. To anyone else, the sight would have been terrifying. To Ryu Min, it was an opportunity. Rather than retreat, he smiled, a cold, confident curl of his lips. Then he moved. He launched himself into the fray, his dagger a streak of blue light as he slipped through the goblin pack like a phantom. Steel flashed, bodies fell, and every motion flowed into the next. Parries, counterattacks, killing blows, each executed with lethal precision, each goblin cut down before it could even scream. The air filled with a rapid succession of notifications. His kill counts surged, climbing to 5 out of 100. The rune of slaughter responded, amplifying his power. His stats rose by 50%, and a system message confirmed it. He had leveled up. Breathing steady, Ryu Min paused only for a moment. He wiped a smear of dark blood from his cheek and lifted his gaze to the glowing timer. 30 minutes had already slipped away. 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 24 seconds remained before voting began. With a brief mental command, he called up his status window. His updated profile materialized before him. Name, Ryu Min. Nickname, Black Scythe. Rank, Beginner. Level 9. Class, None. Titles, Last Time Regressor and First Ever Angel Slayer, both hidden. His stats showed strength at +4, intelligence at +4, agility at +18, and luck at +4, with 8 unassigned stat points waiting. Seeing how far he had pushed himself already, Ryu Min felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. He was on track. He didn't waste time deliberating. He immediately poured all 8 stat points into agility. For most players, stacking nothing but strength might have seemed tempting, especially for someone like Hwang Yong-min with a powerful rune to back it up. But Ryu Min knew better. Such a reckless approach was a death sentence for the majority. He reminded himself that it didn't matter how overwhelming a warrior's strength was if they were too slow to dodge a high-level attack. In the end, a single blow could still end them. As his calculations settled in his mind, he glanced back at his numbers. His agility now stood at 30. His thoughts flowed naturally into analysis. Agility controlled attack speed, movement speed, and evasion. Luck influenced critical hit rates, item drops, and gold gains. Strength governed raw physical damage, stamina, and defense, while intelligence dictated magical power and mental processing speed. Every stat, in its own way, was vital. But Ryu Min's ambitions went far beyond basic survival. In his mind, he could already see his end goal, the legendary Grim Reaper class. That class demanded a devastating mix of both physical and magical damage. To reach it, he would need balance. Eventually, every attribute would need to rise together. A faint rustle cut through his thoughts like a blade. Ryu Min's eyes narrowed, his senses sharpening. Someone was moving through the trees behind him, stealthy and cautious. This wasn't part of the script he knew. In all his previous lives, no one had followed him here. He turned with lethal speed, pointing his blood-stained dagger toward the shadows. His voice was cold and uncompromising as he ordered the hidden figure to step out and state their identity and purpose. Silence hung heavy for a heartbeat. Then, with a nervous rustle, a figure emerged from behind a large tree, hands raised in surrender. She called out to him in a flustered rush, apologizing, and Ryu Min's eyes widened as he recognized her face. It was Seo Arin, the famous actress. For a moment, even he was taken aback. Seo Arin, a celebrity, had followed him into the depths of a monster-infested forest. She bowed her head, trembling slightly, stammering an apology for tailing him. Before she could explain further, another presence stepped out of the brush, moving to shield her with practiced ease. The man offered a polite bow, introducing himself and apologizing on both their behalf. He insisted they meant no harm. A glowing name tag confirmed what Ryu Min already suspected. This was on Sang-cheol. Recognition struck like a spark in dry tinder. On Sang-cheol, the right-hand man, the chief lieutenant of Ma Giant Rock. Memories from past regressions surged within Ryu Min Ma Giant Rock. The powerful conglomerate heir played under the username Heavenly Demon and was destined to become one of the most dangerous figures in the game, and one of Ryu Min's key targets. An alliance with him would dramatically accelerate Ryu Min's plans, especially since he needed to recruit a specific priest class tied to Ma Giant Rock for the final 20th round. Yet here, so early in the game, was his trusted lieutenant, acting as CO, Arin's bodyguard. Ryu Min's mind raced. He recalled seeing on Sang-cheol in a sharp suit, standing beside the actress in the real world just the day before. The connection between Ma Giant Rock's corporation and CO Arin now made sense. Their worlds had overlapped long before the game began. He pushed aside the tangled speculation. Right now, what mattered was that his carefully memorized timeline had been disrupted. Fixing them with a cold gaze, he demanded to know how long they had been following him. CO Arin confessed that they had followed him from the very beginning, ever since they witnessed him entering the dark forest, offering another sincere apology for upsetting him. Ryu Min asked for their true motive. She quickly explained that they meant no harm and simply wanted to present him with an important offer. She noted his legendary achievement of securing first place in the opening round of the game. With a hopeful, earnest expression, she proposed that they join forces and form a team together. Ryu Min let out a mocking smirk, coldly pointing out that a team was only useful if they possessed some form of utility that was actually beneficial to him. CO Arin fell silent, unable to argue. Ryu Min flatly rejected her proposal, stating he had absolutely no need for their assistance and telling them to stop wasting his valuable hunting time and go back. He turned his back on them, walking deeper into the dark forest while reiterating his complete lack of interest in forming any alliances. On Sang-cheol watched him walk away, scowling in irritation and muttering about the player's extreme arrogance. Overwhelmed by the intense encounter, CO Arin collapsed to her knees, breathing heavily. She noted that his terrifying, suffocating aura proved he had earned his top-ranking status for a reason. On Sang-cheol scoffed, arguing that anyone would appear intimidating when holding a lethal weapon to someone's face. CO Arin sighed in deep disappointment, lamenting that her plans to secure an alliance with the strongest player had failed completely. The bodyguard reminded her of his previous warning, pointing out that players of his caliber possessed massive egos and preferred to operate entirely alone. CO Arin reluctantly agreed. On Sang-cheol grumbled that their only real mistake was wasting precious time tracking him. Looking at the surrounding carcasses, CO Arin noted she had not expected monsters to reside in these woods, suggesting they spend their remaining time hunting. On Sang-cheol agreed that it was a solid strategy, and they set off together to begin their own hunt. Deep within the misty canopy, a solitary goblin prowled through the thick foliage, looking around warily. In a sudden flash of movement, Ryu Min dropped from the branches above, his eyes burning red as he scoffed at the absurd notion of forming a team when he was already busy with his own goals. With a clean, ruthless slash, he took down the monster, keeping his focus entirely on his need to level up. Another notification rang out as he cleared the area, informing him that he had defeated another hobgoblin and pushed his kill count to 60 out of 100, while all of his stats surged by 60% under the power of the Rune of Slaughter. Suddenly, a massive pack of beastly gnolls armed with heavy axes and hammers closed in around him. But instead of panicking, Ryu Min only smiled broadly, calling it incredible luck as the first beast lunged at him. The creatures leapt high into the air in a perfectly synchronized assault, descending on him with their weapons raised. In response, he unleashed a devastating, sweeping slash, a brilliant crescent of blue energy tearing through their ranks in a single motion. As the dust finally settled over the obliterated beast pack, the system registered his 65th kill and boosted his attributes by 65%. A brilliant flash of light confirmed his level up, bathing the forest in blinding radiance. The system's voice echoed in his mind, declaring that he had fulfilled the conditions for class selection and was now level 10. The message repeating itself as if to hammer the truth into his very soul. As Ryu Min defeated the final beast, several quiet system notifications chimed softly in the air, confirming his rapid progress. He had leveled up, reached level 10, fulfilled the conditions for class change, unlocked access to the shop, and even triggered a hidden subquest. He stood calmly amidst the quiet woods, noting to himself that it was finally time to execute his planned transformation. A sleek notification window materialized before him, detailing the requirements of the hidden challenge. In the second-round subquest, he had to change his class before voting began by retrieving a class change item and obtaining a class, with the promise of a 50% discount coupon for that day's shop item if he succeeded. Ryu Min knew that most players who encountered this subquest for the first time were completely unprepared. He remembered how they inevitably fell into total confusion. All across the zone, bewildered players stared blankly at their floating screens, wondering how they were supposed to find a class change item when they had assumed they only needed to level up, growing frustrated by the complete lack of information about what classes even existed. Ryu Min reflected on the hidden mechanics of the game. While everyone understood that acquiring a class was incredibly beneficial, the system never clearly explained how to obtain the required item. Instead, players had to fulfill very specific class-themed conditions. For example, to become a warrior, a player needed to raise their strength stat to 10 and slay 30 monsters within a single hour. In the same way, anyone who wanted to walk the path of a berserker had to hunt nonstop for an hour while actively bleeding, embracing reckless, blood-soaked aggression. To unlock the assassin class, a player was required to land multiple successful surprise attacks from behind, striking from the shadows. The class change item would only appear when a player's actions perfectly embodied the nature of that role. He recalled his very first regression, when he had spent all his time chasing monsters and running for his life, and as a result naturally ended up receiving the hunter class. But after discovering the existence and overwhelming potential of the Grim Reaper class, he had reshaped his every move to satisfy its dark conditions. Now, his efforts bore fruit as a glowing, golden class change token materialized before him, and he calmly reached out to catch it in his hand. Clutching the token, he issued a silent command to use it, and a new set of system messages appeared at once, warning him that he had activated the class change item and would not be able to change his class again, so he needed to decide carefully. Then the final prompt surfaced before his eyes, asking one decisive question. Would he like to change to the Grim Reaper class? Knowing his path was already set, he immediately selected yes. A brilliant, blinding column of golden light erupted around him as the system confirmed his decision, declaring that he had successfully switched to the Grim Reaper class. The golden radiance slowly deepened into a dark, ominous crimson as his class rewards materialized before his eyes. A new message announced that he had received the Grim Reaper's rune as a reward for changing his class. Its effects were extraordinary. When wielding a scythe, his weapon's attack damage would be doubled, and at night his attack speed would increase by 50%. Moreover, if he remained still under the cover of darkness, the chances of enemies detecting him would be drastically reduced, turning him into a near-invisible predator of the night. The system notified him that the newly acquired rune would automatically imprint itself onto his body. A heavy, dark red aura swirled around him as the mark took hold, seeping into his very being. Moments later, another alert appeared, announcing that he had received the Grim Reaper's scythe as a reward to commemorate his class change. Ryu Min confirmed his rune and weapon were secure. For clearing the hidden trial, he earned a 50% discount and advanced from beginner to apprentice. Reviewing the ranks, from level 1 to level 99, he saw each step unlocked new class abilities. A system notification confirmed his new ability, Seal of Death, which marked a single target, revealed its health, and doubled his damage. He then examined the Grim Reaper's scythe, a rare weapon with 25 attack power that gained up to 5 extra damage per hit and boasted full durability. Difficult for beginners, yet perfect in his hands. Ryu Min knew that failing to transition to a class would leave a player permanently stuck at the beginner rank, making an early change absolutely vital. Just then, an unexpected, world-first notification chimed. He had been confirmed as the very first player to change class, and as a reward for this feat, he received a random gold pouch. He smiled as the system rewarded his achievement with the skill tracking, earned for being the first to change class. It let him locate a target using their face and nickname, and was worth 20,000 gold. He decided to put his valuable new skill to use immediately. Activating the ability, he focused on the face and name of his former bully, locking his thoughts on a Ryu Min. The system instantly registered a perfect match and began tracking. A moment later, the tracking interface confirmed the target. It had successfully located the player Ryu Min, noting that the distance between them was only 190 meters. A glowing blue path unfurled along the forest floor, an arrow of light pointing the way toward his position. Ryu Min frowned at how close he was. If Ryu Min was already within that short distance, it meant the bully had also pushed deep into the forest, far earlier than expected. He recalled that in every one of his previous regressions, Ryu Min had remained over 2,000 meters away at this stage of the round. This deviation from the timeline left a sour taste in his mouth. Unwilling to ignore the change, Ryu Min dashed through the trees, following the luminous trail. Meanwhile, deeper within the dark woods, Seo Rin and On Sangchul were running for their lives, lungs burning and legs trembling. At last, the actress's strength gave out. She caught her foot on a root and crashed hard onto the forest floor. Clutching her leg, she gasped that she couldn't run anymore. On Sangchul dropped to her side, urging her to stand, his voice low and urgent as he warned that their pursuers would show no mercy if they caught up. He tried to help her up, but she cried out, wincing as she explained that the arrow wound in her leg felt like it was on fire, the pain surging with every attempt to move. On Sangchul forced his voice to remain steady as he tried to reassure her. He reasoned that injuries sustained in the other world should not carry over to their real bodies, and that the only thing that mattered now was surviving this round so they could make it back home alive. Summoning her resolve, she promised she would endure it somehow, but her fragile hope shattered when a cold, mocking voice drifted out from the shadows. Ryu Min emerged from the thicket, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he ridiculed their pathetic attempt to flee. Seo Rin and On Sangchul froze in horror as he stepped fully into the clearing, flanked by 3 armed gang members at his back. Ryu Min's grin widened as he eyed the injured actress, asking with venomous delight if her wound wasn't hurting enough yet. On Sangchul ground his teeth in silent fury, bitterly blaming the injured actress for slowing them down enough to be cornered. Realizing he had no choice but to defend them, he gripped his dagger tightly, a golden defensive aura swirling around his hand. Ryu Min let out a mocking whistle at the gesture. The bully smiled smugly, asking the older man if he truly intended to fight their entire group. Ryu Min gestured to his companions, who were snickering as they readied their daggers and bows, telling the bodyguard to count their numbers and reconsider his odds. On Sangchul demanded to know why they were being targeted, shouting that they had done nothing wrong. Ryu Min simply blinked in mock surprise. The bully readily agreed, prompting the bodyguard to ask why they continued to relentlessly attack other survivors. Ryu Min grinned, explaining that they were simply trying to acquire something valuable. He pointed his finger directly at the terrified girl, revealing that the actress was their target. Seo Rin stood frozen in fear. He dismissively told the bodyguard that they had no interest in him, confirming their target was indeed Seo Rin. Behind him, the gang members murmured among themselves, questioning if the girl was truly the celebrity or if someone was simply using her likeness and name. Another companion crudely dismissed the concern, laughing that it made no difference either way, leaving Seo Rin trembling with fear and disgust. Ryu Min offered a deal, promising to let the bodyguard leave safely if he simply abandoned the actress and walked away. Sang-cheol sweated profusely, privately reflecting that if the gang had made their intentions clear from the start, he would have gladly abandoned her to save himself. He glared back at the trembling girl, silently resolving that he had absolutely no intention of sacrificing his life for her. However, he hesitated as a crucial thought crossed his mind. Failing to protect the sponsored actress would undoubtedly bring deep disappointment to his employer, Ma Jianrock. Noting his defensive stance, Ryu Min mocked his hesitation, asking if he still intended to put up a fight. Sang-cheol warned them that their actions constituted a serious crime. Ryu Min was momentarily stunned before bursting into a fit of mocking laughter. He mocked the bodyguard's foolishness, laughing that there was no law in this world and challenging him to report them to the police once they returned to reality. He smugly reminded the older man that there would be absolutely no proof of their actions, pointing out that their virtual avatars might not even resemble their real-world faces. Sang-cheol ground his teeth, forced to admit to himself that the bully's infuriating logic was entirely correct. Recognizing that threats would not save them, he prepared to fight despite his injuries. Suddenly, a sharp rustle of leaves nearby caught his attention. Sang-cheol turned toward the sound and gasped. Ryu Min's companions fell back in terror as they recognized the dark figure leaning casually against a tree. The top-ranked player, Black Scythe. Even Ryu Min's confidence faltered, a cold sweat breaking out on his neck as he wondered how the legendary warrior had managed to slip into the clearing completely unnoticed. Ryu Min stepped forward, his voice completely calm as he asked the group what they were doing. Ryu Min tried to dismiss him, telling the stranger to mind his own business. Ryu Min glared back with glowing red eyes, coldly stating that he was not speaking to him before demanding an explanation from the bodyguard. Sang-cheol desperately explained that the gang had attacked them to capture the actress. He begged Black Scythe for aid, promising to richly reward him in exchange for his protection. Ryu Min scowled in annoyance. Ryu Min turned his gaze back to the gang, asking if the bodyguard's explanation was true. Ryu Min snapped back, telling him once more to stay out of it. Ryu Min nervously demanded to know why he was interfering. Ryu Min replied that it concerned him because he knew the victims. With a sudden burst of power, he drew his massive, dark red Grim Reaper's scythe, the violent energy crackling around him as he declared that he could not simply abandon injured acquaintances, leaving the bully trembling in absolute terror. Relieved to see their unexpected savior, Seo Arin whispered the legendary warrior's name in awe. Beside her, Sang-cheol stammered out his heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, Ryu Min gritted his teeth, his arrogant composure instantly faltering as he realized who stood before him. Ryu Min stood tall, resting his massive scythe on his shoulder, surrounded by a heavy, crimson aura. Privately, he admitted to himself that he had not intervened out of pure altruism. He fully expected to benefit from this confrontation. He glanced back at Sang-cheol, reasoning that saving Ma Jianrock's trusted chief lieutenant would allow him to build a valuable rapport with the powerful conglomerate heir. If a prominent heir like Ma Jianrock became deeply indebted to him, the long-term rewards and repayments would inevitably snowball and return to him on a massive, world-changing scale. He began to trudge toward the gang, his heavy footsteps echoing in the quiet forest clearing. He inwardly noted that he had never liked Ryu Min and his cruel gang in any of his previous lives. Flustered and sweating, Ryu Min demanded to know why he was approaching, while his companions backed away in terror, pleading with him to stay back. The bully desperately threatened to kill him if he took another step, but Ryu Min maintained a chilling, absolute silence as he kept moving forward. Ryu Min let out a quiet, mocking chuckle, his eyes narrowing as he smirked, and asked if they had suddenly lost their desire to fight him. Ryu Min gritted his teeth in silent fury, inwardly cursing at the absurd question. He vividly remembered watching this monster of a player effortlessly slaughtering hordes of goblins during the first trial. He knew that this man had secured the absolute first place globally in the previous round, and wondered who in their right mind would ever want to challenge such an unstoppable monster. Spotting the fear in the bully's eyes, Ryu Min told them to simply be honest if they were too terrified to face him. With a swift movement, his massive scythe dissolved into dark red particles, vanishing back into his inventory. Hwang Yongmin swallowed hard, keeping his gaze locked on the empty hands of the legendary player. After a tense silence, he hesitantly asked if admitting his fear would guarantee their safe release. Ryu Min crossed his arms, offering a playful, mocking smile. He casually suggested he might consider it, but only if Hwang Yongmin got down on his knees and earnestly begged for his life. Hwang Yongmin's expression darkened, his pride wounded as he wondered if this player was truly demanding that he humiliate himself. He felt a surge of bitter resentment, realizing he was being ordered to beg in front of his entire gang and the famous actress they had just been terrorizing. While he desperately wanted to avoid a lethal confrontation with the top-ranked survivor, the intense humiliation was rapidly pushing him past his limit. Suddenly, realization struck him. He remembered his immense power-up in the real world, where he had easily shattered a solid brick wall. He wondered if his nuclear punch might be strong enough to send the legendary warrior flying. A smug, confident grin returned to his face. Hwang Yongmin cracked his knuckles, sneering that the arrogant player had gone completely overboard. He slowly dropped to the ground, as if preparing to kneel, mockingly echoing the demand before suddenly glaring up with pure malice and asking if the youth wanted to die. Privately, he congratulated himself on the clever ruse, planning to quickly close the gap and catch the weaponless player off guard with a devastating blow to the face. He lunged forward in a sudden, explosive burst. He pulled his massive fist back, fully confident that no human player could possibly withstand his wall-crushing physical force. As he closed the distance, Hwang Yongmin stared in disbelief as the legendary player calmly dismissed his already summoned weapon, storing it away and remaining completely still. Ryu Min simply smiled, holding out an open palm and casually explaining that since his opponent wanted a hand-to-hand fight, it would be unfair to use a weapon. He dryly noted that an easy, effortless victory held no excitement. Hwang Yongmin let out a nervous laugh, gritting his teeth as he assumed the arrogant player was simply making a foolish mistake. Before the bully could even swing, Ryu Min vanished, reappearing directly in front of him in a blur of supernatural speed. Hwang Yongmin sneered at the seemingly reckless move, labeling him a moron for closing the distance without a weapon, and screamed as he unleashed his full force in a devastating punch. However, Ryu Min effortlessly slipped past the giant fist, leaving the bully staring in absolute disbelief as his ultimate attack struck nothing but empty air. Seizing the opening, Ryu Min delivered a brutal, lightning-fast kick directly to Hwang Yongmin's midsection. The sheer force of the impact sent the heavily muscled bully crashing backward through the air, sending him tumbling across the dirt. Ryu Min landed gracefully, while Hwang Yongmin groaned in pain, clutching his stomach and gasping out a desperate curse. Ryu Min stepped forward, calmly telling him to cease the profanity. With a swift, merciless motion, Ryu Min delivered a sharp kick directly to the bully's face, dryly noting that his ears were starting to rot from the constant swearing as Hwang Yongmin let out a pained scream. The bully collapsed back onto the ground, clutching his bloodied nose as Ryu Min slowly paced toward his trembling form. Ryu Min grabbed him by the collar, unleashing a rapid, unrelenting barrage of heavy punches that left the bully completely defenseless. As the devastating blows rained down, Hwang Yongmin whimpered in agony, realizing with horror that these attacks felt less like human fists and more like heavy iron hammers. Through his fading consciousness, he tried to comprehend how the supposedly weak youth could possibly possess such overwhelming physical power. He knew with certainty that Ryu Min did not possess his rare strength-boosting rune, leaving him utterly baffled by the source of this devastating force. Tossed aside like a broken doll, Hwang Yongmin lay motionless, Terrified and furious, his companions yelled his name, desperately shouting for their archer to target the legendary player. The archer released a glowing, high-speed projectile directly at him. Co Arin screamed a desperate warning, but Ryu Min effortlessly stepped aside in a blur of movement, letting the arrow whistle harmlessly past. Panicked, the archer scrambled to notch another arrow, screaming in terror. But Ryu Min was already closing the distance, weaving through the trees with supernatural speed. He materialized directly in front of the archer, mockingly noting that shooting static monsters must have made him overconfident, leaving the boy gasping in sheer shock. In a flash of dark crimson energy, Ryu Min summoned his massive scythe back into his hands, his eyes burning with lethal intent. He declared that meeting him meant the boy's luck had officially run out, delivering a brutal, sweeping slash that severed the archer's hand in a spray of blood. The boy collapsed onto the forest floor, clutching his severed limb and screaming in absolute agony. The remaining two companions trembled violently, their faces pale with terror as they tried to bolster their failing courage with empty threats. One of them screamed a desperate curse, lunging forward in a final, suicidal attempt to strike down the legendary player. Ryu Min offered a cold, mocking smirk, noting his doubts about their threat. He softly activated his new skill, Seal of Death, and a pulsating red eye mark materialized directly on the attacker's forehead. With a devastating, fluid motion, he swung his massive scythe in a wide crescent of dark crimson energy, the terrifying blade slicing through the air toward his target. Ryu Min's sweeping strike seared through the air. The massive blade of his scythe cleaved cleanly through the lower legs of the lunging gang member, leaving him falling in a spray of blood. The bald gang member collapsed to the grass, screaming in agony. His armored companion recoiled in terror, shouting about his friend's leg. In a flash of blinding speed, Ryu Min lunged directly toward the remaining attacker. Ryu Min cornered the armored man, towering over him with absolute authority. He coldly observed that because the man chose to approach an opponent with a weapon drawn, he had to be fully prepared to face the consequences. With a swift, merciless swing of his scythe, Ryu Min severed the armored gang member's hand, prompting a desperate, agonizing scream from the wounded youth. As the severed hand hit the dirt, Co Arin gasped in absolute shock, watching the brutal display. Above the target, the glowing crimson mark of the Seal of Death slowly dissolved. Ryu Min quietly observed that the skill's double damage multiplier was more than enough to completely bypass the opponent's protective armor. The clearing fell silent save for the whimpering of the defeated gang members. The archer wept nearby. The legless man writhed in the grass, and the armored youth clutched his bleeding arm. Ryu Min looked down at the carnage, privately noting that the battle had been far too easy. Ryu Min stood in quiet profile, staring out at the forest. Even though he had easily neutralized the immediate threat, he knew he could not simply leave things as they were. Gripping the staff of his weapon, he resolved to plant a deep, inescapable sense of terror in the hearts of his enemies, ensuring they would never dare to cross his path again. The defeated boys wept and begged for mercy. The armored gang member sobbed hysterically, pleading with Ryu Min to stop because he felt like he was dying, desperately begging to be allowed to live. Ryu Min remained entirely unmoved by their tears, telling them to stop whining. He coldly assured them they would not die from such wounds alone before executing another precise sweep, cleanly slicing off the armored youth's other limb as the boy shrieked in terror. Turning his head toward the shadow of a large tree, Ryu Min's crimson eyes narrowed. He quietly noted that the small fry had been dealt with, and it was now time to address the primary instigator. Hiding behind the thick trunk, Ryu Min trembled and sweated in sheer panic. Ryu Min walked toward him, casually noting that attempting to hide from his sight was completely futile. Declaring that there would be absolutely no exceptions, Ryu Min swung his scythe in a clean arc, slicing off Ryu Min's arm. Ryu Min let out a blood-curdling scream of agony as blood splattered onto the bark. Ryu Min stared down coldly, telling him not to be such a crybaby. In that moment, a grim memory of his past regressions flashed through his mind. A memory of Huang Yongmin and his cruel gang brutally beating him in an alleyway while others watched. He quietly noted that compared to the torment the bully had once inflicted, this physical pain was absolutely nothing. With a swift, merciless follow-up slash, Ryu Min severed Huang Yongmin's remaining arm. The bully collapsed into a pool of his own blood, screaming in absolute torment. In the background, Co Rin and On Sang-chul watched the horrific scene unfold, completely paralyzed with fear. On Sang-chul was deeply unsettled, unable to believe that anyone could so ruthlessly disarm an opponent who had already lost all will to fight. Ryu Min drove the tip of his scythe directly into Huang Yongmin's leg, prompting another agonizing scream. On Sang-chul watched the brutal execution, privately admitting that while others might view this as extreme cruelty, he deeply respected the player's cold, calculating composure. Sweating under the intense pressure, the bodyguard stared at the dark warrior. He silently concluded that this mysterious player known as Black Scythe possessed the exceptional capabilities and leadership qualities of a true leader, comparable even to his employer, the president of the conglomerate. Ryu Min calmly retracted his weapon, walking back toward the pair and asking if they were unharmed. On Sang-chul quickly composed himself, bowing politely and offering his sincere gratitude. Ryu Min casually dismissed his thanks, gesturing toward the bloodied gang members. He assured them there was no longer any need to worry about being hunted, noting that the crippled boys could barely crawl, meaning their only remaining option was to cast their votes. Co Rin offered a deep, respectful bow, expressing her immense gratitude for his timely intervention, while On Sang-chul bowed alongside her, thanking him once more. Co Rin cast a worried glance toward the groaning, limbless survivors on the forest floor, hesitantly questioning what would happen if the boys succumbed to their injuries and died. Ryu Min looked back with an icy, indifferent expression, asking why their lives should matter to them. He bluntly stated that the bullies were no better than wild beasts. His cold words left the actress completely stunned. As he turned and began to walk away into the misty woods, Ryu Min quietly observed to himself that the young woman was far too soft-hearted for this harsh environment. He wondered why she was so deeply concerned with the survival of such trash, questioning if she was trying to maintain her pristine celebrity image even in this deadly game. Before he could venture further, On Sang-chul called out to him. The bodyguard stepped forward, politely requesting permission to ask a single question. Ryu Min paused, turning slightly to ask what he wanted. Gesturing toward the unconscious, bloodied form of Huang Yongmin, On Sang-chul asked why he had chosen to spare their lives when killing them in this lawless world would have carried absolutely no consequences. Ryu Min smiled faintly, asking why he would choose to execute them. Privately, he was impressed by the query, noting that such a practical question was exactly what he expected from Ma Jianrock's chief lieutenant. Ryu Min explained that his reasoning was incredibly simple. Murdering them would bring him absolutely no practical benefits. On Sang-chul looked back at him, thoroughly bewildered by the pragmatic explanation. On Sang-chul warned that leaving such enemies alive could easily invite future trouble. Ryu Min dryly questioned what kind of trouble they could possibly cause. He smirked, asking if the bodyguard truly believed such pathetic, broken weaklings were even capable of posing a threat. Ryu Min pointed out that shrinking the surviving player population was a highly foolish move, as a smaller overall player count would ultimately reduce the number of available slots for survivors to pass the future rounds. On Sang-chul gasped as the realization hit him. The bodyguard carefully turned the theory over in his mind, realizing that fewer participants globally did indeed translate to fewer advancement opportunities in the survival game. Sweating under the weight of the insight, On Sang-chul was deeply awed by the player's incredible foresight, marveling that anyone could remain conscious of such subtle, long-term strategic details amidst a brutal combat scenario. He concluded that Black Scythe possessed a truly amazing understanding of the game. On Sangcheol nodded in deep agreement, promising that they would also ignore the miserable trash on the ground. Co Arin stood quietly by his side, digesting the harsh logic. Ryu Min bade them farewell and turned to take his leave, prompting on Sangcheol to desperately call out for him to wait. The bodyguard hurried after him, pleading with the warrior to share his real-world bank account details so they could properly compensate him for his life-saving assistance. Ryu Min continued walking without looking back, flatly stating there was no need. On Sangcheol stood in the damp forest, watching the dark silhouette of the warrior melt into the thick fog. He marveled at the sheer selflessness of a player who would provide such critical aid without demanding a single reward. He sighed heavily, silently resolving that he had to immediately report this legendary encounter to President Ma, Giant Rock, once they returned to the real world. Glancing back at the weeping, bloodied gang members, on Sangcheol admitted to himself that he would still prefer to execute them. However, remembering the wise advice of Black Scythe, he resolved to keep his impulses in check. Huang Yongmin trembled on the ground, spitting out blood and sweating in absolute humiliation. On Sangcheol turned away, prompting Co Arin to follow him as they departed the area. Meanwhile, back on the vast grassy plains, the massive gathering of survivors had descended into absolute chaos. Loud, angry voices echoed across the fields as various ambitious players shouted for others to vote for them, promising to be excellent leaders, while others fiercely disputed their claims. Two aggressive men grabbed one another by the collars, hurling bitter insults and preparing to trade blows over who was more qualified to lead. A few rational players tried to separate the brawlers, pleading for cooperation and pointing out the utter absurdity of fighting amongst themselves when their lives hung in the balance. A young man with dark, shoulder-length hair tried to pacify the crowd, arguing that hot-headed fools who lost their tempers easily had absolutely no right to represent their zone. A chubby, smug man with slick-back hair stepped forward, proudly pointing to himself and boasting that because his father was a prominent congressman, it was only natural for someone of his status to act as their representative. The crowd immediately turned on the politician's son, shouting in anger and questioning how they could ever trust such a background. Amidst the rising clamor, a calm, green-haired player named Mint Chakman stepped forward and raised his voice to call for order. The bickering players quieted down, turning their attention to him. Mint Chakman reminded them that only 2 hours remained before the voting window closed, urging them to stop wasting their precious time on meaningless arguments and focus on voting quickly. Several anxious players pressed him, asking how they were supposed to reach a fair consensus and demanding to know if he possessed a viable solution. Mint Chakman smiled warmly, reassuring them that he had a perfect plan. Murmurs of curiosity and hope rippled through the massive crowd. Mint Chakman maintained his gentle, reassuring smile, calling for everyone to quiet down and listen closely. A subtle, cold smirk crossed his lips as the crowd fell silent. He privately noted with immense satisfaction that every single survivor was now hanging on his every word. Standing before the vast, entranced assembly of players, a strange, glowing green light flared within his eyes as a malicious grin spread across his face. He congratulated himself on the success of his scheme, celebrating the activation of his specialized rune of persuasion. Mint Chakman recalled the moment he received his very first random rune fragment. Staring down at the small, glowing gemstone in his hand, he had been utterly disappointed, questioning what on earth it was supposed to be. A system window explained that the rune of persuasion increased the likelihood of successfully persuading anyone the user could communicate with, though it would not work on opponents of a higher level. Looking around the grassy plains as players fought goblins, Mint Chakman had realized with frustration that such a skill was completely useless against monsters. However, it did not take long for him to realize how he could exploit this unique ability to his advantage. Nearby, other players were fully engaged in combat, shouting in excitement as they managed to corner the monsters and calling for their teammates to pin the creatures down. Seizing his chance, Mint Chalkman had cried out to the busy fighters, frantically claiming that a woman nearby was in grave danger and urging them to abandon their near-dead targets to rescue her first. Unaware of his manipulation, the panicked players immediately agreed, abandoning their fights to rush to the woman's aid. By persuading others to abandon monsters they had already weakened to the brink of death, he had been able to effortlessly sweep in and claim over 100 kills for himself. He smiled schemingly in the shadows, confident that if he used the rune of persuasion effectively now, he would easily secure the position of zone representative. Returning his focus to the present gathering, Mint Chalkman addressed the crowd, suggesting they first narrowed down the field to about 5 candidates before holding a final vote. The gathered players murmured in agreement, admitting that it was a logical plan since they would get nowhere by individually arguing over who should lead. With a welcoming gesture, Mint Chalkman invited the crowd to raise their hands and recommend potential candidates for the position. When a chubby player eagerly raised his hand to speak, Mint Chalkman quickly added a crucial rule, smilingly pointing out that self-recommendation was forbidden to prevent absolute chaos. The player clicked his tongue in disappointment, while others begrudgingly accepted the logic. Watching their easy compliance, Mint Chalkman sneered inwardly, amused by how simple it was to manipulate the crowd. The restriction left the survivors in a difficult bind. Many hesitated, realizing they knew almost no one else, while others selfishly resisted endorsing anyone who wasn't themselves. Observing the heavy silence, Mint Chalkman maintained his polite smile, secretly pleased that his plan was working. He knew that if no one spoke up, the most prominent figure in the clearing, himself, would naturally become the default candidate. Right on cue, a player pointed directly at him, recommending Mint Chalkman as their first candidate. He celebrated his silent victory, knowing his trap had sprung. The player explained his reasoning, stating it was best to choose someone with proven leadership skills and logical thinking. Mint Chalkman feigned humble surprise, asking if he truly fit that description. The player insisted, pointing out that he had already been actively guiding them. Watching the naive survivor advocate for him, Mint Chalkman inwardly mocked the man's gullibility. Expressing his false gratitude, Mint Chalkman warmly thanked the man before asking if the crowd had any other names to put forward. A voice from the back immediately recommended Black Scythe. Mint Chalkman nodded understandingly, privately acknowledging that the recommendation made perfect sense given that the mysterious warrior had secured first place in the previous round. Other players quickly followed suit, recommending Life is a Documentary and Black Flame Dragon in Hand, who had placed second and third respectively in the last round's rankings. Counting the names, Mint Chalkman noted they now had 4 candidates and asked if anyone wanted to fill the 5th and final slot. His question was met with absolute silence. Deciding not to force the issue, he suggested they move forward with only 4 candidates. He proposed that each candidate deliver a short speech to the crowd before the voting officially commenced. Offering to speak first, Mint Chalkman stepped forward with an open, friendly expression, privately confident that swaying the gullible survivors would be incredibly simple. As he began his speech, promising what he would accomplish if he were chosen as the zone representative, a harsh, booming voice cut him off, loudly calling his words complete nonsense. Mint Chalkman flinched in surprise as a burly, scarred man with prominent neck tattoos pushed his way through the parting crowd. Whispers broke out among the players, recognizing the newcomer as Life is a Documentary, the second-ranked player in their zone, whose real name was Cho Jung-sik. The formidable warrior stared down Mint Chalkman, growling that he could no longer stand to listen to his garbage. Trying to maintain his composure, Mint Chalkman calmly asked what the issue was, only for the large man to address him with cold contempt. Cho Jung-sik sneered, asking if he truly believed the world was that simple, mocking the idea that everyone would blindly follow him after a few pretty words. A cold sweat broke out on Mint Chalkman's brow. He panicked, wondering if the giant somehow knew about his persuasion skill, before reassuring himself that it was likely just a lucky guess. Cho Jung-sik raised his voice, demanding to know who gave a hypocrite like him the right to dictate how the zone representative would be chosen. In response, Min Chakman adopted a defensive posture, reprimanding the man's abrasive language and suggesting that such crude words only reflected poorly on his own character. As his eyes flared with a subtle green light, Min Chakman confidently channeled his persuasive aura, certain the skill would force the brute to back down. But Cho Jung-sik merely glared back, cursing him under his breath. With a dark, violent aura erupting around him, the scarred warrior bared his teeth, furiously demanding if the weakling was trying to lecture him and asking if he had a death wish. Min Chakman recoiled, his confidence shattering as he realized his persuasion skill had completely failed. He stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this was possible. Turning his back on Min Chakman, Cho Jung-sik roared at the terrified assembly, dismissing the candidate's system entirely and ordering everyone to vote for him under threat of immediate death. Regaining his smug composure, Min Chakman scoffed aloud, calling the brute incredibly foolish for trying to lead through simple threats. He confidently claimed that no one would ever willingly follow someone who spoke with such mindless violence, telling him to stop embarrassing himself and move aside. Without a single word of warning, Cho Jung-sik spun around, his dagger flashing in a lethal arc that cleanly sliced through Min Chakman's throat, sending a violent torrent of blood spraying into the air. Min Chakman clutched his neck, gasping and choking on his own blood as he collapsed to the dirt. Towering over the dying manipulator, Cho Jung-sik coldly reminded him that he had promised death to anyone who failed to obey. Standing over the lifeless body, the blood-splattered killer issued a chilling warning to the horrified onlookers, declaring that anyone who refused to vote for him would share the exact same fate. The clearing erupted into a panic of terrorized screams. Players scrambled backward, shrieking in horror at the sudden murder and branding Cho Jung-sik a ruthless killer. Entirely unfazed by their outrage, Cho Jung-sik raised his blood-dripping blade, daring anyone who had a complaint to step forward and face him. The terrified survivors retreated further, whispering frantically among themselves that the man was completely out of his mind and absolutely insane. A sinister grin spread across Cho Jung-sik's face as he warned them that if they refused to approach him, he would simply bring the violence to them. With terrifying speed, he lunged into the defenseless crowd, unleashing a savage rampage as his blade tore through flesh, leaving a trail of screams and blood-soaked bodies in his wake. Covered in the blood of his victims, his face twisted into an ecstatic, crazed expression. He reveled in the lawless chaos, celebrating the fact that there were no police, reporters, or cameras to restrict his impulses. Plunged into absolute bloodlust, he realized with dark joy that in this new world, he was free to slaughter as many people as he pleased. He pointed his dripping blade directly at the trembling survivors, offering a final, absolute ultimatum. Anyone who did not cast their vote for him would be hunted down and slaughtered in the next round. As the survivors cowered in silent submission, Cho Jung-sik smiled with sadistic satisfaction. He knew that their sheer terror would guarantee his victory, allowing him to easily claim the position of zone representative. His thoughts then turned to his final obstacle, Black Scythe. He resolved that once he secured his position, he would immediately eliminate that arrogant warrior, ensuring that no one could challenge his absolute dominance. Deep in the forest, Ryu Min stood among fallen gnolls as a system message confirmed his 265 kills. Surpassing the requirement, the Rune of Slaughter granted a 100% stat boost, stacking with his triple experience buff. He observed that leveling up had already begun to slow down. Even after slaughtering 200 monsters in just 2 hours, his level had only risen by 6. Still, he couldn't deny how effortless the hunt itself had been. With both the Grim Reaper's rune and the Rune of Slaughter in his possession, his weapon's attack power and overall stats were constantly amplified, turning each battle into a one-sided massacre. As a warm golden light started to wrap around his hand, He understood that his time in the hunting grounds was drawing to a close and mentally prepared to leave. The final seconds ticked away, and a system notification confirmed that the time remaining until voting had dropped to 0. As the voting window officially opened, the system triggered a teleportation sequence, pulling every active player out of the battlefield and returning them to the starting point. Ryu Min stood bathed in a pillar of brilliant golden light as the system announced that it was time to vote. A secondary notification stated that all players were being teleported to the starting point. Across the clearing, other survivors began to materialize in flashes of golden energy. As they materialized, a player gasped in horror, asking what they were looking at. Others cried out in panic as they noticed the dozens of bloodied bodies strewn across the grass, desperately questioning what had happened in their absence. The trembling crowd eyed the heavily built man standing alone in the center of the carnage, whispering fearfully about whether he was the one who had slaughtered everyone. Ryu Min watched the unfolding scene in silence, quietly noting that Cho Jung-sik had once again seized a position of power in this timeline. Ryu Min recalled that Cho Jung-sik, the leader of what would become the Jung-sik faction, was a natural-born combatant who had secured second place in the zone rankings. However, his temperament was notoriously volatile and cruel. While Ryu Min knew it was best to eventually eliminate a ticking time bomb like him, he resolved that the time to strike had not yet arrived. Stepping through the blood-drenched field, Cho Jung-sik spotted the Dark Warrior and called out to him. He demanded to know where Black Scythe had been hiding all this time, adding that he had been eagerly waiting for his arrival. Ryu Min stared back with an icy, unbothered expression, dryly asking what he wanted. Cho Jung-sik grinned, claiming he simply had a business proposal to offer. Deciding to bypass any pleasantries, Cho Jung-sik made his intentions clear, bluntly ordering the warrior to come work under him. Ryu Min repeated the offer with a flat tone, questioning why he should ever work for him. Cho Jung-sik confidently spun his dagger, promising that if he submitted, his life would be spared. Ryu Min let out a soft chuckle, his gaze shifting back to the massive thug. He calmly asked if the man's offer was actually just an invitation to a fight. Ryu Min's expression turned chillingly cold as he issued a command of his own, telling the thug to get on his knees. He promised that if the man begged for forgiveness, he would allow him to walk away. Cho Jung-sik laughed in disbelief, snapping that the warrior was completely out of his mind. He growled that the masked player clearly failed to comprehend the deadly danger of his current position. The thug began to boast about what he would do once he was officially elected as the zone representative, but Ryu Min sharply cut him off, dryly asking if he was incapable of understanding basic speech. He questioned if the thug would only learn his lesson after a beating. In a violent surge of dark red energy, Ryu Min summoned his massive scythe, the ethereal blade crackling with terrifying power. Cho Jung-sik's heart plummeted as he stared in sheer panic at the immense, dark weapon. He frantically wondered where the warrior could have acquired such a terrifying arm, instantly realizing that he had made a catastrophic error in judgment. Ryu Min stared down at him with quiet amusement, asking why he had suddenly gone silent and mocking him for forgetting how to speak. Cho Jung-sik could only sweat, completely paralyzed. Struggling to preserve his pride, Cho Jung-sik stammered out his name and title, defiantly asking if anyone of his status would ever subject themselves to kneeling. With a desperate yell, the thug lunged forward, swinging his dagger and wildly daring the warrior to face him with his weapon. Ryu Min easily evaded the clumsy strike with a single, fluid step. He noted that the man was just as foolishly brave as he had been in all 99 of his past regressions, concluding that it was time to end the farce. Ryu Min knew he could not allow the remaining survivors to cast their votes for him. He needed Cho Jung-sik to win the election so that he could exploit his position during the upcoming third round of the game. Furthermore, he calculated that the arrival of the administrator was imminent. A shower of glowing white feathers drifted from the sky as a majestic, winged angel named Olivia descended from above, calling out to the gathered humans. Ryu Min quietly murmured to the trembling thug, telling him that he was incredibly lucky today. He warned him to be much more careful about who he threatened if he wanted to survive, before calmly turning his back and walking away. Cho Jung-sik clutched his chest, sweating profusely as he tried to catch his breath. Inwardly, he cursed in terror, swearing that once he officially secured the power of the representative, he would make Ryu Min pay dearly. The angel smiled sweetly at the terrified assembly, inquiring if they had completed their discussions regarding whom they would elect. Surveying the field of freshly slaughtered bodies, Olivia giggled, noting that the players had clearly been busy doing more than just debating during their 3 hours of preparation. She added with chilling indifference that she did not care in the slightest how many of them died. With an amused expression, she raised a single finger and asked if they were ready to proceed with the official vote. A series of glowing orange system screens materialized before each player. The system announced the start of the zone representative voting, detailing that each player possessed only one vote and that the individual with the highest tally would win. To cast a ballot, they simply had to look at their chosen candidate and think of the word vote. A final, terrifying condition flashed across the screens, warning that anyone who failed to cast their vote within 5 minutes would instantly fail the round and face immediate death. The countdown timer began ticking away from 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The anxious survivors looked around, whispering nervously about how they were supposed to make their selection. Cho Jung-sik folded his arms across his blood-stained chest, smiling smugly as he noticed that the majority of the trembling crowd was staring directly at him. Suddenly, the thug's expression darkened. He pointed an aggressive finger at a nearby woman, who gasped in terror and stammered, asking if he was referring to her. Cho Jung-sik roared, demanding her attention, and she frantically insisted she had already voted. Watching it unfold, Ryu Min sighed softly, satisfied that his plan was working. He scanned the remaining crowd like a hawk, mentally promising death to anyone who dared look away or even turn their head in a different direction. The system timer chimed as it struck 0, hovering gracefully above them. Olivia announced that the voting window was officially closed, pleasantly noting that every single survivor had been smart enough to cast a vote. Olivia clapped and called for the results as a holographic screen displayed the zone representative voting. Life is a Documentary took first with 2,412 votes, followed by Black Scythe with 2,077, while the rest trailed far behind. Although Cho Jung-sik had won, his face contorted with anger. He realized that despite his extreme intimidation tactics, he had only received 2,412 votes, while his rival, Black Scythe, had somehow managed to claim second place with a massive tally of his own. He glared furiously at the sweating crowd, enraged that so many survivors had dared to defy his direct commands and cast their ballots for the Dark Warrior instead of him. Olivia declared the election officially settled, announcing that Life is a Documentary was now the designated zone representative. The angel snapped her fingers, granting him the exclusive power of the authoritative position. A system message chimed, confirming that as the official zone representative, he had received this unique authority. Cho Jung-sik grinned wickedly, mentally planning to use his new power to force the entire zone to hunt down and slaughter Black Scythe. His smile faded as he read the skill authoritative position. Though it allowed absolute orders, it was limited to 10 uses, worked on only one player at a time, and had a harsh flaw: it could not affect anyone with class. A cold sweat broke out on his face as the reality of the limitations set in. He realized with frustration that anyone who acquired a class would be completely immune to his commands and could openly defy him. Olivia addressed the weary crowd with a malicious smile, asking if they truly believed their tasks were finished simply because the voting had concluded. She revealed that this round contained a hidden quest, prompting a wave of confused and anxious murmurs to ripple through the massive crowd. A system window revealed the second round subquest: obtain a class selection item and choose a class before voting ends, with a 50% discount as the reward. The players were left confused, unsure what the item even was. Olivia giggled, explaining that the quest window would have automatically unlocked for anyone who managed to reach level 10. She mocked them, confident that none of the ignorant humans had been capable of achieving such a feat. A frustrated player complained aloud, muttering that it was impossible to level up when there were no monsters to hunt in their zone. Olivia's expression instantly darkened into a terrifying, menacing glare. She snapped back, stating that the forest was actually teeming with monsters, and that their failure to find them was entirely their own fault. Quickly reclaiming her playful demeanor, she told them not to feel too discouraged. She revealed that across all active survival zones worldwide, only a total of 80,000 players had successfully acquired a class during this round. She gasped in mock surprise, announcing that one player from their zone had completed the quest. The crowd buzzed with excitement, demanding to know who it was. With a snap, Olivia displayed the global leaderboard. Black Scythe, a level 16 Grim Reaper, ranked first worldwide with a time of 39 minutes and 42 seconds, leaving the crowd stunned at their top player. The survivors trembled as they stared at the silent warrior, whispering in awe and fear. Black Scythe was the only one in their zone to unlock a class, and he had become a Grim Reaper. The players murmured in awe, questioning the nature of the Grim Reaper class and wondering what abilities it possessed. They whispered that the class seemed incredibly powerful, noting that it perfectly explained why the mysterious player wielded such a massive scythe in battle. Cho Jung-sik ground his teeth, cursing in frustration. He had planned to use authoritative position to force Black Scythe into self-sabotage, but the class change had made him completely immune. Floating gracefully in front of the holographic leaderboard, Olivia cheerfully explained that the rankings for the second round had been calculated based on how quickly each player completed their subquest. She hummed in fascination, gazing at the first-place entry and noting that the only class changer from their zone was indeed the player named Black Scythe. Her golden eyes widened with genuine intrigue as she remarked that the Dark Warrior was not just first in his local zone, but had also secured the top rank overall across all zones worldwide. Offering a bright compliment, the angel flew slightly closer to Ryu Min. She marveled at how his unique, solo, Grim Reaper class perfectly aligned with his nickname, Black Scythe, curiously asking how he had come up with such an appropriate handle. She leaned in slightly, asking if he had somehow known in advance that he would eventually unlock the Grim Reaper path. Ryu Min kept his expression entirely neutral, calmly replying that he had not expected to receive a class that matched his chosen alias either. Olivia pressed further, asking if it was truly a mere coincidence that his class aligned so perfectly with his name. Ryu Min flatly confirmed that it was, prompting a soft, intrigued hum from the celestial being. Ryu Min secretly smiled, realizing that the administrator was completely unaware of the intricate process he had used to attain his class. She only knew that it was a highly exclusive solo class. Giggling behind her fingers, Olivia mused aloud on the strange concept of fate, finding the entire coincidence highly amusing. Her tone turned mocking as she expressed her surprise that someone from this particular zone had actually succeeded in changing classes. She pointed out that because of this, he was now the sole player who remained completely immune to the effects of the authoritative position. The survivors looked at one another in confusion, murmuring about her words. Several players spoke up, asking the angel to explain what she meant by the warrior being immune to this special authority. With a mischievous chuckle, Olivia revealed that authoritative position had a fatal flaw. It was useless against anyone with a class, meaning the zone representative couldn't control Black Scythe. She added that the skill was further restricted to only 10 uses in total, giggling as she noted that the zone representative's power was far from limitless. The crowd gasped in realization, whispering that Cho Jung-sik's absolute authority was actually incredibly limited. Cho Jung-sik's face turned red with absolute fury and humiliation. He cursed the mad angel in his thoughts, enraged that she had so casually exposed the hidden weaknesses of his hard-earned skill to the entire crowd. Ignoring the thug's silent rage, Olivia raised her hand, declaring that the fastest player to unlock a class in the entire world certainly deserved a proper reward. With a snap, celebratory system windows appeared, announcing Ryu Min's first place finish both locally and worldwide. He earned a low-rank rare armor selection coupon in a special reward selection box. The first screen displayed the rare armor options available for selection, instructing him to touch his desired item. The choices presented were Medieval Knight's plate armor, Seasoned Hunter's leather armor, and Airy robe of a mage. Ryu Min did not hesitate to make his decision. He calculated that the heavy plate armor would severely restrict his mobility, while the robe offered virtually zero defensive capabilities. He reached out and selected the Seasoned Hunter's leather armor as the most practical choice. The system opened the special reward selection box, offering 3 rare rewards: a third-round triple experience boost, 3,000 gold, or information on the next round. Remembering the overwhelming monster swarm ahead, Ryu Min focused on his choice. He carefully weighed the options before him, knowing exactly what each selection would mean for his long-term survival strategy. Because he already possessed flawless memory of the upcoming round from his past regressions, the choice was incredibly clear. He selected the triple experience boost buff. As the selection finalized, Olivia announced that all rewards had been successfully distributed, and a bright, golden light began to dissolve Ryu Min's form. Across the clearing, other survivors began to vanish into columns of light as they were sent back. Olivia waved them off with a chilling smile, promising that the upcoming third round would prove to be even more entertaining. A final system screen confirmed the official end of the second round, listing 873,500,205 total survivors globally and 4,988 survivors in their local zone. It stated that their souls would be transferred back to their original bodies, with the third round scheduled to commence at midnight on March 1st, 2023. Deep within a quiet, dark bedroom, Ryu Min bolted upright, gasping heavily for air. Sitting on his bed, Ryu Min raised his hands, staring in absolute disbelief at his limbs. He breathed a massive sigh of relief and let out a manic laugh, realizing that any severe physical injuries suffered in the game world were completely healed upon returning to the real world, so long as he survived. However, his relief quickly dissolved into a cold sweat as a vivid memory of the ruthless, masked executioner flashed through his mind. Trembling in the dark, he resolved that he would never dare to act rudely in front of Black Scythe again, desperately hoping to never cross paths with that terrifying warrior ever again. Meanwhile, in a modern, high-end penthouse, Sanctuol stood politely before Co Arin, who was seated on a long couch with a hot mug in her hands. He warmly commended her hard work, but she quickly shook her head, stating that she had done absolutely nothing compared to the immense trouble he had gone through to protect her. She looked up at him with a sincere smile, expressing her deep, heartfelt gratitude for his constant vigilance and protection. Sanctuol cleared his throat, adjusting his tie with a slightly embarrassed look, and humbly replied that acting as her protector was merely his natural duty as her manager and bodyguard. Co Arin stared thoughtfully into her warm mug, stating that she still felt a deep need to properly thank Black Scythe for saving their lives. She asked her bodyguard if there was any plausible method for them to locate the warrior and repay him. Sanctuol shook his head, pointing out that because they had never seen his face, locating him in the real world was virtually impossible. Furthermore, he noted that the warrior clearly valued his privacy and likely had no desire for his true identity to be uncovered. Co Arin blinked in surprise, questioning why he would want to remain hidden. Sanctuol explained that when he had explicitly offered to transfer funds to compensate him for his assistance, the warrior had flatly and instantly rejected the offer without a second thought. He pointed out that Black Scythe was undoubtedly smart enough to realize that any bank transaction could be easily traced back to reveal his real-world identity. Hearing this, the actress looked down, quietly realizing the depth of the warrior's caution. To ease her concern, Sanctuol suggested an alternative, proposing that if she truly wished to show her appreciation, she could offer him a useful in-game item when they crossed paths in the next round. The idea brought a soft smile to her face. She agreed that it was a wonderful suggestion, promising to spend some time brainstorming what kind of gift would be most appropriate. Offering a polite bow, Seng-chul bid her good night, telling her to get some proper rest before he returned the following morning. She waved him goodbye, telling him to travel safely. Stepping into the elevator, Seng-chul's phone suddenly vibrated in his hand. He quickly answered the call, respectfully addressing the caller as Mr. Ma, while a deep, composed voice on the other end greeted him as department head Seng-chul. Seng-chul remarked that he was surprised to find his employer still awake at this hour. On the other end, Ma Jianrock casually replied that he had poured himself a glass of whiskey as soon as he returned to his body. Watching the elevator descend past the 84th floor, Seng-chul congratulated him on becoming a dark knight. Ma Jianrock brushed it off as excessive and asked how his round had gone. Seng-chul sheepishly admitted that both he and Co. Rin had only managed to reach level 8. He explained that they had suffered severe injuries midway through their hunt, which completely halted their progress. Ma Jianrock's voice sharpened slightly, questioning the nature of their injuries. Walking across the polished floor of a private parking garage filled with high-end sports cars, Seng-chul stated that he had been preparing to report the entire incident. He asked if his employer had a moment to spare, revealing that the details were closely tied to the mysterious player, Black Scythe. Standing by a massive window looking out over a glittering, dark city skyline, Ma Jianrock instructed him to drive straight to the hotel so they could discuss the matter thoroughly in person. Seng-chul immediately complied, promising to arrive within 20 minutes. Seng-chul climbed into his vehicle and sped out of the garage. Emerging silently from the dark shadows behind a concrete pillar, a hooded Ryu Min watched the car disappear, calmly pondering if the bodyguard was indeed heading out to meet Ma Jianrock. 10 minutes prior, sitting on his bed next to his sleeping brother, Ryu Min had activated his tracking skill. Following the system prompt to visualize his intended target, he focused deeply on the face and name of Seng-chul. The system chimed in confirmation, successfully locking onto the match and initiating the tracking sequence. The first tracking window had registered the target's distance at a mere 9 meters, leading Ryu Min to deduce that the bodyguard was still in the penthouse directly above his own apartment. However, his eyes narrowed as the distance suddenly jumped to 23 meters and then rapidly to 56 meters. As the tracker registered 87 meters, Ryu Min calculated that the rapid vertical movement could only mean the man was riding a high-speed elevator down. He wondered where the bodyguard could possibly be heading so early in the morning, immediately suspecting a meeting with his employer, Ma Jianrock. Deciding not to waste any time, Ryu Min quietly slipped on his dark jacket and resolved to investigate the matter in person. As he pulled his hood over his head, Ryu Min smiled slightly, glad that he had taken the initiative to track the bodyguard the moment they returned to the real world. Meanwhile, Ma Jianrock stood tall before his grand window under a dark, cloud-swept night. Staring up at the pale moon, he quietly remarked that a dim, dark night was absolutely perfect for executing their work. However, he cautioned himself to remain patient, deciding that he must review the bodyguard's detailed report before taking any decisive actions. Leaning back on his leather sofa, he swirled his whiskey and mulled over the name Black Scythe. Everyone knew the top player, but learning his subordinates' troubles were tied to him left a deep unease. Tapping the armrest, Ma Jianrock's expression turned cold and menacing. If the top ranker had provoked his subordinates, he would not let it slide. Seeing it as a direct challenge to his authority, he resolved to crush anyone in his way, even the world's #1 player. A quiet knock sounded at the door. Ma Jianrock looked up from his whiskey, turning his attention toward the entrance. Outside, Seng-chul spoke through the door, asking if his employer was there. Ma Jianrock calmly raised his voice and told him to enter. Seng-chul stepped into the spacious, elegantly lit penthouse suite. Ma Giant Rock stood near the sofa, holding his glass, and welcomed him warmly, noting that it was good to see him again. On Sang-cheol politely returned the greeting. With a sincere smile, On Sang-cheol expressed his gratitude, stating that their success was entirely thanks to him. Ma Giant Rock chuckled softly, waving off the compliment and pointing out that he had barely done anything, especially since they had been placed in completely different zones. On Sang-cheol insisted, explaining that simply knowing his employer was out there made him feel far more confident. He thanked him once more, prompting Ma Giant Rock to smile and tease him about his talent for flattery before gesturing for him to take a seat. On Sang-cheol took a seat on the leather sofa, assuring Ma Giant Rock that his praise was completely genuine. He added that even though it was late, he wanted to formally congratulate his employer on surviving the brutal round. Ma Giant Rock sat down opposite him, casually brushing off the sentiment. He declared that the second round had actually been incredibly easy, barely posing any real challenge. On Sang-cheol congratulated him further on his successful class selection. Swirling his glass, Ma Giant Rock remained modest, insisting that his success had been nothing more than a stroke of good luck. On Sang-cheol smiled, reminding him of the common saying that even luck is a form of skill. He pointed out that securing second and third place in the overall rankings was a monumental feat that very few could achieve. He looked at his employer with deep admiration, expressing how truly honored he felt to work under someone of his caliber. With a light laugh, Ma Giant Rock placed his whiskey glass onto the glass table with a soft click. He teased his subordinate, noting that such heavy flattery usually meant he wanted to ask for a favor. He leaned forward slightly, inviting On Sang-cheol to be open and state what was on his mind. On Sang-cheol hesitated for a brief moment, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, before nervously asking if he could inquire about where his employer had managed to obtain the class selection item. Ma Giant Rock chuckled dismissively, explaining that it was nothing special and that the item had simply dropped naturally while he was busy slaughtering monsters. However, his smile hid a deeper secret. Inwardly, Ma Giant Rock acknowledged that the class selection had only been possible because he possessed the powerful Dark Knight's rune. He recalled the end of the first round when the angel Olivia had hovered in the sky, instructing all the survivors to check their inventories for a special gift she had prepared. Opening his inventory, Ma Giant Rock found the Dark Knight's rune, which boosted all attributes, added a dark aura to his attacks, and guaranteed the Dark Knight class at level 10. Staring at the dark, pulsating crystal, he had realized with excitement that reaching level 10 would grant him immediate access to the exclusive class. Ma Giant Rock reflected on how incredibly lucky he had been during the first round to secure such an overpowered rune from a single random fragment. Yet, his thoughts quickly grew cautious. He resolved that he could never reveal such critical information to anyone, even a highly trusted subordinate like On Sang-cheol. In this brutal new reality, he knew that people could change in an instant. Returning to the present conversation, Ma Giant Rock steered the topic back to the main issue, asking On Sang-cheol to get straight to the point and identify the person who had injured them. His golden eyes narrowed slightly as he directly asked if the perpetrator was Black Scythe. On Sang-cheol immediately waved his hands in a frantic panic, quickly clarifying that it was completely the opposite. The legendary warrior had actually saved his life. Ma Giant Rock's eyebrows raised in surprise. Intrigued, he asked for more details about the encounter. Ma Giant Rock summarized the situation, confirming that his subordinates had nearly been killed by a gang of thugs targeting Seorin. On Sang-cheol nodded gravely, admitting that without Black Scythe's timely intervention, both of them would likely be dead. On Sang-cheol added that while Seorin might have somehow survived the physical ordeal, the sheer psychological trauma would have undoubtedly broken her, permanently ruining her career as an actress. Ma Giant Rock leaned back, resting his chin on his folded hands in deep contemplation. He realized with a chill that he had come incredibly close to losing not only a highly valued subordinate, but also one of his most lucrative business assets. Taking another sip of his drink, Giant Rock asked about the fate of the attackers, assuming they had been executed. On Saint Joel shook his head, explaining that while Black Scythe had beaten them to the absolute brink of death, he had chosen to spare their lives. Confused by this mercy, Giant Rock asked why the warrior would do such a thing. On Saint Joel detailed Black Scythe's strategic logic, repeating his explanation that killing other players was counterproductive because a smaller population would reduce the overall number of survivor slots available in future rounds. Giant Rock conceded that the logic made perfect sense, though he raised a practical concern, questioning what would happen if the spared criminals simply went on to repeat their heinous crimes. Despite his reservations, Giant Rock admitted he owed Black Scythe for saving both his asset and bodyguard and wanted to repay him. On Saint Joel replied that he had already offered compensation, but the warrior refused and left. Giant Rock turned the rejection over in his mind, visualizing the shadowy figure of Black Scythe. He deduced that the warrior had turned down the money to keep his real-world identity strictly confidential, quietly respecting the player's extreme caution. Standing up from the sofa, Giant Rock instructed his bodyguard to personally convey his deepest thanks the next time they met in the game. On Saint Joel bowed respectfully, promising to do so. Giant Rock added that he should keep a close eye on the warrior and offer assistance with anything he might need, emphasizing that he absolutely despised being in anyone's debt. On Saint Joel assured him that he would follow his instructions perfectly. As Giant Rock turned to walk away, he paused, noting that he had nearly forgotten to ask a highly critical question. With a cold, ruthless look in his eyes, Giant Rock demanded to know the exact usernames of the thugs who had dared to attack his people. Outside the towering facade of the Imperial Hotel, Ryu Min stood silently in the cold night air, watching from beneath the shadow of a street tree. He quietly noted how incredibly loyal on Saint Joel was, having rushed straight to report to Giant Rock the very moment they returned to the real world. Satisfied that he had confirmed what he needed to know, Ryu Min turned and walked away into the night, realizing that lingering any longer would only draw unwanted suspicion to himself. As he signaled a passing taxi, Ryu Min reflected on the sheer coincidence of living in the same apartment building as a famous actress sponsored by Giant Rock. He smiled faintly, acknowledging that he ultimately had his younger brother to thank for choosing that specific residence. He fondly recalled their first day in the building, when his bright, cheerful brother had insisted on going door to door to share rice cakes with their new neighbors. If it hadn't been for that friendly gesture, Ryu Min would have never discovered that the famous celebrity lived right next door, let alone that the stern man in a suit acting as her bodyguard was on Saint Joel. Climbing into the back of the taxi, he realized that if he played his cards right, he could easily leverage this neighborly connection to eventually earn Giant Rock's complete trust. Still, he kept his expectations grounded, noting that he would first have to see if the corporate heir was even capable of surviving until the 20th round. Ryu Min analyzed the details of his target's abilities. The Dark Knight's rune, held by Giant Rock, was undeniably an exceptionally powerful asset. However, unlike standard progression, it did not offer any choice during class selection, forcing the user down the strict path of a Dark Knight. Yet, the most troubling aspect of the class lay elsewhere. To unleash the devastating effects of the Dark Aura, the player was required to accumulate a highly specialized energy known as Dark Mana. This particular energy could not be replenished through normal resting or standard potions. The chilling truth of the class was that Dark Mana could only be harvested through the sacrifice of other human lives. In many ways, Ryu Min thought it was a disturbingly perfect fit for Giant Rock, given the man's secret psychopathic tendencies. Ryu Min stared out the taxi window, deeply considering the risks. He questioned whether recruiting a true sociopath like Giant Rock onto his final team would ultimately prove to be far too dangerous. He decided that for the time being, he would simply keep the man within arm's reach and utilize his resources. After all, there were plenty of other talented and powerful players out there whom he could recruit. He resolved to begin his search for these alternative allies the very moment the sun rose. The bright morning sun rose over a clean convenience store labeled QS24. Inside, a middle-aged manager named Min Da-hun leaned heavily against the counter, letting out a deep, worried sigh as he questioned what he should do. Looking back at the empty shelves behind him, he realized with dread that at this rate, their store's total revenue would easily be cut in half. Suddenly, the soft ring of the door chime announced the arrival of a customer. A cheerful teenage girl with long black hair, wrapped in a thick winter coat, stepped through the entrance and greeted him warmly. Min Da-hun's face instantly lit up, calling her his beloved daughter, Yuri. She smiled and approached the counter, curiously asking why he had been sighing so heavily. Min Da-hun explained that the government had abruptly suspended Natto lottery sales. When Yuri asked why, he said the official reason differed, but he suspected it was tied to the survival game players. Min Da-hun noted the government likely feared players using strange abilities to exploit the system. Yuri, reading her phone, saw a report of someone winning a 62.7 billion won jackpot 4 times, claiming the numbers came in a dream. Min Da-hun wiped away cold sweat, lamenting the strain of rising rent and labor costs, and admitted he felt lost. Yuri gently reassured him not to worry. She smiled brightly, reassuring him that since her graduation was just around the corner, she would soon be free to come and help him run the store full-time. She considered taking a better-paying job to help with expenses, but Min Da-hun refused, insisting he would manage and telling her to focus on her studies. He pointed out that she had excellent grades and asked if she was still planning to attend college, reminding her of her lifelong dream to become a doctor. Yuri's cheerful expression faded slightly, and she looked down. She quietly admitted that she had decided to abandon that dream, questioning the point of pursuing higher education when the entire world had been thrown into such chaotic and deadly survival rounds. Min Da-hun's heart sank at her words. He looked at her with deep sorrow, admitting to himself that money was indeed the least of their worries right now, especially with the constant, terrifying threat of death looming over each upcoming round. Tears welled in his eyes as he apologized deeply to her, admitting that the constant stress had left him completely out of his mind lately. Yuri looked startled by his sudden, emotional display, whispering his name in concern. She stepped forward and warmly clasped his trembling hands in hers, gently telling him that he had absolutely nothing to apologize for since the world's sudden change was completely out of his control. Min Da-hun could only choke back his tears, still feeling immense guilt. Yuri smiled and reassured him she was fine, revealing she had survived the second round and even gained a special class. Min Da-hun blinked in astonishment, telling him to wait for a moment. She raised her hand toward him. A brilliant, soothing green light erupted from her palm, washing over her father's body. Min Da-hun gasped as a surge of energy filled him and asked what she had done. Yuri proudly explained she used Bless, a supporter skill that slightly boosted his attributes and made him feel more energized. Min Da-hun smiled broadly, marveling at the incredible ability and confirming that he truly felt far more energetic than before. Yuri giggled, promising to cast the magic on him whenever he felt tired. Pumping her fist in the air, she cheerfully encouraged her father to keep his spirits up. Min Da-hun nodded happily, thanking her and promising to work hard to keep their shop running. As he turned to greet customers, Min Da-hun froze, recognizing Ryu Min stepping into the store, and murmured in quiet surprise. Min Da-hun squinted at the entrance, instantly recognizing the young man. When Yuri asked if he knew him, he hurriedly whispered that the boy was that famous customer. In an excited whisper, Min Da-hun revealed the boy had won 100 lotteries with the same numbers at their store. As Ryu Min entered, he politely asked if the manager remembered him from buying 100,000 won in tickets a month ago. Min Da-hun quickly nodded, confirming with a warm but nervous smile that he did indeed remember him, before hesitantly asking if something was wrong. Ryu Min bowed deeply, apologizing sincerely. Caught off guard, Min Da-hun waved his hands in confusion and asked why. Ryu Min explained that he had recently seen the news and realized that his consecutive victories had inadvertently caused the government to suspend lottery sales, forcing the store to stop selling tickets entirely. With a genuinely remorseful look, Ryu Min expressed his deep regret for unintentionally causing financial harm to their shop. Standing beside her father, Yuri gasped softly as she listened to his sincere explanation. Min De-hun waved his hands dismissively, reassuring the young man with a friendly smile that it was completely fine and not his fault at all. He added warmly that he certainly would not starve to death just because he could no longer sell lottery tickets. Ryu Min insisted that because his actions had created clear difficulties for the shop, he still felt immense guilt. He reached into his coat pocket, explaining that he had a solution in mind. Ryu Min pulled out a thick white envelope, offering it to the manager as a form of compensation for their lost revenue. Min De-hun stared at the envelope, nervously asking what he was giving them. Ryu Min calmly revealed that the envelope contained 10 million won. The sudden announcement left both Min De-hun and Yuri completely stunned, and the manager cried out in absolute shock. Min De-hun frantically waved his hands, insisting that such a massive sum was entirely unnecessary and begging him to take it back. Ryu Min stood his ground, pleading with the manager to accept it since his consecutive lottery wins had undoubtedly disrupted their business. Without giving them a chance to argue further, Ryu Min offered a final farewell and turned to walk out of the convenience store. Min De-hun was left utterly bewildered, calling out after him in a panic. Min De-hun stared down at the heavy envelope in his hand, letting out a heavy sigh as he struggled with the guilt of shamelessly accepting such a large amount of money. Yuri watched him for a moment before calling out to her father. Yuri declared that she would run after the boy and return the money to him immediately. Min De-hun quickly agreed, urging his daughter to go hand it back. Sprinting out of the convenience store, Yuri ran down the paved street, calling out to get the boy's attention. Hearing her voice, Ryu Min paused and turned around. Catching up to him, Yuri called out his name, asking if he was indeed Ryu Min. Ryu Min blinked in confusion, dryly asking who she was. Yuri looked taken aback, asking if he truly failed to recognize her as Min Yuri, explaining that they were actually classmates in the exact same class. Ryu Min repeated her words in feigned surprise, questioning if they really shared a class. Yuri looked deeply disappointed and slightly hurt, realizing that he had remained completely unaware of her existence despite sharing a classroom for so long. Ryu Min offered a polite, apologetic smile, explaining that he had always been exceptionally bad at recognizing and remembering people's faces. Inwardly, however, he acknowledged that this excuse was an absolute lie. He knew exactly who she was. Min Yuri was indeed his classmate and the convenience store owner's daughter, but more importantly, she was a highly valuable unique class supporter buffer in the survival game. During his past regressions, he had been shocked to discover her identity when he rescued her from a massive, blue-skinned monster, realizing that his quiet classmate possessed such incredible potential. Recalling how she had bowed to him in gratitude back then, Ryu Min smiled inwardly. His current encounter with her was entirely calculated. He was pretending to run into her by coincidence solely to recruit her as his future ally. Hoping to bridge the gap between them, Yuri warmly suggested they go somewhere nearby to catch up on things. Ryu Min readily agreed, and the two set off together. They walked over to a quiet, sunlit park and sat down on a wooden bench. Yuri immediately held out the white envelope, urging him to take it back. Ryu Min noted that it was the compensation money he had just given her father. Yuri insisted that her family could never accept such an incredibly large amount of money, repeating her demand for him to take it back. Ryu Min faintly smiled, knowing the 10 million won was a burden he'd given on purpose, expecting Yuri to refuse out of pride. With a sigh, she told him to take it back, her arm growing tired. Ryu Min flatly refused, stating that he had no intention of taking the money back. When Yuri gasped in confusion, he explained that he had already made his feelings clear to her father and had only provided the funds because he felt genuinely bad about the store's difficulties. When Yuri protested the amount was too large, Ryu Min cut her off, saying it didn't matter to him and urging her father to accept it so he wouldn't be burdened with guilt or worry. Yuri sweated in frustration, repeating that it was still far too burdensome for them to accept. Watching her struggle with her conscience, Ryu Min maintained his warm smile, secretly pleased because causing her to feel burdened was exactly his intention. Ryu Min urged her to tell her father that the sum was insignificant to him, so there was no need to feel troubled. Yuri let out a defeated sigh, asking if he had always been this incredibly stubborn and questioning why he was pushing so hard. Standing up from the bench, Ryu Min casually stated that they were finished talking and prepared to take his leave. Panicking, Yuri called out for him to wait. In a desperate compromise, Yuri opened the envelope and suggested that since 10 million won was far too much, she would keep only 1 million won and return the remaining 9 million. She looked up at him, asking if that arrangement was acceptable. Ryu Min questioned if she was even allowed to make such a decision on her own, suggesting she consult the shop owner first. Yuri looked down, admitting that she simply knew her father would feel incredibly uncomfortable accepting the full amount. Ryu Min feigned surprise, asking if the store owner was indeed her father. When she confirmed it, he remarked with a soft chuckle that he was genuinely surprised since he visited the shop so frequently. Yuri smiled softly, admitting that she was also shocked to find out that the legendary lottery winner was actually a classmate from her school. Listening to her, Ryu Min quietly turned the word friend over in his mind. Yuri questioned him again, asking if he truly had no idea they were classmates, pointing out that she had recognized his face the absolute second he stepped into the store. Ryu Min offered his polite excuse once more, repeating that he was simply terrible at remembering faces. He gently added that this was also the very first time they had ever spoken to one another. Yuri blushed slightly, looking down and conceding that his point was entirely fair. She realized that he had likely learned her name today for the very first time. Ryu Min offered a warm, apologetic smile, confirming her suspicion. Inwardly, Ryu Min apologized for pretending not to know her. However, he knew that establishing a completely fresh start would make her far more interested in becoming his ally. Determination flared in Yuri's eyes. She stepped forward and stood directly in front of him, formally introducing herself as Min Yuri. She pointed to her face, urging him to look closely so he would finally remember her appearance. Ryu Min smiled warmly, leaning in slightly as he softly confirmed that he would remember her. His close proximity caused Yuri's face to flush a bright crimson. A sudden wave of embarrassment hit Yuri, and she slumped in exasperation, questioning what on earth she was doing. She lamented that their high school graduation was just around the corner, yet she was only now introducing herself to her classmate. Ryu Min comforted her with a bright smile, stating that it was perfectly fine since they knew each other now. He added warmly that graduation did not mean they had to stop talking to one another. Taking advantage of the moment, Ryu Min casually asked if she would be willing to give him her phone number. The sudden request sent a massive jolt of shock through Yuri, and she gasped, her face flushing completely red. Ryu Min smiled innocently, asking why she looked so surprised and pointing out that it was entirely normal to ask a classmate for her contact details. Blushing furiously, Yuri agreed and quickly handed over her smartphone. As their phones chimed to exchange numbers, Ryu Min remarked that meeting like this was a clear sign of fate, suggesting they make an effort to stay in contact much more often. Yuri nodded shyly, her voice barely a whisper. Having achieved his primary goal, Ryu Min bid her farewell, explaining that he had other urgent matters to attend to. Yuri bid him goodbye as he began to walk away. Ryu Min offered a friendly wave over his shoulder as he departed. Yuri suddenly gasped, realizing she was still holding the thick envelope, and frantically called out to ask about the money. Ryu Min merely waved and continued on his way, leaving her standing alone in the park. She looked down at the envelope, realizing with a sigh that she had ultimately failed to return the money. Her face flushed a deep pink as she clutched her racing heart. She was completely overwhelmed by the sudden interaction, her mind spinning over the fact that he had so boldly asked for her phone number. Though she tried to convince herself that he had only asked for her details as a classmate, she stared after him with a soft, affectionate look, silently confessing her deep feelings for him. She recalled that her feelings had actually begun long before today. She had first seen Ryu Min completely by accident in a quiet alleyway, where a group of violent bullies had cornered him and demanded money. Terrified for his safety, a younger Yuri had hidden behind a brick wall, frantically dialing her phone to report the violent assault to the police. She wondered if her concern came from pity or a sense of responsibility for reporting the crime. From a distance, she had followed the injured Ryu Min to make sure he got home safely. However, her perspective of him had completely shattered shortly after. When she visited a local restaurant, she had spotted Ryu Min working his part-time job as if absolutely nothing had happened. Watching him work, she had realized that the quiet, seemingly weak boy was actually possessed of an incredible mental and physical resilience that far surpassed his fragile appearance. It was from that precise moment that she had found herself deeply drawn to him. She recalled standing inside a school hallway, cleaning window, her gaze constantly drifting outside to watch Ryu Min carrying heavy boxes. Yet, despite her growing fascination, she had never been able to muster up the courage to approach his desk and speak to him. As the days passed, her feelings had grown so intense that she found herself completely paralyzed whenever he was near, even resorting to hiding behind her umbrella in the rain just to watch him walk past with a friend. Standing in the park, Yuri clutched the heavy envelope, struck by the twist of fate that brought them together, and resolved to be bolder, seeing it as a rare opportunity. She decided that she absolutely could not pretend to be a stranger anymore, especially after he had so selflessly gifted her family 10 million won. A bright, hopeful smile spread across her face as she gently twirled her hair, happily wondering if she should muster up the courage to ask him out to a meal. Sitting on his bed, Ryu Min checked messages as a classmate invited him to lunch at 1. He agreed and offered to pay, but she jokingly refused, insisting on treating him and asking what he wanted to eat. Ryu Min began typing a reply, asking what she would like. He smiled slightly, privately noting that her determination to pay was simply a result of feeling indebted to him. To him, this felt like an incredibly promising sign. He held the phone in his hand, calculating that if they continued to grow closer through these casual interactions, he would easily succeed in securing her as a trusted ally. Getting off his bed, he resolved that he would do everything in his power to keep Min Yuri alive until they reached the 20th round. Dressed in a dark coat, Ryu Min stepped into the living room. His brother Ryuin asked where he was going, and he calmly said he was meeting a friend. With the television muttering in the background, Ryuin eyed him suspiciously, teasingly asking if this mysterious friend was a girl. Ryu Min smiled faintly, asking if it was so hard to believe that he could have female friends. Opening the front door, Ryu Min instructed his brother to take care of his own lunch, stating that he would be eating out. Ryuin murmured a soft agreement as his brother stepped out. The door closed shut with a quiet click. Ryuin sat alone on the sofa, staring at the empty hallway in absolute shock, frantically wondering if his usually distant brother was actually dating someone. A short while later, Ryu Min and Yuri sat opposite one another at a table inside a cozy, upscale steakhouse. When Ryu Min casually asked if she enjoyed eating steak, Yuri coughed in sudden embarrassment, blushing as she frantically asked him to repeat the question. Regaining her composure, Yuri shyly admitted that she indeed loved steak. Ryu Min offered a warm, reassuring smile, encouraging her to eat as much as she pleased. Yuri nodded, quietly dabbing her face with a napkin. Inwardly, she was completely overwhelmed, unable to believe that she was actually sharing a private lunch with her longtime crush. The two ate their meal in comfortable silence, the quiet clinking of utensils and the background music filling the warm restaurant. As the silence lingered, Yuri began to feel incredibly nervous. She urged herself to find a topic of conversation, desperately trying to summon the courage to speak. Taking a deep breath, She nervously asked how he had managed to secure first place in the National Lotto lottery, noting that she had heard rumors of him winning the grand jackpot 4 consecutive times. Ryu Min chuckled softly, explaining that his incredible fortune was simply the result of a lucky dream where a grandfather spirit had shown him the winning numbers. Yuri listened in absolute awe, asking how much wealth he had managed to accumulate from those dreams. Ryu Min answered with a relaxed smile, stating that he had won more than enough to ensure he would never have to worry about finances again, though he added with a slight glare that surviving the deadly rounds was his true concern now. Yuri's curiosity flared, and she asked how he had fared during the first round, wondering if he had struggled with the brutal task of hunting goblins. Ryu Min calmly replied that it had indeed taken a considerable amount of time. Taking a sip from his glass, Ryu Min listened as she asked which specific survival zone he had been assigned to. He answered that he could only recall the initial letters, though he was certain the final number was a 5. Yuri sighed in disappointment, revealing that her own zone ended with a 7. She lamented that they would likely never cross paths in the game world due to the different region assignments. Ryu Min drank quietly, secretly advising her not to be discouraged. He knew that as the global player count dwindled, the system would inevitably merge the remaining zones, meaning they were bound to meet eventually. Yuri then inquired about his current level. When Ryu Min answered that he had reached level 10, she smiled in excitement, stating she was at the exact same level. She then eagerly asked if he had managed to unlock a class. Ryu Min shook his head, asking if she had obtained one. Yuri proudly admitted that she had luckily succeeded in securing a class called Supporter. Ryu Min repeated the term, feigning ignorance. He asked if her class allowed her to provide beneficial buffs to allies, just like in popular video games. Inwardly, however, he celebrated her confirmation, pleased that she had successfully unlocked the class in this timeline as well. Excited to show off her abilities, Yuri asked if he wanted to experience her magic firsthand. She explained that her unique skill, Bless, raised all of the target's attributes. Ryu Min smiled, inviting her to go ahead. Yuri raised her hand across the table, and a brilliant, warm green light erupted from her palm, completely enveloping Ryu Min in a soothing magical aura. A system message confirmed his stats had increased by 50% for 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds due to Bless. Ryu Min praised it, noting that at max level, the boost would reach 100%. While he knew that such power would require her to reach her absolute limit, he was still incredibly grateful that she had unlocked the class, as securing her supportive abilities was his primary reason for recruiting her. With his 50% luck boost active, Ryu Min considered the random gold pouch, a rare reward that granted gold based on his luck. He calculated that the higher his luck attribute was at the moment of opening, the greater his financial reward would be. Smiling warmly at his classmate, he offered her his sincere thanks. Yuri waved off his gratitude, telling him to let her know whenever he needed the buff and insisting it was absolutely no trouble at all. Ryu Min nodded in agreement. Ryu Min then reminded her of their initial conversation, asking what important matter she had wanted to discuss with him. Yuri gasped, realizing she had completely forgotten her original purpose. She thanked him deeply for the generous financial gift he had left at the store, adding that her father had explicitly asked her to convey his utmost gratitude as well. She then insisted that she would find a way to eventually repay the 10 million won in full. Ryu Min sighed in mild amusement, repeating his stance that they did not owe him a single cent. Yuri desperately argued that if he refused to accept monetary repayment, she would have to find another way to compensate him. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She reached in her bag and pulled out a beautiful, glowing purple stone, holding it out to him and insisting he accept it. When Ryu Min asked what it was, she explained she had found it while hunting in the other world. She demanded he take it, warning him not to even think about rejecting her gift. After leaving the steakhouse, Yuri thanked him for lunch and waved goodbye. Ryu Min told her to take care, then watched her go before walking off alone. Once alone, Ryu Min opened his inventory and checked the item, a lowest-rank purple mana stone, a rare one-use consumable with faint magical energy. He stared in surprise, not expecting such a gift. He held the glowing violet crystal in his hand, reflecting that he would only truly understand the immense value of this mana stone once he managed to reach level 20. Ryu Min recalled the mechanics of the game. Once a player achieved level 20, they unlocked the highly coveted combination feature, which allowed them to fuse various mana stones directly into their equipment to grant powerful extra attributes. He knew that these stones existed in 7 distinct colors. He mentally cataloged the effects. Red stones boosted offensive damage, orange increased physical strength, yellow enhanced luck, green raised agility, blue granted intelligence, and dark blue decreased incoming damage. Staring at the crystal, he noted that the purple variant was the rarest and most valuable of them all, possessing an incredibly low drop rate because it raised all of a player's statistics simultaneously. He smiled at his incredible fortune, amused by the fact that he had managed to secure such a rare and powerful item entirely for free. He admitted to himself that his luck attribute must be exceptionally high at the moment, which was entirely true. Checking his interface, he saw Yuri's Bless had 30 minutes and 58 seconds left. He decided to open the gold pouch before it expired. But first, he had one final preparation. Standing in a quiet corner of the park, Ryu Min reached into his bag, pulling out a clear plastic bag packed with 100 small mealworms. He resolved to first boost his attributes using the power of his passive rune. He recalled the mechanics of the Rune of Slaughter, which granted a permanent 1% increase to all statistics for every opponent defeated. He knew that the system did not discriminate. Any living creature, including common insects, counted toward the tally. Forced to hunt monsters in the game, he had no such limits here. Dumping writhing mealworms onto the pavement, he murmured an apology and raised his foot. He stomped with precision as system alerts tracked his kills, reaching 100 out of 100. The Rune of Slaughter activated, boosting his attributes by 100%, and Ryu Min opened his status window. His status window appeared, and Ryu Min saw his luck rise from 15 to 45. Satisfied, he summoned the rare random gold pouch, which could yield 1 to 9,999 gold. With the 50% boost from Yuri's Bless and the doubling effect of his Rune of Slaughter, combining to give him the highest possible luck stat, he channeled his energy and commanded the system to use the pouch. The pouch floated into the air, radiating a brilliant, warm gold light. Ryu Min watched with anticipation, wondering how much wealth he would receive, knowing from his past regressions that the output always varied wildly, even with identical statistics. He recalled earning 3 to 6,000 gold from this reward in past lives. As the pouch burst in a flash of golden light, Ryu Min's eyes widened in shock at the result. Ryu Min stared in disbelief as the system confirmed he used a random gold pouch. A bright light flared, followed by a message. He had received 9,999 gold. Ryu Min exhaled in relief, scarcely believing his luck. 9,999 gold, the absolute maximum. Securing Min Yuri's Bless beforehand had made all the difference. He checked his balance at once. With the new gold added, his total rose to 16,249, enough for an epic item and still plenty to spare. However, the specific epic item he targeted would not appear in the store rotation for another 2 weeks. Deciding to exercise patience, he resolved to hold onto his accumulated wealth for the time being. Upon returning home, Ryu Min stepped inside his apartment, calling out to his younger brother to announce his arrival. Ryu Won looked up from his phone with a bright smile, welcoming his older brother back. With a mischievous gleam in his eyes, Ryu Won immediately began teasing his brother, eagerly asking how his date had gone. Ryu Min could only stare back in mild bewilderment, repeating the word in confusion. Ryu Won pressed on, teasing that he'd just come back from seeing the girl he liked. Ryu Min brushed it off, dropping onto the sofa and changing the subject by asking what he'd had for lunch. Ryu Won leaned back with a satisfied grin, admitting that he had ordered some jajangmyeon, the the classic Korean black bean noodles he had been craving. Ryu Min sighed, saying his brother should have treated himself to a better meal now that they could afford it. Ryu Min only laughed, insisting there was nothing wrong with simple noodles when he had been craving them for so long. Ryu Min pointed out that it had only been a month since they were completely broke, struggling with bank accounts that held barely 33,202 won. Ryu Min listened quietly, recalling how quickly their lives had transformed. Ryu Min suddenly mentioned that Bitcoins had climbed to 150 billion won. Ryu Min remained calm, noting it matched his past timeline. Prices would surge higher in 2 weeks. He decided to wait until then to sell. In the meantime, Ryu Min considered his immediate tasks. Before dealing with the cryptocurrency, he wondered if he should finally obtain his driver's license. He entered a computer-filled testing center for the written exam. As keyboards clicked around him, Ryu Min sighed inwardly, wondering how many times he had taken this test across his regressions. He decided to finish it as quickly as possible. His sheer speed drew bewildered stares from the other examinees in the room. As Ryu Min quietly stood up and walked toward the exit, a nearby test-taker muttered in confusion, wondering why anyone would leave so soon. The neighboring test-taker glanced over at Ryu Min's monitor and gasped in sheer disbelief. The screen displayed a stellar 95% passing score for a Class 1 driver's license, completed in a fraction of the allotted time. While passing the written and practical exams was a foregone conclusion given his decades of regression experience, the administrative process still took 4 days. When he finally brought home his new card, he proudly displayed it, playfully dazzling Ryu Min with a polished plastic license. Yet, as he looked at the license, a stray thought crossed his mind. Counting all the decades he had lived through across 99 regressions, he suddenly wondered just how old his soul actually was. The vast, infinite cosmos of his memories left him feeling slightly overwhelmed. Without wasting any time, Ryu Min immediately purchased a high-end sports car, a sleek, vibrant red Lamborghini Aventador. It was the same vehicle he had favored in his previous lives, making the choice second nature to him. At the luxury dealership, Ryu Min asked the sales representative how long it would take to secure the vehicle as a direct import. When the representative assured him that placing the order today would guarantee delivery within a single month, Ryu Min calmly agreed to sign the contract. The salesman practically beamed with delight, rubbing his hands together as he enthusiastically praised Ryu Min's taste. Ryu Min could only offer a polite, slightly weary smile in response to the over-the-top flattery. 2 weeks quickly passed, bringing with them a critical milestone. It was finally time to reap the massive rewards of his cryptocurrency investment. Ryu Min walked into the living room and noticed his older brother staring at his phone with an unusually wide, gleeful grin. Curious, Ryu Min asked what had happened to put him in such a good mood. Ryu Min simply looked up and calmly announced that he had just sold all of his Bitcoins. Ryu Min's eyes widened with mild interest, and he asked how much the value had increased. Ryu Min delivered the news with complete composure, 300 billion won. The sheer magnitude of the number struck Ryu Min like a physical blow. He nearly dropped his favorite cartoon bear mug, his voice cracking in absolute shock as he screamed the astronomical figure back at his brother. Ryu Min staggered backward, pointing out that their initial lottery winnings of 60 billion won had somehow multiplied into 300 billion won. Ryu Min leaned back with a relaxed, satisfied smirk, thoroughly enjoying the spectacular return on his investment. Shaking his head in disbelief, Ryu Min admitted that he had been secretly terrified and wanted to stop him when Ryu Min first mentioned investing their entire fortune into cryptocurrency. Looking back at his past anxiety, he marveled at how his brother had somehow hit the ultimate jackpot. Ryu Min played along, claiming that even he hadn't anticipated such a massive surge. Inwardly, however, he was pleasantly surprised. In his 99th regression, the peak had only reached 280 billion won. It seemed his current path was already yielding even better results. Still slightly anxious, Ryu Min asked if he was finally done with high-risk trading. Ryu Min nodded in agreement, confirming that he had indeed closed his cryptocurrency positions. But his brother's relief was short-lived. Ryu Min took a slow, casual sip from his cup and cheerfully announced that his next venture would be stock trading. Ryu Min let out a distressed groan, pleading with his brother and pointing out that neither of them knew the first thing about the stock market. Ryu Min simply offered a reassuring smile, telling his brother not to worry. With a confident gesture, Ryu Min repeated his previous cover story, claiming that he had been blessed with another prophetic dream. Ryu Min's jaw dropped as he stammered, asking if a dream spirit had truly instructed him to buy a specific corporate stock. Ryu Min nodded cheerfully, asserting that investing in this specific company right now would yield another massive fortune. Defeated by his brother's flawless track record, Ryu Min sighed deeply and reluctantly relented, telling him to do as he pleased. Ryu Min watched his brother walk away, understanding why Ryu Min was so anxious. But Ryu Min possessed a weapon far greater than luck. He knew the future. He focused on the specific target of his investment strategy. The target was a company ranked 85th on the Kosdaq with a market capitalization of 900 billion won, a firm named Heavenly Demon Consulting. At present, the consultancy owned by Ma Jiangrok was completely unremarkable. However, Ryu Min knew that after the fourth round of the survival game, Ma Jiangrok would establish a highly efficient system that would propel the company's growth to astronomical heights. Knowing its guaranteed success, there was absolutely no reason to pass up the opportunity. Furthermore, Ryu Min aimed to secure a substantial share ratio that would grant him significant management authority, allowing him to exert immense influence as a major shareholder. His plan was to immediately invest 280 billion won to acquire a 31% stake in the firm. Ryu Min watched from a distance, clutching his phone and silently praying that his brother's dream-guided gamble would succeed once more. Ryu Min tightly squeezed his hands together, desperately hoping that the mysterious dream spirit had delivered accurate information. With a tap on his phone, the massive transaction went through. A confirmation flashed, order 5,684,241 completed. With his finances secured, Ryu Min turned to his next objective, obtaining the item he needed. That night, at 12 o'clock, the critical moment arrived. Ryu Min lay comfortably in his bed and summoned the system's store interface. He had meticulously hoarded his gold points specifically for this occasion. The system store was incredibly convenient, allowing players to purchase various types of equipment and general skills as long as they had sufficient gold. However, almost everything readily available in the standard listings was capped at the normal rank. Fortunately, there was a specialized way to bypass this restriction and obtain rare or epic gear. The key was the Today's Item section, a daily random item. While others struggled with its unpredictability, Ryu Min's past regressions gave him a decisive edge. He knew exactly which day the perfect item would rotate into the store. Smiling, he extended his finger and tapped the flashing interface. An item window appeared, the epic skeleton bone necklace. It granted +3 intelligence and increased attack speed by 1% per kill, up to 25%. At just 4,600 gold, it was a bargain. With his target found, Ryu Min moved. He whispered the command to open his inventory, pulling out a rare consumable called the Today's Item 50% off coupon. This valuable reward, earned by completing a specific subquest during the second round, would slash the item's cost in half. Applying the coupon, he bought the epic necklace for 2,300 gold, leaving him with 13,949 gold. He glanced at his remaining funds and murmured thoughtfully. Sitting up in bed, he realized that he still possessed a massive surplus of gold points. He originally planned to spend his remaining funds on standard, normal rank armor and accessories to fill out his gear slots. However, he reconsidered. If he could manage to save just 6,000 more gold, he would have enough to purchase an extremely valuable general skill instead. A high-tier skill was far more valuable to his long-term survival than temporary, low-rank equipment. He resolved to aggressively accumulate the additional 6,000 gold during his next outing. Fortunately, He knew that the upcoming round 3 would feature a massive influx of monsters, providing the perfect farming opportunity. And so, time steadily marched forward until the arrival of March 1st, 2023. The fateful day of the next trial came without fail. Teleportation seized Ryu Min, dragging him and the survivors back into the game. They appeared in a vast cobbled square, not the forest. As the golden light faded, players groaned and cursed, confused by the unfamiliar setting. The players surveyed the dilapidated structures lining the square. One pointed to the crumbling stone houses, noting that while the buildings were heavily damaged, the place still closely resembled an old village. Another quickly corrected him, muttering that calling this a village was too generous. They were standing in nothing but hollowed-out ruins. Looking past the ruins, they noticed high stone walls surrounding them. A player shouted that the village was enclosed like a fortress, and others spotted a massive gate sealing the exit. At the plaza's center, a massive violet crystal hovered above a stone dais, swirling with volatile energy. The players stared in awe, wondering what it was and what trial round 3 would bring. Ryu Min stood quietly amidst the crowd, his sharp eyes taking in the scene. Because this environment was completely unfamiliar to the majority of the survivors, an oppressive blanket of anxiety had settled over the players. Whispers of dread and uncertainty filled the air as they braced for the worst. Scanning the faces around him, Ryu Min noticed one man who seemed entirely unaffected by the tense atmosphere. He mentally noted that Cho Jung-sik was the only one in their vicinity who didn't look anxious. Cho Jung-sik stood firm, scowling, his scarred face and coiling neck tattoo marking his imposing presence. Nearby, a player whispered to his companion that he was their zone's representative. The whispers turned to gossip. They confirmed his nickname, Life is a Documentary, and rumored he was a real-world gang boss. Another recalled him threatening players with a sword to win the vote, scoffing that someone like Black Scythe should have led instead. A cautious player urged silence, warning that Cho Jung-sik might hear them and had the authoritative position, perk. A smug player scoffed, boasting there was nothing to fear since it could only be used 10 times. The dismissive comment was the final straw. His temper flaring, Cho Jung-sik spun around with a fierce glare, pointing aggressively at the gossipers. He roared at them to shut their mouths, his booming voice cutting through the ambient noise of the square. The outburst stirred irritation. One player muttered about his vulgarity. Another said silence wasn't weakness. Veins throbbed at Cho Jung-sik's temple as his rage boiled. Baring his teeth, Cho Jung-sik took a menacing step forward, demanding to know which coward had just spoken. The crowd instantly went quiet, several nearby players clearing their throats nervously and averting their gazes to avoid eye contact with the furious brute. Despite his fierce exterior, sweat slid down Cho Jung-sik's cheek. He cursed inwardly, realizing his grip on the zone was slipping, blaming the angel for painting a target on his back last round. Before it could escalate, heavy footsteps approached. A muscular young man bowed deeply and greeted him loudly. Cho Jung-sik blinked, recognizing Hwang Yong-min, and demanded what he was doing. With his head still bowed low, Hwang Yong-min loudly addressed him by his gang affiliation, calling him the esteemed leader of the Jung-sik faction and his ultimate senior. He declared with utmost enthusiasm that he had come specifically to pay his respects. Cho Jung-sik crossed his arms, sizing up the young man with a skeptical look. He asked which specific gang family the kid belonged to. Hwang Yong-min quickly raised his head, admitting with a sheepish grin that he hadn't officially joined any syndicate yet, but was simply a young man in his 20s hoping to make a name for himself as a gangster. Cho Jung-sik stared at him in utter disbelief. He wondered what kind of absolute lunatic would formally greet a notorious gang boss in the middle of a death game just to express a desire to join the mafia. Oblivious to the gang leader's internal bewilderment, Hwang Yong-min proudly declared that Cho Jung-sik was his lifelong role model. He added that the Jung-sik faction was the exact organization he had dreamed of joining ever since he was a teenager. Cho Jung-sik opened his mouth to ask what the kid actually wanted, but Hwang Yong-min dropped back down into another deep, dramatic bow. He pressed his hands to the stone tiles and begged Cho Jung-sik to take him under his wing, swearing to serve him loyally for the rest of his life. Cho Jung-sik stared down at the groveling youth. Throughout his long career in the criminal underworld, he had encountered all kinds of unhinged sociopaths, but this was a first. Still, a grin slowly crept across his scarred face. He found himself genuinely liking the kid's raw passion. He gestured for Ryu Min to stand up. As the eager youth scrambled to his feet, Cho Jung-sik questioned his sanity. He asked if the kid was completely out of his mind, pointing out that his reputation among the players was entirely ruined, yet he was still desperately trying to suck up to him. Ryu Min firmly beat his chest, smiling broadly as he declared that he didn't care about public opinion in the slightest. He maintained that his respect for Cho Jung-sik was absolute and unwavering. He continued, stating that as long as the legendary boss accepted him, he would gladly ignore any hostile glares from the crowd. Cho Jung-sik fell silent, silently observing the unwavering resolve in the young man's eyes. Amused and thoroughly satisfied with the response, Cho Jung-sik let out a loud laugh. He declared that he liked the kid's attitude and promised to take full responsibility for mentoring him from now on. Ryu Min's face lit up with joy, and he bowed repeatedly in rapid succession. He stammered out his heartfelt thanks, expressing that being accepted by his idol was the greatest honor of his life. The surrounding players watched the display with deep disgust, whispering among themselves. One questioned if the kid was completely insane for voluntarily aligning himself with a murderous gang boss, while another sneered, muttering that birds of a feather always flock together. Standing a short distance away, Ryu Min observed the interaction with a faint, knowing smirk. He silently noted that Ryu Min had chosen to stick to Cho Jung-sik in this timeline as well. To him, this predictability was an incredibly good sign. A radiant light split the sky as white feathers drifted down. A winged figure in white and gold descended. Angel Olivia, gazing at the crowd and sweetly mocking whether all the lowly humans had gathered. Resting a slender finger against her chin, the beautiful angel surveyed the plaza with a cruel smile. She giggled, noting that today there were exactly 90 fewer participants in this sector than during their last gathering. Confusion rippled as players wondered how 90 had vanished. Then the system appeared. Round 3, protect the relic for 3 hours. Entire zone, 856,030,200 participants. 0 out of 214,007,550 achieved. ESCs 45.5 for 1,900 participants. 0 out of 1,225 achieved. Murmurs of shock rippled through the ruins as the players read the floating screens. Many confirmed that the participant count was indeed lower than before, desperately asking one another how such a drop was possible between rounds. Angel Olivia let out a sweet, mocking chuckle, saying healthy humans wouldn't just drop dead. Amused, she suggested they must be killing each other in the real world, giggling at their eagerness to do so. Suddenly, a sharp cry cut through the panic. A young player pointed a trembling finger at his status screen, frantically urging everyone to look closely at the target completion number listed for the current round. The realization hit the crowd like a freezing wave. They noted that the target was set to exactly 1,225 people, which was barely a quarter of the active players in their zone. Distressed voices began to shout toward the sky, demanding to know if this was a system error. The Angel Olivia's sweet facade instantly shattered. She threw her head back and burst into a loud, mocking laugh that echoed menacingly off the high stone walls of the fortress. Wiping a tear of amusement from her eye, the angel sneered, stating that this was absolutely not an error. She noted their foolish panic and asked if they had already forgotten the fundamental mechanics of the game. She reminded the trembling crowd of the absolute rule. Only half of the active participants were permitted to survive each monthly round. Smiling bloodthirstily, Olivia pointed out that because every single player in their zone had miraculously survived the previous round, the math had simply caught up to them. Therefore, It only made perfect sense that the survival quota for this round was slashed to a mere quarter. The players fell into deep despair, their faces pale with terror. Olivia looked down at their misery with cold indifference, warning them that they had no right to feel wronged. She stated that if they wanted to live, they simply had to work twice as hard to secure a spot within the top 25% of the leaderboards. Olivia then cleared her throat, announcing that she would now explain the mechanics of the third round. She revealed that waves of monsters would materialize from the 4 castle gates surrounding the settlement every 30 minutes, with their primary target being the giant relic hovering in the center of the village. She warned that there would be a total of 5 waves, requiring the players to combine their strength to defend the core. She explained that if they successfully defended the relic for the entire duration of 3 hours, they would receive highly valuable additional rewards. However, she added with a dark giggle that failing to protect the floating core would result in an incredibly severe penalty. She further clarified that regardless of whether the collective relics survive the onslaught, each individual's ultimate survival or death would be decided solely by their placement on the leaderboard, which would track the exact number of monsters each player killed to determine their final standing. Olivia gestured to the locked gates, explaining the monster waves would grow denser but be weakened to a third of their strength, making the trial manageable. Naturally, the reduced strength meant less experience and gold. Hearing these terms, Cho Jung-sik let out a smug grin. He touched his chin, calculating that if all he needed to do was rack up a high kill count, his combat prowess and the unique benefits of his authoritative position status would allow him to breeze through the round with ease. High above, Olivia clapped her hands together as if she had just remembered a minor detail. She looked down at the crowd, calling out that the designated representative of their zone during the previous round was the player known as Life is a Documentary. Olivia confirmed that Cho Jung-sik was authorized to employ his authoritative position skill during the upcoming battle. However, she tilted her head with a wicked smirk, asking the crowd if they were curious about what would happen if their esteemed representative were to die. She explained that if the representative died of natural causes or fell to a monster's blade, the leadership position would simply become vacant. But then, her smile widened as she asked what would happen if the representative were to be murdered by another player. With a sadistic glint, Olivia revealed that whoever killed the representative would inherit the title and 10 fresh uses of authoritative position. Instantly, the crowd's gaze sharpened, thousands of predatory eyes locking onto Cho Jung-sik. Olivia clapped her hands cheerfully, announcing that the first wave of monsters would begin in exactly 10 minutes. She wished them luck, expressing a mock hope that they would cooperate nicely for the next 3 hours to survive the ordeal. As she dissolved into a brilliant shower of golden sparks, she giggled softly, murmuring that she highly doubted they would actually cooperate. Left standing in the square, Cho Jung-sik felt a cold sweat drench his back. He let out a desperate, panicked curse as the terrifying reality of his situation set in. His paranoia flared as a heavy, murderous silence fell over the square. He looked around, watching in horror as the players surrounding him slowly drew their swords, daggers, and axes, their eyes glowing with intense greed as they silently closed in on him. Panicking, Cho Jung-sik quickly drew his twin daggers, which crackled with a volatile golden aura. He took a defensive stance, screaming at the crowd to try their luck if they dared, swearing that he would sever the head of the very first bastard who stepped forward. However, his threats did little to deter the desperate players. One of them mocked his bravado, pointing out that he only had 10 uses of his special skill left. Others gulped in anticipation, whispering that whoever managed to kill the gang boss would inherit the coveted representative status and guarantee their own survival. Just as the mob moved to charge, calm footsteps echoed across the square. The crowd parted as a lone figure in dark gear, bearing a massive black scythe, walked through. Cho Jung-sik's jaw dropped as he recognized him. Black scythe. Ryu Min stopped a few paces away, resting the shaft of his heavy weapon against his shoulder. He looked at the trembling gang boss and calmly told him not to be frightened, stating that he had only come to have a quiet conversation. Cho Jung-sik tried to maintain his tough front, letting out a nervous, strained chuckle as he claimed he wasn't scared. He wiped a bead of cold sweat from his temple and barked at the legendary player to simply get to the point. The gang leader pointed one of his daggers at him, warning Ryu Min that if he had come to threaten him into giving up his head, he would fight to the death. Ryu Min simply offered a calm, relaxed smile and answered that he had a much better offer to make. Ryu Min stepped closer, his dark scythe radiating a faint, ominous purple energy under the dim fortress sky. He looked at the desperate man and noted that Cho Jung-sik was in an incredibly difficult position. With absolute confidence, he offered a single, game-changing promise. He would protect him. Cho Jung-sik stared at him in utter disbelief, gasping in shock at the absurd proposal. Ryu Min remained perfectly composed, offering to protect him from his flanks so that no other players could initiate an attack. He calmly promised to stay right by his side, serving as a personal guard throughout the ordeal. The surrounding players reacted with immediate shock and confusion, whispering frantically among themselves. They realized with growing dread that if Black Scythe was going to protect, life is a documentary. It meant they would have to face the wrath of the legendary player himself if they wanted to claim the representative title. An anxious murmur rippled through the ruins as players nervously debated their next moves, unsure of how to proceed under these new circumstances. Watching their hesitance from a distance, Cho Jung-sik realized that Black Scythe's reputation alone was enough to make the entire crowd falter. The sheer weight of that credibility made the offer highly tempting. However, the seasoned gang leader knew that such life-saving deals never came without a catch. Sweating slightly, he looked directly at the Grim Reaper and demanded to know what price he expected in exchange for his protection. Ryu Min closed his eyes, his voice steady as he explained that his terms were quite simple. He opened his brilliant red eyes, declaring with a chilling intensity that his only condition was for Cho Jung-sik to follow every single one of his orders. Cho Jung-sik gapet in aojai. He instantly realized the true meaning behind the offer. Though it was phrased politely, the legendary player was demanding that he become a lowly subordinate. The gang leader questioned why Ryu Min was extending such a bizarre proposal, but the young man flatly refused to explain his motives. When Cho Jung-sik pressed for details on what kind of orders he would have to follow, Ryu Min remained close-lipped, reiterating only that absolute obedience was mandatory. Clutching his heavy, patterned dagger, Cho Jung-sik felt his pride flare in rebellion at the thought of submitting completely to another player. Yet, a chilling thought stopped him. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he chose to reject the offer. He swallowed hard, imagining the massive scythe tearing through him if he refused. Ryu Min stepped closer, urging him to make a swift decision as the rest of the players were growing impatient for his response. Sweat poured down Cho Jung-sik's face as he gritted his teeth, his expression twisting into a mask of pure defiance and inner turmoil. He began to utter his response. Mustering his remaining courage, Cho Jung-sik formally rejected the offer. Ryu Min watched him with a cold, unblinking red gaze, silently noting that he had fully expected this outcome, knowing the proud gang boss would never easily cast aside his ego. The surrounding players gasped in disbelief, whispering about the sheer foolishness of the rejection. They muttered that he could have hunted in absolute peace under Black Scythe's protection, concluding that his fragile ego must have been severely bruised by the demand for total submission. They mockingly noted that the gang leader apparently valued his pride more than his own life, or perhaps he simply severely underestimated the threat they posed. As they drew their swords and spears, the bloodthirsty crowd prepared to strike. Ryu Min observed the unfolding scene, his red eyes narrowing. He reflected that everything was proceeding exactly as it had in his previous life. He resolved that his next step was to establish a clear and absolute boundary between them. He casually rested his scythe against his shoulder, letting out a calm sigh. He told the gang leader that since the offer had been declined, there was nothing more to be done, declaring that he would no longer concern himself with Cho Jung-sik's fate. Turning his back, Ryu Min walked away, stating coldly that whether the man lived or died was no longer his concern. The predatory players immediately took notice, eagerly whispering that with Black Scythe out of the equation, the gangster was now fair game. Left to face the hostile crowd alone, Cho Jung-sik felt a wave of regret wash over him, wondering for a split second if he should have simply swallowed his pride and accepted the deal. Suddenly, a resonant system chime echoed through the ruins. A bright, golden notification box materialized in the air, warning that Wave 1 was about to begin and urging them to prepare for the monster invasion to protect the relic. The players gripped their weapons tightly, realizing the battle was finally starting. Another system alert informed them that Wave 2 would begin in exactly 30 minutes, regardless of the status of the first wave. The players rallied together, shouting for everyone to protect the massive, glowing violet crystal as the countdown timer ticked down from 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. As the players moved toward the defense points, Cho Jung-sik realized he couldn't possibly fight alongside people who were actively planning to murder him for his title. He calculated that since this was ultimately an individual mission tracked by personal kill counts, he would have to secure his own survival entirely on his own. Suddenly, he blinked in surprise, noticing Black Scythe heading in an unexpected direction away from the central plaza. He wondered in confusion where the formidable player was going. Watching from afar as the solitary figure walked down a deserted, narrow alleyway, Cho Jung-sik wondered if the crazy bastard actually intended to fight entirely alone. He watched in awe as Ryu Min calmly headed straight toward one of the outer fortress entrances. The system announced Wave 1 for 1,900 players versus 9,800 weakened goblins. Cho Jung-sik gasped as the gates splintered under the charging horde. The system noted they were at 1/3 strength and wished them luck. Cho Jung-sik cursed under his breath, deciding that his best course of action was to hide nearby and assess the flow of the battle before committing to a fight. Climbing the wooden stairs of a nearby ruined tower, he kept his eyes on Black Scythe, wondering why the legendary player remained completely still. He questioned if Ryu Min actually intended to hold off the goblin horde at the narrow gate all by himself. He reasoned that even though the alleyway was narrow, the entrance was still wide enough for at least 10 goblins to squeeze through simultaneously. He wondered if the young man was truly confident enough to face 10 bloodthirsty creatures at once without backing down. From his elevated vantage point, Cho Jung-sik watched the heavy wooden gate shatter completely as a horde of screeching goblins flooded into the alleyway. He sneered, calling Ryu Min an arrogant lunatic who was only acting brave because of his high level, predicting that he would flee in terror after taking a few hits. The red-eyed goblins bared their fangs, brandishing rusted daggers as they lunged forward. Standing his ground at the end of the corridor, Ryu Min readied his massive scythe, unleashing a devastating sweep of dark crimson energy. The precise, fluid strike easily cleaved through the lead goblins, sending a spray of dark blood across the cobblestones. Ryu Min's expression remained cold and detached, unaffected by the carnage. Despite the casualties, more goblins leaped from the walls and rubble, swarming the narrow pass in an attempt to overwhelm him. Ryu Min calmly repositioned his weapon, bracing for the next wave. He became a whirlwind of destruction, unleashing a relentless barrage of swift, cross-cutting slashes that sliced through the leaping monsters with ease, maintaining his absolute focus amidst the green horde. Watching the spectacular display from the high window, Cho Jung-sik's jaw dropped in absolute shock. He stared at the field of shredded corpses, wondering in disbelief if a player could truly become that powerful upon reaching level 16. Realizing the massive gulf in their strength, the gang leader gritted his teeth in frustration. He resolved that he couldn't afford to waste time cowering in the shadows. He needed to start leveling up immediately to close the gap. He looked toward the central plaza, noting that the rest of the players were fully occupied fighting the goblins. Desperate shouts filled the air as the western gate fell, and players scrambled to prevent the monsters from reaching the floating relic, trading brutal blows with the invaders. Recognizing his opportunity, Cho Jung-sik sneaked out of the tower door, planning to use the chaotic melee to safely harvest experience points from the distracted monsters. He rushed into the fray, roaring at the goblins and calling them easy experience points as he lunged at a stray monster with his dagger. With a swift, precise thrust, he drove his weapon deep into the back of a green-skinned beast, sending a geyser of dark blood onto the floor. He smirked arrogantly, praising the utility of his rune of detection, which allowed him to easily track and anticipate the movements of the monsters around him. Suddenly, a sharp, whistling sound cut through the air, and a metallic arrow grazed his cheek, leaving a thin, bleeding cut. Cho Jung-sik gasped in shock, spinning around as he realized a projectile had just barely missed his head. He surveyed the chaotic battlefield in frustration, noting that none of the weakened goblins in this wave were equipped with bows. He cursed, realizing with fury that one of his fellow players had just tried to assassinate him. Wiping the blood from his cheek, his face contorted in pure rage. He vowed to skin the coward alive the moment he discovered their identity. Before he could search further, a sudden, searing pain flared in his flank. He let out a sharp gasp of pain as a player plunged a heavy spear directly into his side. The assassin cheered in triumph, shouting that he had successfully struck the representative. Cho Jung-sik bared his teeth, roaring in homicidal fury at his attacker. Gritting his teeth against the agony, the gang leader gripped the shaft of the spear and violently ripped it out of his flesh, sending a spray of blood onto the stones. The assassin gasped in terror, stumbling backward. With a terrifying roar, Cho Jung-sik lunged forward and repeatedly drove his dagger deep into the assassin's chest, venting his savage fury until the player collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Another whistling arrow narrowly missed his temple, embedding itself in the wall behind him. Cho Jung-sik ducked, his eyes scanning the chaotic plaza until they locked onto a player holding a longbow on a distant elevated terrace. Using his immense physical strength, the gang leader wounded back his arm and hurled the confiscated spear across the plaza like a javelin, aiming directly at the sniper. The spear flew with terrifying velocity, impaling the archer squarely in the head. The projectile shattered his skull in a violent spray of gore, sending his lifeless body tumbling from the ledge. Panting heavily, Cho Jung-sik clutched his bleeding side, surrounded by a ring of corpses. He cursed bitterly, realizing with profound anxiety that his fellow human players posed a far greater threat to his survival than the actual monster horde. He lamented his decision to secure the representative title in the previous round. He spat in disgust, wishing he could simply hand over the cursed status to someone else. Grimacing in pain, he wondered if he should have swallowed his pride and accepted Black Scythe's offer after all. However, he quickly shook his head, asserting that a real man must protect his dignity and vow never to serve under another bastard. He forced himself to calm down, searching for an alternative path to survival. He racked his brain for a way to hunt monsters safely without having to constantly watch his back for player betrayals. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a formidable player fighting nearby, and a wicked grin spread across his face. He recognized the powerful warrior immediately, noting that the man was currently ranked number 3 in their entire zone, operating under the dramatic moniker Black Flame Dragon in hand. Amused by his luck, the gang leader approached the distracted warrior and called out. As the man turned, Cho Jung-sik activated authoritative position, speaking his name. A purple aura flared as he ordered him to protect him. A system message confirmed Ryu Min's skeleton bone necklace had reached a 25% attack speed boost. With a swift strike, he felled another goblin. The count rose to 502, triggering triple experience, a 100% boost from his Rune of Slaughter, and rewards of 3.33 gold plus 1.66 bonus gold. Catching his breath, Ryu Min opened his status window. Golden panels appeared, showing 15,910 gold, nearly 2,000 earned in moments. He smiled faintly, calculating his rate of acquisition. He estimated that at this rapid pace, he would easily surpass 20,000 gold by the time the second wave arrived. He shook his head. He needed more gold. To secure his edge, he had to buy 2 general skills this round to hasten his path to the rune of inner thoughts. Around him, red-eyed goblins began to close in again. His crimson eyes flared with lethal intent as the creatures closed in. Without missing a beat, Ryu Min spun his scythe in a wide, sweeping arc, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that instantly decimated the surrounding pack in a spray of blood. Despite the heavy casualties, a massive horde of goblins continued to pour into the narrow street, their screeches echoing off the stone walls. Ryu Min calmly watched the approaching lines, mockingly asking why they were hesitating to charge. Declaring that he would take the initiative if they refused to advance, Ryu Min leapt forward. He swung his heavy weapon downward, carving through the fresh arrivals with unmatched speed as he pushed deeper into the alleyway. A deep hum filled the air as a massive pillar of purple light crashed into the crystal relic. Exhausted players gasped, bracing themselves and wondering if something had gone wrong. Before the monsters could land another strike, the goblins' bodies began to glow with a golden energy, dissolving into thin particles of light. A bold system notification announced their success, declaring that they had officially defended the core against Wave 1. The plaza erupted in cheers as players collapsed in relief. The tally showed 3,933 survivors and 967 dead. Each survivor received 500 gold. Exhausted, many muttered about resting before the next wave. Ryu Min walked the quiet streets, stepping over fallen players. Even with goblins at 1/3 strength, nearly 1,000 had died. No one could afford to lower their guard. He stopped, his eyes scanning the surrounding ruined alleyways. He silently questioned where the zone representative had gone. Turning a corner, his gaze locked onto his target. He observed that Cho Jung-sik had managed to survive the initial wave, but noted with cold certainty that the gang boss would have an incredibly difficult time lasting beyond the current round. Nearby, Cho Jung-sik panted, clutching his bleeding side. Players ignore the monsters, fixated on his head. Behind him, several armed figures crept closer. An assassin lunged with a raised blade, shouting a death threat, but before it struck, Black Flame Dragon in hand, intercepted, cutting him down in a spray of blood. Cho Jung-sik smirked, clutching his wound as relief washed over him. He credited his survival to authoritative position, using controlled players as expendable shields. Suddenly, Huang Yongmin approached, calling out to ask if he was unharmed. Cho Jung-sik watched the young man, silently amused that the kid continued to follow him loyally even though he had never used his mind control skill on him. The gang leader winced in agony, his hands slick with blood. He realized with growing dread that the severe blood loss was taking a massive toll on his body, wondering if he possessed the physical endurance to survive the remaining duration of the trial. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, resolved that he would survive at all costs, and passed the round despite those who wished for his death. Before he could move, a familiar system chime echoed through the sector. The interface announced the arrival of Wave 2, pitting the remaining 3,933 players against 7,866 weakened goblins and hobgoblins. A final system warning reminded them that the creatures were restricted to 1/3 of their natural strength, wishing them luck as a fresh horde of screeching hobgoblins began to flood the streets. At his isolated defensive post, Ryu Min went to work. He became a blur of motion, his scythe executing precise, horizontal cuts that easily severed the advancing hobgoblins. A massive pile of monstrous corpses quickly accumulated around his feet as he continued his relentless defense. Suddenly, a golden aura flared around Ryu Min's body as the system announced that he had officially reached level 20. His player rank rose from apprentice to regular, and a notification informed him that he had unlocked the highly versatile combination function. Ryu Min smiled, having reached level 20, unlocking unique item fusion. His seal of death strengthened from 100% to 120%, and he gained the Grim Reaper skill, Night of Death, allowing him to shroud a 500-meter area in darkness. The system noted his next class skill would unlock at level 40. Ryu Min reviewed his status, seeing how Seal of Death and Knight of Death synergized with his Grim Reaper's rune, doubling scythe damage, boosting attack speed by 50% in darkness, and rendering him nearly undetectable. A fresh pack of screeching hobgoblins breached the gate, charging directly toward him. Smirking coldly, Ryu Min welcomed the new arrivals, noting that they were the perfect test subjects for his newly acquired skill. He activated Knight of Death, plunging the street into suffocating darkness and blinding the hobgoblins as Ryu Min's crimson slashes cut them down with deadly precision. When the artificial night finally dissipated, Ryu Min stood calmly in the center of the street, surrounded by a massive heap of slaughtered hobgoblins. A system announcement confirmed they had defended against Wave 2, 3,343 survivors and 590 casualties. After earning another 500 gold, Ryu Min rested his scythe and chose to buy a general skill during the brief intermission. He mentally invoked the shop interface, navigating directly to the General Skills tab. His eyes locked onto the skill manual for presence detection, which carried a steep price tag of 20,000 gold. He bought presence detection, letting him sense any active entity within 30 meters. Testing it, he detected only corpses and distant monsters. He then resolved to save another 20,000 gold for his next purchase. The piece was short-lived as the system heralded the start of Wave 3, pitting the 3,343 survivors against 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. Back in the plaza, Cho Jung-sik's mind-controlled guards fought desperately, carving through the monsters until the system finally announced the successful completion of the third wave. The trial progressed relentlessly into Wave 4, forcing the remaining 3,001 players to defend against 6,002 weakened hobgoblins and gnolls. After a grueling, bloody struggle, the system registered another victory. Panting and covered in grime, Cho Jung-sik calculated he only needed to survive one more hour. Checking his status, he saw he'd exhausted all 10 uses of authoritative position, but took comfort in his remaining puppet thralls guarding him. The final trial began with Wave 5. 2,700 players faced 10,800 weakened gnolls. Cho Jung-sik gasped at the horde, but the system simply wished them luck, noting the beasts were limited to 1/3 their strength. The massive, wolf-like gnolls flooded the plaza, colliding with the player defense lines in a chaotic, bloody melee. Watching his mind-controlled thralls fight off the beasts, Cho Jung-sik smirked, realizing this chaos was his perfect opportunity to secure a high placement on the leaderboards. His expression twisted into a manic grin as he resolved to get stronger, so he could eventually execute every single player who had dared to hunt him. Suddenly, several sharp, wet sounds echoed beside him as his bodyguards let out pained groans. The gang boss gasped in horror as he realized a group of players had bypassed the monster lines, successfully ambushing and cutting down his remaining mind-control puppets. The attackers shouted in excitement, pointing at him and rallying the crowd to slaughter the representative to claim the title. Panicking, Cho Jung-sik screamed for his guards to block them, but the remaining puppets were quickly put down by a volley of arrows and spear thrusts, leaving him completely exposed. Realizing his defenses had completely collapsed, the gang boss turned and fled in terror, cursing his terrible luck. Behind him, a bloodthirsty mob of players gave chase, screaming for the others to join the hunt. He ran blindly through the ruins, his heart pounding as he clutched his bleeding side. He desperately prayed that he could somehow evade his pursuers and survive the final minutes of the round. His desperate sprint carried him into a narrow, silent street strewn with gnoll remains. At the alley's end stood Black Scythe, watching indifferently. Hope flared as Cho Jung-sik begged the legendary player for protection, promising absolute obedience. Ryu Min remained completely silent, looking down at the groveling man with a cold, unblinking gaze. Cho Jung-sik frantically repeated his plea, swearing to submit. Ryu Min flatly refused. Walking past the desperate man, Ryu Min calmly reminded him that he had already warned him that his survival was no longer of any concern. He told the gang leader to figure out a way to survive on his own. Cho Jung-sik chased after him, shouting in frustration and demanding why his offer was now rejected. Ryu Min didn't look back, coldly stating he had no use for a subordinate who'd exhausted all uses of authoritative position. The realization hit the gang boss like a physical blow. He gritted his teeth in absolute rage and despair, realizing he had been deemed entirely worthless. He bitterly regretted not swallowing his pride to accept the offer when it was first presented. The pursuing players rounded the corner and stopped in surprise, witnessing the cold rejection. They let out sighs of relief, mocking the representative's desperate situation and noting that his struggle was coming to a pathetic end. They drew their weapons, slowly closing in on the cornered man. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his side, Cho Jung-sik bared his fangs, swearing that even if he died, he would drag at least one more person to the grave with him. Suddenly, Ryu Min broke through the crowd, calling out to him. He stepped in front of the hostile players, claiming he had come specifically to help his senior during his time of need. Cho Jung-sik stared at him in utter disbelief. A manic, triumphant grin spread across the gang leader's face. He laughed in relief, celebrating that he still had a loyal follower left, promising to richly reward the young man if they managed to survive the ordeal. Before he could finish, Ryu Min's expression turned cold. With a sudden burst of strength, he drove a devastating punch into Cho Jung-sik's jaw, snapping his head aside in a spray of blood. Cho Jung-sik crashed heavily onto the stone tiles, letting out a series of pained, ragged coughs. Standing over his fallen form, Ryu Min smiled wickedly, his footsteps echoing through the narrow alley as he addressed his senior boss. Ryu Min's smirk widened into a malicious, broad grin as he promised to grant him a quick, painless death. His face contorting in sheer fury and terror, Cho Jung-sik spat out a final curse, calling him a traitorous bastard. Before he could scramble backward, Ryu Min lunged, driving his fist into his senior's face. He began a merciless, brutal assault, pounding Cho Jung-sik's skull repeatedly against the cobblestones as pain groans echoed off the stone walls. His vision blurring with blood, Cho Jung-sik cursed his fate. He was filled with absolute, bitter disbelief that he, the fearsome gang boss, had let his guard down only to be betrayed by a pathetic kid he had planned to exploit. He glared up at his attacker's smug face one last time. With a sharp crunch, Ryu Min stomped down on Cho Jung-sik's head. System notifications flashed across the sector. Life is a Documentary was dead, and the title transferred to his killer, declaring, Ryu Min, the new zone rep of Zone ESKS 45-5. Ryu Min threw his head back and burst into a manic, deafening laugh. He raised his bloodied hands to the sky, screaming in triumph that he was now the representative and the absolute king of this sector. Golden System interfaces confirmed his new status, granting him authoritative position. Ryu Min's eyes gleamed with a dark, predatory light as he smirked, whispering he could now abuse his power however he pleased, starting with Co. Rin. He looked down at his bloodied palms, mockingly thanking his former boss for the gift of his power. He sneered, muttering that this embarrassing demise was exactly what the cowardly leader of the Jung-sik faction deserved for doing nothing but running away. Wiping blood from his hands, Ryu Min strode back to his waiting friends with a smug air. He bragged about landing the final blow and reminded them they'd find an opportunity by staying close. They stuttered an uneasy agreement, clearly unsettled. Ryu Min's friends stared at his blood-dripping hands, hearts pounding in horror. They realized he'd brutally killed an imposing gang boss with his bare hands and silently branded him a terrifying, unhinged psychopath, shivering at what he was capable of. Nearby players watched with growing dread, whispering what had just happened. They noted Ryu Min was the same kiss-up who'd been groveling moments earlier and realized with a chill he'd approached the gang boss, intending betrayal from the start. Desperate murmurs rippled through the gathering as they realized what a dangerous individual had just inherited the title. They muttered that his cold-blooded nature made their skin crawl, expressing deep dread at the thought of a ruthless bastard like him serving as their zone rep. Several players began to raise their voices, urging the crowd to band together to eliminate Hwang Yong-min and choose a new representative. Hearing their shouts, Hwang Yong-min let out a quiet chuckle, completely unfazed. He knew he possessed an ultimate trump card that would keep them all at bay. Turning from the hostile crowd, Hwang Yong-min called out to the lone black scythe. Ryu Min paused and glanced back, calmly asking what he wanted. Puffing his chest, Hwang Yong-min boasted he was the new representative with authoritative position. Ryu Min regarded him briefly, then replied in a flat tone, asking what that had to do with him. Hwang Yong-min stepped closer, maintaining his smug smile. He declared that he was officially accepting the life-saving offer that Ryu Min had extended to Cho Jung-sik earlier, swearing to follow any command as long as the legendary player protected his life. He watched Ryu Min with absolute confidence, reasoning that since Cho Jung-sik had only been abandoned because he lacked the authoritative position skill, Ryu Min would have no choice but to eagerly accept his submission now. Ryu Min's expression remained entirely flat. He looked down at him coldly, stating simply that he did not like his attitude. Hwang Yong-min blinked in utter confusion, prompting Ryu Min to add that he might consider the proposal only if the youth dropped to his knees and begged. Confused and insulted, Hwang Yong-min gestured to himself, asking if Ryu Min hadn't heard him. He insisted he was the zone representative with the ultimate mind control skill. Ryu Min scoffed, pointing out Hwang Yong-min was the one misunderstanding. The one in need of a favor was the representative, not him. Ryu Min tilted his head with a mocking, cold smirk. He repeated his terms, stating that if the youth wanted his protection, he had to get on his knees and beg for his life like a dog. Hwang Yong-min's smug face contorted into a mask of pure humiliation and resentment. The surrounding players watched the tense standoff, eager to see how the proud new representative would respond to such a degrading demand. The silence broke with a dull thud as Hwang Yong-min dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the blood-stained tiles. Eyes shut, he begged Black Scythe to accept him as a loyal subordinate. Ryu Min watched in silence. Looking down at the groveling youth, Ryu Min felt deep disgust. After witnessing the same scene across 99 regressions, it no longer amused him. Still, unlike the useless gang boss, Hwang Yong-min held strategic value for his final goal. Suppressing his disdain, Ryu Min calmly announced that he would accept the offer. Hwang Yong-min quickly raised his head, his face lighting up with immense relief as he repeatedly gasped out his heartfelt thanks to Black Scythe. Ryu Min grimaced, curtly ordering him to stand up and stop his pathetic display, stating that it was nauseating to watch. Hwang Yong-min quickly scrambled to his feet, scratching his neck nervously as he apologized. Ryu Min turned and headed back to the plaza, the representative trailing behind like a loyal servant. Players watched in disbelief, whispering that Black Scythe had chosen to protect Hwang Yong-min and anxiously wondered if they should attack them together. A more rational player snapped at the others, asking if they'd lost their minds. He reminded them of Black Scythe, his legendary prowess, a monster who slaughtered hundreds at once, and questioned how anyone could survive facing him. Ryu Min suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes locking onto the hesitant conspirators. He offered a cold smile, calmly stating that he would help them make their decision. The conspirators gasped, instantly freezing in terror. He held up 2 fingers, explaining that they had exactly 2 choices. They could choose to abandon their foolish ambitions for the Zone REP title and focus their efforts on killing the remaining monsters, or they could choose to die by his hand. Ryu Min swung his massive scythe in a slow, threatening arc, the heavy blade humming with a volatile purplish energy that sent a chill through the air. With a chilling red-eyed glare, Ryu Min recommended that they choose the first option, though he noted that he had absolutely no objection to the second. He warned them with absolute finality that he would show no mercy, refusing to view anyone who raised a weapon against him as a fellow human. A nearby player swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he backed away. Shaken to his core, the player stuttered that he was leaving, prompting several others to quickly abandon their weapons and flee back toward the main plaza. Watching the entire crowd retreat in absolute terror, Ryu Min was filled with awe. He marveled at how a single, quiet warning from Black Scythe was enough to make thousands of bloodthirsty players scatter without a fight. He smiled happily at his master's back, reflecting that while the legendary player had been a terrifying enemy, having him as an ally was the most reassuring feeling in the world. Ryu Min glanced toward the central plaza, his expression dark and calculated. He silently reflected that the current round was rapidly approaching its conclusion. He noted that at the current rate of defense, the players would easily manage to hold off the fifth wave of gnolls and successfully clear the main quest without any further issues. However, a devious smirk crept across his face. He reflected that allowing the round to end in such a peaceful, predictable manner would be an absolute waste of a perfect opportunity. Stopping in his tracks, Ryu Min called out to the representative. Ryu Min eagerly responded, calling him master and asking what he required. Ryu Min looked back, coldly ordering him to fulfill his end of their bargain. With an unblinking, chilling glare, Ryu Min commanded the youth to exhaust all 10 uses of his authoritative position, to attack and shatter the giant crystal relic hovering in the center of the village. Ryu Min gasped in absolute shock, his face turning pale. He stuttered, questioning if he had heard the order correctly, horrified at the thought of targeting their own defense corps. A memory of Angel Olivia's sadistic warning flashed through his mind, reminding him that failing to protect the floating violet relic would result in an incredibly severe, lethal penalty for the entire zone. He sweated profusely, realizing that if he used the skill all 10 times, he would have no remaining charges left to mind control CO Rin or secure his personal desires. He looked at Ryu Min in desperation, wondering what could possibly motivate such a suicidal command. Ryu Min hesitantly questioned the order, but Ryu Min snapped for him to shut up and obey. When he begged to use 9 charges instead of 10, Ryu Min's gaze turned lethal, warning he wouldn't repeat himself. Decide now if you want to live. Trembling under the terrifying pressure, Ryu Min quickly bowed his head, stuttering that he would obey. Ryu Min then added a final condition, stating that he would be the one to select the specific targets for the mind control. Ryu Min scanned the crowd, listlessly reciting usernames: Sim Sungyu, Small Pepper, Don't Touch Me, Spring Summer Winter, and several others. He commanded Ryu Min to place these exact 10 individuals under his absolute control and order them to assault the central relic. Ryu Min gasped, his jaw dropping in horror. He realized with absolute panic that the list of targets included every single one of his real-world friends. He stared at Ryu Min in terror, wondering if the legendary player had intentionally targeted his inner circle to punish him. Ryu Min turned back to face his anxious, sweating companions. As they looked at him in confusion, he offered a weak, guilt-ridden apology, whispering that this was Black Scythe, his direct command, and begging them to understand. Ryu Min's eyes blazed violet as he activated authoritative position. Marks of submission appeared above his friends. Don't Touch Me, Sim Sungyu, Small Pepper, Spring Summer Winter, Evand, and Morning Sunlight. Their expressions went blank, eyes glowing purple as he commanded them to destroy the relic. As the brainwashed group marched toward the dais, a series of urgent, red system warnings flared across the sky, blaring that the relic was currently under attack. The defending players in the plaza froze in shock, looking around in utter confusion. They watched in horror as Ryu Min's friends began to furiously hack and slash at the giant violet crystal with their weapons, causing deep cracks to spiderweb across its glowing surface. Panicked shouts filled the plaza as players demanded to know why they were destroying their own core, screaming for them to stop. The plaza devolved into absolute chaos as desperate players cried out, warning that they would all face a lethal penalty if the core shattered. They scrambled to intervene, screaming for someone to put an end to the madness before the relic broke completely. Other players rushed forward, drawing their swords to strike down the mind-controlled saboteurs, trying desperately to save the crystal. They traded brutal blows, but the brainwashed players ignored the attacks, continuing to strike the relic with mindless zeal. With a deafening, crystalline boom, the giant violet relic shattered into a million glowing fragments, raining down over the dais. The system screen flared in everyone's vision, announcing that the core had been destroyed and they had officially failed the main quest. A blood-red system warning appeared. As punishment, the agent of divine punishment would be summoned to hunt them for 30 minutes. Panic spread as players realized they were trapped in a fight for survival against a legendary boss. A bright alert announced a hidden subquest for Round 3. Survive the agent of divine punishment for 30 minutes to earn 3,000 gold. As the timer began at 29 minutes, 59 seconds, Ryu Min smirked and readied his scythe for the true trial. The system chimed, announcing a hidden subquest for Round 3. Survive the agent of divine punishment for 30 minutes to earn 3,000 gold. As the timer started at 29 minutes, 59 seconds, players murmured, realizing the reward far exceeded the 2,000 gold for protecting the relic. Ryu Min smirked as he listened to their chatter. The reward for surviving the penalty boss far exceeded clearing the 5th wave. Exactly why he'd had Huang Yongmin destroy the relic. He'd avoided striking the core himself for a reason. The golden system banner confirmed his calculations. It blared that the system had detected the player-led assault on the core. Consequently, the 10 players who had actively participated in attacking the relic will be severely penalized. The system announced a devastating, permanent 50% reduction to all of their attributes. Huang Yongmin's friends gasped in absolute despair, weeping and screaming in rage that they had only been following orders. Their panic quickly turned to homicidal fury as they lunged toward the newly appointed representative, screaming curses at him. Huang Yongmin raised his hands defensively, sweating profusely as he stammered out a weak apology, claiming he had no idea such a severe penalty existed. Before the argument could escalate, a golden system message appeared. As the zone representative responsible for the relic's destruction, Huang Yongmin would suffer a permanent 50% reduction to all stats. Huang Yongmin let out a desperate, guttural roar of fury, violently kicking a stone wall as he realized his power had been utterly gutted. Watching him, Ryu Min inwardly noted that permanent stat drops were directly correlated to a player's long-term survival, making this penalty absolutely fatal for the youth. Brushing the drama aside, Ryu Min prepared for the agent of divine punishment, opening the shop interface to use his accumulated gold to boost his attributes. He opened the equipment section, spending his gold on high-utility items. The assassin's hood, plus 20 defense, plus 3 agility, and the astute long boots, plus 15 defense, plus 2 agility, plus 5% movement speed. Both had 250 durability and required at least regular rank. He reasoned even a slight boost would make hunting the penalty boss easier. Opening the combination interface, he placed his skull bone necklace into the central slot, preparing to fuse it with a mana stone. The system flared as the fusion completed successfully, adding a permanent +1 bonus to all of his stats on the skull bone necklace. Ryu Min repeated the process for his remaining gear, inserting 1 mana stone into each piece. The system confirmed 2 successes. His Season Hunter's leather armor gained +1 damage reduction, and his Grim Reaper's scythe gained +2 strength. Equipping his enhanced armor and pulling the dark assassin's hood low, Ryu Min noted that while low-grade mana stones offered minor boosts, any increase in power was worthwhile. Suddenly, the sky darkened to a deep, ominous purple as heavy, crackling clouds began to swirl directly above the central plaza. The players watched the phenomenon in growing terror, desperately urging one another to keep their composure and simply run away to survive the 30-minute time limit. Ryu Min stood quietly, his dark hood casting a deep shadow over his face. He knew all too well that surviving the onslaught would be anything but easy. In his previous regression, only 500 out of 2,700 active players had managed to survive this specific penalty. Attempting to merely evade the boss was a near-impossible feat under normal circumstances. The Agent of Divine Punishment was a formidable entity that required a coordinated raid team of at least 5 level 40 players just to keep pace with its speed and power. However, Ryu Min had no intention of simply running away. He planned to slaughter the boss entirely to claim its massive hidden rewards. He looked up calmly as the heavily crackling clouds tore open, revealing a blinding rift of golden energy. His confidence came from a legendary title earned in a past trial, First Ever Angel Slayer, which passively doubled all his stats when fighting divine-type enemies. And the towering, golden-winged entity descending from the heavens was indeed a high-ranking divine type. The Agent of Divine Punishment hovered gracefully in the air, its faceless white hood flanked by floating golden eyes, its hands clutching a massive magic staff as white feathers drifted onto the plaza. The oblivious players in the square stared up at the hovering angel, murmuring in confusion. They arrogantly muttered that surviving by simply dodging a single flying creature would be incredibly easy, scoffing that the system had prepared a pathetic threat. Ryu Min let out a sigh of relief, claiming he had gotten worried over nothing. Unnoticed by the celebratory crowd, the majestic angel slowly descended to the cobblestones, silently raising its golden magic staff as the chime of its bells echoed through the plaza. With a swift, fluid motion, the entity drove the base of its staff into the ground. Instantly, a massive, shimmering purple barrier erupted from the point of contact, expanding at blinding speed to trap a large portion of the players in the central plaza. The system blared in their vision, warning that the Agent of Divine Punishment had successfully cast a restriction field. The players panicked, slamming their fists against the magical wall as they realized they were completely unable to exit the perimeter. To make matters worse, another system alert informed the trapped players that all of their attributes had been reduced by 50% within the boundary. The panicked mob screamed for help, desperately trying to shatter the glowing barrier as they were separated from the rest of the survivors. Ryu Min observed the scene from a safe distance outside the perimeter, noting that roughly 300 players had been caught within the field. He felt a brief twinge of pity, knowing he could do nothing to save them as the angel prepared its next spell. The majestic entity spread its golden wings wide, channeling a torrent of holy energy into the sky. Within seconds, hundreds of glowing swords of purple light materialized in the air, raining down upon the trapped players in a relentless, blood-drenched storm of light. Screams of agony filled the restricted area as players were ruthlessly skewered by the light weapons. Some tried to flee, weeping in terror as they realized the attacks fell too quickly to be tracked by the human eye. Above them, the angel calmly manifested even more blades of concentrated aura. Trapped inside the restriction field, with their stats severely weakened, the players stood absolutely no chance against the storm of light arrows. Ryu Min watched the carnage, acknowledging that surviving within the field was a statistical impossibility. However, he also recognized the strategic flip side of the attack. As long as a player remained outside the boundary, the boss's lethality was vastly reduced. Recognizing his opportunity while the boss was fully occupied massacring the trapped players, Ryu Min bolted forward. He ran silently across the empty streets, keeping his eyes locked onto the angel's back. He noted with satisfaction that the entity was completely focused on hunting the trapped humans, failing to pay any attention to its blind spots. He resolved to launch his ambush the exact moment the barrier dissipated. As the purple wall of energy flickered and lifted, Ryu Min launched himself forward. He knew he didn't need to worry about the boss detecting his approach, as the faceless entity lacked physical ears. Leaping high into the air behind the distracted boss, Ryu Min closed the distance to exactly 5 meters. He instantly activated his class skill, invoking the seal of death. A massive, pulsating red eye seal materialized directly over the angel's hood. Bracing his body, Ryu Min swung his scythe downward, aiming to land a devastating, fatal blow with his very first strike. His dark blade seared through the air, targeting the floating golden eyes of the entity. He smirked, knowing that by the time the boss realized it was under attack, it would be far too late to react. The scythe struck with pinpoint accuracy, slicing directly through the angel's visual sensors. The entity let out a deafening, metallic scream of agony as a geyser of brilliant golden blood sprayed across the cobblestones. As Ryu Min landed gracefully on his feet, the angel thrashed wildly, clutching its wounded head. Ryu Min observed the updated status of his target, noting that the massive damage from his seal of death had instantly reduced the boss's total stamina to 60%, shaving off 40% of its life in a single blow. Ryu Min immediately dashed backward to create distance, predicting that the blinded boss would attempt to cast another containment spell in a desperate bid to locate its attacker. Right on cue, the bleeding angel raised its golden staff high, casting another massive restriction field that enveloped the surrounding plaza. However, because Ryu Min had already anticipated the move and retreated, he remained entirely safe outside the boundary. He knew that once the blinded entity realized it hadn't trapped its target, it would quickly disarm the barrier to search elsewhere. Ryu Min sprinted forward once more, his scythe glowing with a menacing dark red energy. He resolved to take the angel's remaining visual sensors to render the boss completely harmless. Leaping into the air, he unleashed another precise slash, slicing through the remaining floating eyes in a violent burst of golden blood and eliciting another agonizing scream from the entity. Ryu Min landed lightly on his feet, keeping his distance as the blinded angel thrashed in pure agony. Desperate to defend itself, the entity slammed its staff onto the stones, casting yet another restriction field. A system notification warned that any player within the boundary would suffer a 50% attribute reduction. Ryu Min simply offered a calm, relaxed smile. Without any of its eyes to locate its target, the fearsome boss had been reduced to a completely blind, glorified sandbag. He observed the angel raising its staff to unleash a chaotic, blind volley of light arrows in all directions. To counter the incoming magic, Ryu Min calmly invoked his class skill, whispering, "Night of Death." Instantly, a dense, absolute darkness rushed outward, suffocating the plaza and snuffing out the angel's light. The blinded boss spun around in confusion, its visual sensors unable to pierce the artificial night. Ryu Min smiled, knowing that under the rules of the system, light magic could never pierce a true spell of absolute darkness. Gripping his heavy scythe, he resolved to bring the battle to a swift end. He leaped through the void, his curved blade glinting with a cold, blue-white light as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Ryu Min lunged through the absolute darkness, swinging his massive scythe downward in a broad, violent arc. The heavy blade cleaved cleanly through the angel's massive wings. The entity let out a deafening, metallic scream of agony as golden blood sprayed across the cobblestones. Blinded and severely wounded, the angel thrashed wildly, baring its fangs as it spun around to unleash a desperate, chaotic counterattack. Ryu Min anticipated the reaction, leaping high into the air with supernatural agility to easily avoid the frantic sweep of its golden staff. He spun gracefully above the blinded boss, his blade trailing dark red energy. Descending like an executioner, Ryu Min brought his scythe down once more, cleanly severing the angel's remaining wings. The colossal golden appendages fell heavily to the stone floor, painting the street in brilliant golden gore as Ryu Min landed lightly on his feet. He checked his target's status, noting with satisfaction that the boss's remaining stamina had been reduced to a mere 10%. The giant entity stood trembling, its life bar flashing a critical red. Ryu Min knew he couldn't afford to get greedy. Dashing backward with rapid, silent footsteps, he put significant distance between himself and the dying boss to prepare for its final, most volatile phase. Right on cue, a golden system notification flared above the plaza. It blared that the conditions satisfied trigger had been met, causing the agent of divine punishment to activate its defensive passive skill, Last Radiant Fire. The system warned that the boss had temporarily entered a completely invincible state. Ryu Min calmly observed the glowing, invincible entity from a safe distance. He reflected that this desperate, final phase always triggered when the boss's stamina dropped below 10%. Had he foolishly attempted to slit its throat first, the angel would have simply fled the sector, depriving him of the kill. The bleeding, faceless angel let out a cataclysmic shriek of rage. Raising its staff, it began to cast a powerful spell, summoning multiple swirling vortexes of volatile purple energy on the stone tiles. Ryu Min smirked under his dark hood, observing the desperate, blind attempts to incinerate him. He leaped and sprinted through the courtyard, effortlessly dodging the emerging purple lightning blasts. The system interface displayed a rapid, flashing countdown for the remaining duration of Last Radiant Fire. It ticked down relentlessly from 50 seconds to 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, and finally reached 1 second. Ryu Min smiled, readying his scythe as the system confirmed that the boss's invincible state had been disarmed. Dashing forward in a flash of speed, he went into action. With a single, devastating horizontal strike, Ryu Min severed the head of the angel. The system updated instantly, declaring that he had successfully murdered the agent of divine punishment. He leveled up 3 consecutive times, and the system rewarded him with 8,200 gold, followed by an additional bonus of 4,000 gold. A golden system banner announced that he was officially confirmed as the first player to ever kill the agent of divine punishment. To commemorate the feat, he was awarded the legendary title, Opposer of Divine Punishment. The details of his new title appeared. Opposer of Divine Punishment, awarded for being the first to slay the boss, reducing all damage from divine-type enemies by 80%. Below, the angel's headless body dissolved into golden particles. The rewards continued to rain down. The system confirmed that as the first player to slay the boss, Ryu Min had received a rare crafting item, the Condensed Ether, along with a powerful passive rune, the Rune of Radiance. The golden rune floated in the air before dissolving into his chest, automatically imprinting its power directly onto his body. He reviewed his haul. The Condensed Ether was a rare material that glowed iridescently, essential for crafting god-rank items. The Rune of Radiance granted +1 intelligence per level and increased divine-type skill effectiveness by 1% per level. At level 30, it gave him +30 intelligence and a 30% boost. Ryu Min smirked, noting that with his intelligence stats bolstered so significantly, he wouldn't need to focus on investing points into that specific attribute for a long while. A final system notification confirmed that he had successfully completed the SUB quest, rewarding him with 3,000 gold. The surrounding players broke into deafening, jubilant cheers, weeping and hugging one another as they celebrated their miraculous survival. Frantic whispers spread through the crowd as they stared at the legendary player. They spoke in hushed, awestruck tones, unable to comprehend how Black Scythe had managed to solo the terrifying penalty boss, calling him a flat-out monster. Suddenly, a familiar angelic figure descended from the heavens. Olivia looked over the carnage, clapping her hands as she praised his performance, declaring that he was the first human she had ever genuinely respected. Flapping her golden wings happily, the angel offered him a mock interview, asking Black Scythe how he had possessed the audacity to hunt and slaughter the formidable boss. Ryu Min pulled his hood lower, finding her dramatic questions utterly useless. He calmly answered that he had only slain the boss because he felt like doing so. Olivia tilted her head in confusion, noting that simply making it through would have secured the reward. Yet he had gone out of his way to fight. Ryu Min replied coldly that had he run, he would have had to sit by and bear witness to the slaughter of innocent people. The surviving players gasped in deep admiration upon hearing his words, whispering among themselves. They noted that despite his terrifying, aloof exterior, the legendary warrior possessed a surprisingly sweet and heroic side, labeling him a truly decent guy. Olivia crossed her arms, musing that humans were indeed bizarre creatures. She noted with amusement how they could spend 1 minute ripping each other apart for survival, only to live together harmoniously in the next, as if nothing had ever happened. The angel giggled, claiming such contradictory behavior was entirely beyond her comprehension. Ryu Min smirked quietly, thinking that a narcissistic entity like her could never understand the complexities of humanity. That aside, Olivia congratulated them on making it out alive, but quickly warned the survivors that it was far too early to relax. She explained their survival would depend on overall results. A golden leaderboard, round 3 overall results, appeared. Across all zones, Black Scythe ranked first, a level 30 Grim Reaper with 3,631 kills. In Zone ESKS 40-5-5, he led, followed by On Sankyol, level 11 Knight, 687 kills, and Co Arin, level 11 Summoner, 576 kills. Desperate whispers rippled through the ruins as players checked the scores. They stared in disbelief, noting that the representative had single-handedly slaughtered over 3,600 monsters, whereas the second ranker hadn't even reached 1,000. They marveled at his level of 30, wondering if he possessed a massive experience point bonus. Ryu Min quietly confirmed that he indeed possessed a massive experience point bonus, though he doubted such a benefit existed for anyone besides the first-place ranker of all zones. The system congratulated him for securing rank 1 in both global and local rankings, awarding a special reward selection box and an intermediate grade rare ring selection coupon. Ryu Min opened the rare ring reward screen with 3 options: Ring of Rushing Winds, Ring of Azure Magic, and Ring of Resistance. He chose the Ring of Resistance, knowing it offered the greatest utility. The item details appeared. The Ring of Resistance, a rare accessory granting +4 luck and +35% status resistance, with 450 durability. Ryu Min noted that no matter how high one's stats, status effects could still be fatal, making resistance essential. Next, he opened his global rank reward chest, which offered a 50% stat boost buff for round 4, for 1,000 gold, or crucial intel on round 4. Ryu Min noted the absence of a triple experience point buff, realizing the upcoming round would not be focused on hunting monsters. He selected the second option, claiming the 4,000 gold. Olivia cleared her throat, calling for the players' attention. She announced that the cutoff line for survival was set at rank 1,225. A collective panic swept the plaza as players desperately checked their screens, weeping and begging for a recalculation, claiming they had killed too many monsters to be ranked so low. Olivia's eyes glowed with a terrifying golden light. Smirking beneath her veil, she announced that she would now begin the annihilation of the insects, who failed to place within the top 1,225. Pillars of golden light rained down, instantly vaporizing thousands of screaming players. The Round 3 over interface confirmed 214,007,550 survivors globally and 1,225 in Zone ESKS 45-5, announcing their return to the real world as Round 4 would begin on April 1st, 2023. Back in the real world, Co Arin gasped awake in her quiet bedroom, clutching her chest. She looked at her hands, realizing with immense relief that she had survived the 3rd round. She climbed out of bed, noting with excitement that she had even successfully unlocked the Summoner class during the trial. Eager to test her new abilities, she gave the mental command, invoking Fairy Summon. A brilliant flash of blue light erupted, manifesting a small, beautiful winged fairy. The cute creature landed gently on her shoulder. CEO Arin smiled, reflecting that her summoned fairies and her bodyguard had served as excellent shields during the trial, allowing her to safely clear round 3. She summoned her player interface, gasping in utter disbelief as she realized she had actually finished in rank number 3 of her entire zone. She looked at the glowing purple mana stone she had received as a reward. She wondered if she should present the rare gemstone to Black Scythe as a gift, hoping he would appreciate it. Meanwhile, in a dark bedroom across the city, a furious Ryu Min grabbed his desk lamp and threw it violently against the wall, shattering it to pieces. A system notification flared in his vision, warning him that his stats had been permanently reduced by 50%. He paced around his room, panting heavily as he cursed the name of Black Scythe. He bitterly realized that had he known his master would reject him regardless, he would never have ordered the destruction of the artifact. Clutching his face in sheer terror, he stared at his glowing phone screen. He collapsed onto his bed, sweating profusely as he realized his combat potential was completely ruined and he was utterly screwed. Back in his dark room, Ryu Min stared at his vibrating phone, face pale with anxiety. The caller ID read Kim Sung-han. Realizing his actions had caught up with him, he answered with a tentative greeting, only to be met with a furious roar demanding if he'd lost his mind. Ryu Min sighed, asking what the problem was. Kim Sung-han exploded, telling him to drop the act. He'd ruined their entire group by mind-controlling his own friends with authoritative position and demanded to know if he had any decency at all. Defensive and panicked, Ryu Min shouted back, claiming he'd been left with absolutely no choice. He argued that Black Scythe would have brutally slaughtered him on the spot had he refused to destroy the core. Kim Sung-han didn't hesitate, screaming through the receiver that Ryu Min should have simply died instead. The sudden, cold response left the new representative utterly speechless. The caller kept ranting, insisting he should have sacrificed himself instead of betraying and crippling his friends. Furious, Ryu Min snapped that it wasn't fair. His own stats had been heavily penalized for holding the zone rep title. Kim Sung-han roared back, shouting that they weren't the ones who had chosen to be greedy. He asserted that none of this tragedy would have transpired had Ryu Min not desperately craved the power of the zone rep in the first place, calling him a pathetic, treacherous coward. Ryu Min tried to cut in, but Kim Sung-han flatly ordered him never to contact him again. He warned the youth that whether in the real world or the other world, he was to act as a complete stranger, stating with icy hatred that he might go entirely mad and murder him if he ever crossed paths with him again. The line went dead, the screen confirming that the call from Kim Sung-han had ended after 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Ryu Min clutched his head, screaming at the empty room. He bared his teeth in frustration, claiming he was just as much of a victim in this tragedy as everyone else. He began dialing the other members of their group, resolving to convince them to band together to crush Kim Sung-han. However, a cold, automated operator recording chimed through the receiver, informing him that the dialed number was currently unavailable. Hearing the prompt urge him to try again later, Ryu Min realized with fury that his remaining friends had already blocked his number. He violently hurled his phone onto his bed, sneering that he didn't need any of them anyway, asserting that a person ultimately lived their life completely alone. His expression twisted into a mask of pure homicidal rage. He recalled Kim Sung-han's threat to kill him, baring his teeth as he vowed that the next time they crossed paths in the game, he would be the one to slaughter all of them without hesitation. Meanwhile, under a clear blue sky, the towering skyline of Seoul framed the luxurious exterior of the Imperial Hotel. Inside one of the opulent top-floor offices, a wealthy young man called out for his subordinate to enter. On Sang-hyul entered the office in a tailored gray suit and bowed. CEO Ma Jianrock looked up with a faint smile, noting he'd survived another round. Sang-hyul lowered his head, humbly crediting luck. Ma Jianrock leaned back in his chair and asked if round 3 had been difficult. On Sang-hyul admitted it had been a struggle, and the CEO remarked that weakened monster hordes in his zone had made his own trial relatively easy. Ma Giant Rock then inquired about his current progress, asking if he had reached a sufficient level to unlock a class. On Sankiol confirmed that he had reached level 11 and unlocked the Knight class, adding that the actress Rin had achieved the exact same level. On Sankiol clarified that her class was different, revealing that she had unlocked the Summoner Path. Ma Giant Rock raised an eyebrow in surprise, repeating the class name aloud. The CEO noted that Summoner was an exceptionally rare, valuable class. On Sankiol agreed, explaining that after her class change, the young woman summoned protective fairies and raised powerful barriers, letting him hunt in complete safety. Ma Gyeonrok smiled, satisfied. He instructed his subordinate to maintain an exceptionally close relationship with the actress. He added with a subtle smirk that if On Sankiol harbored genuine feelings for her, he was entirely free to pursue a romantic relationship. On Sankiol flinched in embarrassment, stammering as he asked what the CEO meant by such a proposal. Ma Giant Rock offered a relaxed, calculating smile, explaining that forming a romantic bond made it significantly easier to uncover an individual's hidden weaknesses, clarifying that he did not expect him to date her seriously. Still flustered, On Sankiol nervously asked if he should actually attempt to date her. Ma Giant Rock burst into a warm, genuine laugh, noting that it had been a very long time since he had seen his stoic bodyguard look so incredibly flustered. The CEO smiled, telling him not to push if it became troublesome. On Sankiol sighed, admitting the actress likely felt nothing for him. She kept things strictly formal, addressing him only as her bodyguard. Ma Giant Rock chuckled at his modesty. Transitioning back to business, Ma Giant Rock's expression turned serious. He leaned forward, asking about the urgent private report his subordinate had requested to deliver. On Sankiol's posture stiffened. Bowing deeply, he offered a sincere apology to his employer. Ma Giant Rock blinked in surprise, calmly asking what had prompted the sudden apology. On Sankiol confessed that he had completely failed to fulfill his orders to locate and assist Black Scythe, admitting that he had also failed to deliver Ma Giant Rock's personal message to the legendary player. Ma Giant Rock remained calm, reasoning that his reliable bodyguard must have encountered an insurmountable obstacle. He gestured for them to sit on the couch, and On Sankiol began to recount the details of the final battle. Ma Giant Rock listened, noting that the penalty boss, the agent of divine punishment, sounded formidable. He asked if Black Scythe had truly defeated it alone. On Sankiol confirmed it, explaining the player had dismantled the boss with such precise, overwhelming skill, it was as if he'd already known how to win. The bodyguard concluded with absolute certainty that Black Scythe was far too powerful to ever require assistance from ordinary players. Ma Giant Rock fell silent, deeply impressed. He realized that the legendary player's attributes must transcend human imagination, feeling a brief wave of modesty as he compared his own progress with his Dark Knight's rune to the terrifying strength of the Grim Reaper. His eyes gleamed with a sharp, gold-colored intensity. He silently resolved that if a suitable opportunity ever presented itself, he would make it a priority to meet Black Scythe in person. He offered a gentle smile to his subordinate, stating that since the circumstances were entirely beyond his control, he would not hold him accountable for the failure. On Sankiol offered another respectful bow of gratitude. Ma Giant Rock took a sip of his whiskey, shifting the topic of conversation. He asked about the status of their investigation into the local street thugs. On Sankiol said they'd begun tracking the name Ryu Min. Assuming it was real, the search initially returned dozens of matches nationwide, but narrowing it to sole residents in their 20s reduced the pool to 5. When Ma Giant Rock asked about their specific addresses, On Sankiol explained that the private detective agency they had hired estimated it would take roughly 1 month to precisely pinpoint their home locations. Ma Giant Rock let out a quiet sigh, noting that a 1-month delay meant they would not obtain the addresses until after the conclusion of Round 4. On Sankiol nodded, noting that there was no immediate rush, allowing them to proceed carefully. Ma Giant Rock agreed, then asked his subordinate how much gold he had successfully accumulated in his inventory. On Sankiol confirmed he had collected roughly 10,000 gold. Ma Giant Rock noted that he was already halfway to his goal, instructing him to purchase the utility skill tracking from the system shop the exact moment his gold balance reached 20,000. On Sankiol nodded in firm understanding. On Sankiol then blinked, remembering another crucial detail. He apologized for his distraction, explaining that during the previous month, an anonymous investor had purchased an exceptionally large volume of stock in Ma Giant Rock's primary business. Ma Giant Rock looked up from his drink, asking which of his enterprises the investor had targeted. On Sankiol confirmed that the target was Heavenly Demon Consulting, the specific firm Ma Giant Rock was currently focusing all of his efforts on. Ma Giant Rock leaned forward, asking what exact percentage of the company's shares the mysterious buyer had acquired. On Sankiol warned him to brace himself, revealing that the anonymous investor had claimed a whopping 31% of the total stock. The CEO gasped in absolute shock, demanding to know if a single individual had truly managed to buy out 31% of the company's shares. On Sankiol confirmed the figure, admitting that he had initially doubted his own eyes when he reviewed the financial monitors. Ma Giant Rock analyzed the math in silence. He knew that Heavenly Demon Consulting held a market evaluation of roughly 900 billion won, which meant the anonymous buyer had invested a staggering 280 billion won in a single purchase. He marveled at the thought of a single individual possessing such astronomical wealth. His eyes narrowed in deep calculation. He wondered if this was the work of an exceptionally wealthy, unknown financier, or if one of his competitive brothers was actively plotting to undermine his position. Regardless of the motive, Ma Giant Rock knew that acquiring 31% of the shares would allow the investor to directly interfere with the company's executive board. Picking up his phone, he firmly ordered on Sankiol to provide the contact details of the major shareholder immediately. Across the city, Ryu Min lounged on his bed, idly flipping his phone. He smirked, certain the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting would have to contact him soon. He deliberately held back, maintaining an unreadable stance as the major shareholder. Suddenly, his bedroom door violently burst open. His younger brother, Ryu Min, rushed into the room in a state of absolute excitement, loudly demanding to know what level Ryu Min had reached in the survival game. Ryu Min blinked, calmly asking what had prompted such a sudden question. Ryu Min pouted, complaining about a classmate who was constantly bragging about his older brother's incredibly high level. Ryu Min grumbled that a classmate kept mocking him, bragging his older brother had already reached level 11 and unlocked a class. Ryu Min chuckled, recognizing the boast was about Ma Giant Rock's bodyguard, on Sankiol. He smiled at his brother and told him not to worry. His own level was far higher. Ryu Min's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly pressed for details, asking for his exact level. Ryu Min paused, realizing that revealing his true level of 30 would inevitably draw unwanted attention and create unnecessary complications. Offering a warm, reassuring smile, Ryu Min lied, claiming he had reached level 12. Ryu Min gasped in absolute delight, realizing his brother was indeed stronger than his classmate's sibling. He quickly asked if Ryu Min had unlocked a class as well. Ryu Min nodded, confirming that he had indeed obtained class. Ryu Min's eyes sparkled with childlike wonder as he eagerly clutched his fists, begging his brother to reveal what his specific class was. Ryu Min offered a playful smirk, telling his brother that his class was a complete secret. He pulled the bed sheets over his head, ignoring Ryu Min's loud, dramatic protest that there should be absolutely no secrets between brothers. Ryu Min retorted that some secrets were necessary, ordering him to leave the room so he could get some much-needed sleep. Pouting, Ryu Min reluctantly left, gently closing the door behind him. Alone in his room, Ryu Min lay still until his phone vibrated sharply. He smiled. The call had finally come, and answered with a calm greeting. On the other end, Ma Giant Rock politely asked if he was speaking to Ryu Min. Ryu Min confirmed his identity, keeping his tone carefully measured as the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting formally introduced himself. Clutching the phone, a sly smirk spread across Ryu Min's face. To gain the upper hand in the negotiation, he planned to appear naive, a pushover, to catch the wealthy CEO off guard. He feigned a slightly nervous, hesitant tone as Ma Jianrock noted that Ryu Min had recently invested an astronomical sum into his company. Ryu Min stuttered slightly, asking if there was an issue with his purchase. Ma Jianrock clarified that because Ryu Min had officially become the single largest shareholder of the consulting firm, he wished to meet him in person to treat him to a proper meal. Ryu Min agreed to the meeting, prompting Ma Jianrock to propose a dinner date on Friday of that week. Ryu Min reviewed his calendar interface, noting that the upcoming Friday was the crucial, designated day he needed to secure the powerful rune of inner thoughts. Ryu Min politely declined the Friday offer, claiming he had prior commitments, and proposed meeting on Saturday instead. Ma Jianrock readily agreed, promising to see him then. Hanging up the phone, Ryu Min smiled, entirely satisfied with the exchange. He had fully anticipated the call, knowing that the ambitious CEO would never dare to treat the largest shareholder of his company with anything less than absolute respect. His expression turned confident and focused. He resolved that before his Saturday meeting with Ma Jianrock, he would use the intervening days to secure the remaining essential runes he required. There are many different paths a player can take to obtain rare runes. They can be discovered in highly specific locations during certain rounds, or claimed directly as special stage rewards. They can also drop as rare loot after successfully conquering a boss monster. And in extremely rare but verified cases, they can even be obtained from ordinary monsters too. However, there is one hidden method that very few people are aware of. It is entirely possible to acquire runes in the real world as well. Down on the quiet, industrial outskirts of the city, a lone figure walked toward the entrance of an abandoned warehouse marked with the designation E01. Ryu Min let out a quiet breath as he descended a flight of metal stairs into the dim, shadowy interior of the facility. He noted that the specific conditions required for a real-world rune to manifest were exceptionally tricky. However, he knew that soon, a man named Zhang Xiaqian would arrive at this very location. Zhang Xiaqian had chosen to use his real name as his in-game nickname. It was a name Ryu Min could never forget, as this man was the ruthless criminal who had kidnapped his younger brother in a previous lifetime. Ryu Min still remembered the terrifying sound of the man's voice with absolute clarity. A dark memory from a past regression surfaced. His younger brother, Ryu 1, bound and held hostage while Zhang Xiaqian crouched beside him, demanding hidden peace intel in exchange for his life. Back then, a younger, inexperienced Ryu Min had only been able to plead in despair that he didn't know what he meant. Zhang Xiaqian had simply thrown his head back, laughing maniacally at the youth's desperate pleas. His laughter cut off as he leaned in, his face twisting into a mocking grin. He told Ryu Min to stop lying. He knew he was a regressor. Ryu Min had gasped, horrified, unable to grasp how the criminal knew his deepest secret. Zhang Xiaqian sneered, explaining he possessed the coveted passive skill rune of inner thoughts. He'd used it to probe his brother's mind, and, with a chilling smile, added he could read Ryu Min's frantic thoughts as well. Since that day, Ryu Min had pursued Zhang Xiaqian across regressions, from the 11th to the present. He'd already taken his revenge in past timelines and felt nothing for him now, but his objective remained the same. He was fully resolved to claim the rune of inner thoughts for himself before the criminal ever had the chance to obtain it. Today, in this very warehouse, he would set his plan into motion. Right on cue, the heavy doors creaked open as Zhang Xiaqian walked into the facility, carrying a bound and struggling hostage over his shoulder. The criminal dumped the terrified woman heavily onto a blue mat on the floor. He glared down at her, warning her that he was going to remove the green duct tape from her mouth, threatening her to keep silent as he violently ripped it away. The woman, who was a local shop owner, immediately burst into tears, desperately begging him to spare her life. Zhang Xiaqian let out a frustrated curse, grumbling that her predictable pleas for mercy were incredibly boring, ordering her to say something different. He waved the crumpled piece of green tape mockingly in front of her face, complaining that excuses about having children or offering money were completely tiresome. The trembling shop owner could only sob, stammering out a weak apology. Jang Seok-hyun threw the tape aside, asking what she was apologizing for. The terrified woman knelt before him, clutching her hands in prayer as she trembled violently, asking if he was torturing her simply because she had given him an uncomfortable glance a few days prior. The criminal leaned in, his eyes wide and completely devoid of sanity. He agreed with a cold grin, asking why she would ever do something so foolish if she was only going to regret it later. He explained that her look had made him feel incredibly frustrated that day. 2 days ago in the evening, Jang Seok-hyun had been wandering a brightly lit nightlife street, thinking to himself that he needed to find a lone woman to help him relieve his stress. He had spotted a woman with long red-brown hair walking past him. Smirking at her appearance, he had quietly turned around to stalk her down the street. He had followed her silently as she turned down a dark, empty alleyway, closing the distance with rapid, quiet footsteps. Suddenly, Jang Seok-hyun had activated his magical skill, unleashing a blinding flash of blue-white light that instantly enveloped her. The woman had shrieked in absolute terror, clutching her face as her phone clattered to the ground, screaming that she couldn't see and demanding to know who was grabbing her. As she crawled frantically through the dark alleyway, Jang Seok-hyun had watched her struggle with a twisted, sadistic grin. He had thought to himself how much he loved having the freedom to run wild and do whatever he pleased without consequence. He recalled how boring his life had been before the survival game began, noting that he hadn't cared if he lived or died. However, obtaining the rune of luminescence, which allowed him to emit a blinding flash from his body to incapacitate his targets, had given him an ideal tool to amuse himself. Sometime later, he had walked into a local coffee shop. The pleasant female owner had greeted him warmly from behind the counter. Jang Seok-hyun had stared at her, instantly finding her exceptionally attractive. He had ordered a large iced Americano, and the owner had politely requested a payment of 5,000 won. As he handed over the cash, Jang Seok-hyun had struck up a conversation, asking if she was a new employee, noting that he was a regular customer but had never seen her face before. The owner had smiled warmly, explaining that she was actually the proprietor. She apologized for not recognizing him, explaining that all of her part-time staff had recently quit because the world was changing so strangely and unpredictably. Jang Seok-hyun had quietly agreed with her assessment, thinking that since people could die at any moment in the survival game, no one had any desire to waste their remaining days working part-time jobs. He had asked how old she was, commenting that she looked exceptionally young to own her own business. The owner had politely replied that she was 32, realizing she exceeded the maximum age limit for the survival game. Jang Seok-hyun had smirked, confirming that she wasn't a player. The owner had smiled in relief, confirming that she was indeed fortunate to be excluded. Taking advantage of her vulnerability, Jang Seok-hyun had immediately demanded her phone number, stating flatly that he liked her. The owner's smile had faltered, replaced by an uncomfortable, tense expression as she stammered in surprise. His expression had instantly darkened, and he aggressively demanded to know what was wrong with his request. Leaning heavily over the counter, the criminal had demanded to know why she was making such a disgusted face, asking if she found the scars and spots on his skin repulsive. The terrified owner had stepped back, completely speechless. Enraged, Jang Seok-hyun had slammed his fist onto the counter, shouting that her reaction made him feel incredibly insulted. He had demanded an immediate refund, violently calling her disgusting. The trembling owner had quickly handed back his 5,001 bill, apologizing profusely as she did. The criminal had snatched the cash away with a violent swipe. Walking out of the shop, his mind had burned with absolute resentment. He had cursed her in his mind, furious that she had dared to look down on him simply because she possessed decent looks. He had resolved to make her pay the proper price for the perceived insult. Later that evening, he had stalked her after closing hours, creeping up behind her as she walked down a dark street, and brutally struck her in the back with a heavy baseball bat. Back in the present, inside the dimly lit warehouse, the kneeling shop owner wept, begging for mercy. Jang Seokyun stood over her, lecturing her that she should never look down on others based on their appearance, and she quickly nodded, promising never to do it again. However, the criminal's expression remained cold. He crouched beside her, stating that her apology was completely insincere. He suddenly grabbed her bound wrists, dragging her violently across the concrete floor. The woman shrieked in terror, begging him to let her go, but Jang Seokyun sneered, stating he knew she was only pretending to apologize to escape the situation. Leaning over her with a wide, psychotic grin, he told her that since she had claimed to be sorry, she would now have to pay the proper price. The sobbing woman screamed that she was wrong and took full responsibility, but the criminal only laughed, ordering her to stay completely still as he reached out to assault her. Suddenly, a cold, authoritative voice echoed from the shadows, commanding Jang Seokyun to stay still instead. The criminal instantly froze, his eyes wide in sudden panic. His heart pounded in his chest as sweat dripped down his face. He frantically wondered who could possibly be there, terrified that a police detective had somehow tracked him down. He spun, demanding to know who was there. Ryu Min stepped from the shadows, telling him to watch his mouth. He'd have plenty to curse about soon. He advanced, a plain white mask hiding his face, a massive, glowing scythe slung over his shoulder. Jang Seokyun gasped, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief as he stared at the colossal, razor-sharp scythe and the eerie white mask. Trying to hide his terror, the criminal let out a nervous laugh, calling Ryu Min a lunatic. He demanded to know if the masked intruder truly thought this was a suitable place to play around with a toy weapon. Ryu Min stopped, his single visible eye glowing with a sharp, chilling blue-white intelligence beneath his mask. He asked if the weapon truly looked like a toy, elegantly spinning the heavy scythe in a swift, threatening arc. Seeing the razor-sharp glint of the massive blade, Jang Seokyun staggered back, sweat pouring down his face as he realized the weapon was entirely real. He stammered, asking if Ryu Min was a player. Ryu Min replied dryly, calling him stupid and asking what else it could possibly look like. Ryu Min then looked past the criminal, calmly addressing the bound shop owner. He told her she was free to leave, warning her that this was her single opportunity to escape. Jang Seokyun roared in fury, demanding to know who Ryu Min thought he was to make such a call, reaching back to grab his weapon to stop her. Before the criminal could move a muscle, Ryu Min instantly closed the distance between them, moving so quickly he appeared as a complete blur of motion. With blinding speed, Ryu Min thrust the blunt end of his scythe's heavy staff directly into the man's groin. Jang Seokyun let out a choked, desperate gasp of agony before screaming at the top of his lungs, collapsing onto his knees and falling flat onto the floor as he clutched his crotch in unspeakable pain. Standing calmly over the writhing criminal, Ryu Min noted with a dry tone that he had warned the man he would be swearing plenty before the night was over. He turned back to the trembling shop owner, gently instructing her to run and leave the criminal entirely to him. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, she stammered a thank you. The woman scrambled up and fled the warehouse. Ryu Min spun his scythe in a slow, elegant arc, then looked down at the panting criminal. At last, the room was clear, just the two of them. Smirking confidently beneath his flat white mask, Ryu Min's cold blue eye locked onto his target. He asked the trembling Jang Seokyun if he was finally ready to begin the real game. Ryu Min stood confidently under the dim warehouse lights, his eye glowing with a sharp, chilling blue-white intelligence beneath his flat white mask. He adjusted his grip on the Grim Reaper's scythe and calmly asked the writhing criminal if he was finally ready to begin the real game. Jang Seokyun let out a desperate, guttural roar of fury, screaming that he was going to slaughter him. He violently lunged forward, baring his teeth as he brandished his weapon. Ryu Min smirked behind his mask, remarking that his opponent's stubbornness was admirable. This would be dull if he surrendered so easily. Zhang Xiaqian cursed, demanding how the masked intruder dared to smile at him. The criminal launched a relentless assault, his weapon carving wild arcs. Ryu Min stayed calm, slipping aside with effortless precision to evade every strike. Zhang Xiaqian began to sweat, stunned that none of his attacks could land. Ryu Min easily ducked beneath another desperate swipe. He let out a mocking sigh, commenting that he was thoroughly unimpressed to see the man still carrying a pathetic, rusty goblin's dagger in the real world. Before the criminal could recover his stance, Ryu Min counterattacked in a flash of speed. He swung the heavy shaft of his scythe downward, slicing deeply through Zhang Xiaqian's hand. The man let out a blood-curdling scream of agony as a geyser of dark blood sprayed across the concrete floor. Zhang Xiaqian fell back, clutching his heavily bleeding, mangled wrist as his entire body trembled in shock. Ryu Min stood over him in absolute composure, casually asking if the wound hurt, adding with a cold tone that he hadn't even begun his real work yet. In an instant, Ryu Min vanished, a blur of motion. He reappeared in front the dazed criminal and swept his blade low, severing the man's hands. Zhang Xiaqian shrieked, and Ryu Min dryly remarked on the overreaction. Twitching on and bleeding criminal realized with absolute terror that the masked demon was actively trying to torture him to death. Knowing his survival was on the line, he desperate to find an escape. His mind raced in a panic, and he decided that his single chance of survival was to completely blind his attacker. Screaming a desperate curse, Zhang Xiaqian activated his magical rune. A blinding, intense flash of green-white light erupted from his chest, aimed directly at Ryu Min's eyes. However, as the intense flash faded, Ryu Min remained standing completely unfazed, his steady gaze locked onto his target. Zhang Xiaqian gasped in horror, his entire body trembling as he sweated profusely, unable to comprehend why his blinding skill had completely failed to activate. Ryu Min offered a dark, mocking smile behind his mask. He told the criminal that his attempts to shine were completely useless, inwardly noting that absolutely no light was permitted to exist in the presence of Night of Death. He reflected that because he had fully anticipated this desperate tactic, he had preemptively cast his Night of Death skill to negate any incoming light magic. He smirked, knowing that even without the skill, he would have easily dismantled the criminal's mobility by severing his limbs first. Closing the distance in a flash of speed, Ryu Min leaped high into the air, bringing his scythe down toward his target. Zhang Xiaqian could only look up in absolute horror, completely unable to move. Ryu Min moved like a blur, his blade flashing in a vicious horizontal arc that sliced through the air and through bone. In a single, merciless stroke, the criminal's feet were severed cleanly, sending him crashing to the ground before he even registered the attack. Zhang Xiaqian let out a cataclysmic scream of agony as his lower limbs were severed, collapsing backward onto the concrete floor in a pooling crimson stain of his own blood. Sobbing and thrashing in excruciating pain, the dying criminal stared up at his attacker. He wept, calling the masked youth a fucking demon and begging to know why he was inflicting such unspeakable torture upon him. Ryu Min looked down coldly, simply asking why. He raised his massive scythe and brutally drove the heavy blade straight through the man's pinned legs. The criminal let out a choked gasp of agony as Ryu Min calmly asked why humans killed ordinary bugs. He twisted the heavy blade within the wound, explaining that people destroyed pests simply because allowing them to live only brought harm to others. Zhang Xiaqian screamed in absolute agony as the blade mangled his flesh. Weak and defeated, the criminal spat out a weak curse, calling Ryu Min a complete psychopath. Ryu Min remained entirely unfazed, telling the man he wanted to see how long his stubborn attitude would last as he began to relentlessly stab his blade into the man's torso. The warehouse echoed with the wet, brutal sounds of metal tearing through flesh, accompanied by the criminal's agonizing screams. Jang Seok-hyun lay completely broken on the concrete, twitching weakly in a massive pool of his own blood. His mind burned with intense agony, desperately crying out in his thoughts as he wondered what unspeakable grudge this masked demon harbored against him, weeping at the absolute pain and unfairness of his fate. Driven to the absolute brink by the excruciating pain, the criminal decided that committing suicide was his single escape. He clenched his jaw, tears streaming down his bloody face as he prepared to bite his own tongue to end his life. Before his teeth could meet, Ryu Min jammed the scythe shaft into his mouth, forcing his jaws apart and blocking the bite. Jang Seok-hyun's eyes went wide as Ryu Min dryly asked if he'd planned to kill himself, adding he wouldn't let him escape so easily. Ryu Min stated coldly that the criminal was forbidden from dying until he had begged on his knees for his life. To emphasize his words, he brutally drove his blade into the man's shoulder. The warehouse was filled with the sounds of relentless, cold punishment as Ryu Min continued to inflict precise, excruciating wounds upon the writhing criminal. Completely shattered by the torment, Jang Seok-hyun's mind broke. He sobbed, his voice weak and muffled as he desperately begged the masked demon to simply kill him and end the pain. Ryu Min leaned in close, calmly asking him to repeat his words. The crying criminal weakly rasped his plea once more, begging to be killed. Ryu Min stared down at him, asking if he was entirely serious. Jang Seok-hyun nodded weakly, crying as he begged for death. Ryu Min offered a cold, subtle smirk behind his white mask. The masked youth commented that the criminal likely had absolutely no understanding of why he was being subjected to such extreme torment, pointing out that from the man's perspective, they were complete and total strangers. Ryu Min tilted his head, noting that while they might appear to be strangers in this timeline, they had actually met once before. He calmly addressed the dying man by his real name, Jang Seok-hyun. The criminal's eyes widened in sudden shock as he realized the masked attacker knew his identity. He stammered, asking if Ryu Min was somehow connected to the cafe owner he had kidnapped. Ryu Min firmly denied the connection, stating he had absolutely nothing to do with her. The confused criminal croaked, demanding to know how he knew his name. Ryu Min explained that in a past timeline, Jang Seok-hyun had kidnapped his brother and threatened him for hidden peace intel. Jang Seok-hyun gasped, insisting he'd done no such thing. Ryu Min agreed it hadn't happened in this timeline yet. Ryu Min clarified that for himself, however, the kidnapping was an unchangeable incident of the past. He explained that had he not intervened tonight, Jang Seok-hyun would have successfully acquired the powerful rune of inner thoughts from this very location. The criminal blinked in weak confusion, repeating the name of the rune. Ryu Min revealed that a rare rune was indeed hidden within the warehouse. He asked the dying man if he was aware of the highly specific condition required to force the rune to manifest, explaining that it required eliciting another person's true voice, a voice coming sincerely and genuinely from the very depths of their heart. Ryu Min explained that had he not intervened, Jang Seok-hyun would have brutally assaulted the captive cafe owner, forcing her to beg for her life in her genuine, terrified, true voice. As a result, the criminal would have successfully claimed the rune of inner thoughts and used its telepathic power to commit countless more atrocities. Ryu Min stated that this tragic outcome had been proven time and time again throughout his 99 previous regressions. He added coldly that even ignoring his future crimes, the man's 12 past convictions in the real world made him absolute scum who thoroughly deserved to die. The shivering, bleeding criminal let out a weak sob, agreeing that he deserved his fate, but begged Ryu Min to at least grant him a swift, merciful death. Ryu Min flatly refused, stating that he had absolutely no intention of delivering the final blow himself. Jang Seok-hyun stared up at him, completely stunned. Panicked, the criminal tried to bite his own tongue once more, but Ryu Min instantly jammed the heavy staff of his scythe back into his mouth, blocking his teeth with absolute precision. Jang Seok-hyun could only let out a series of muffled, frustrated groans. Ryu Min looked down at him coldly, explaining that he had been waiting from the very beginning for the criminal to simply bleed out and die on his own, refusing to get his hands dirty. The criminal writhed in unspeakable agony, his thoughts screaming in pure frustration. He bitterly wondered why the masked demon refused to let him speak, questioning why the youth wouldn't listen to the true voice of his heart if his goal was to manifest the telepathic rune. As tears rolled down his face, his thoughts screamed in silent desperation. Sensing his confusion, Ryu Min looked down and calmly explained that he had no reason to let him speak, as his only remaining goal was to test the rune's performance. Ryu Min offered a calm, chilling smile, revealing that he had already successfully acquired the rune. He reminded the dying man that he had already sincerely begged for death from the very depths of his heart, which had served as the exact genuine trigger required for the rune to manifest. A golden system notification confirmed his explanation, declaring that the player had successfully elicited his target's true voice and met the trigger condition. The system confirmed that he had discovered the rune of inner thoughts hidden within the warehouse, and a brilliant sphere of light erupted from his chest. The system confirmed that the new rune had been automatically imprinted onto his body. The details of the rune of inner thoughts appeared, explaining that the passive skill allowed the player to read the immediate thoughts of any target within 30 meters and faintly perceive their true, underlying intentions upon observation. Ryu Min crouched beside the dying criminal, noting with satisfaction that his performance test of the new rune was working perfectly. On the floor, a fading Jang Seokyun weakly thought to himself, begging the player to kill him now that he had obtained what he wanted. Ryu Min flatly refused, stating that granting him such a swift, painless death would be entirely unfair to the countless victims he had tormented in his life. Hearing his words, the dying criminal stared up in absolute despair, labeling the masked player a complete demon. After a few moments of weak twitching, the criminal's chest fell still and his breathing stopped entirely. Ryu Min stood over the corpse, confirming the man was dead. He noted that while there were no physical witnesses to the event, he still needed to clean the crime scene, deciding to utilize his newly acquired utility skill. Erase traces, he whispered. A screen flashed the skill's effect, erasing all physical evidence. Green light swept the warehouse, dissolving body and blood into nothing. Ryu Min noted it was best to leave no mess behind. Now that his objectives had been completely secured, Ryu Min slung his heavy scythe over his shoulder and began walking slowly out of the empty warehouse. He quietly resolved to prepare himself for his scheduled meeting with Ma Giant Rock the following day. Under a bright blue sky, Seoul's skyscrapers gleamed in the morning sun. In his apartment, Ryu Min adjusted the cuffs of his tailored dark gray suit before a full-length mirror. From the doorway, Ryu Won, still in pajamas, whistled and asked if he had a secret date. Ryu Min scoffed at the suggestion, smoothing out his suit jacket. Ryu Won shrugged, explaining that he was only asking because his brother was wearing a formal suit so suddenly. Ryu Min adjusted his tie, explaining that he had an exceptionally important meeting scheduled to consult with a new business partner. Ryu Won blinked in surprise, asking if his brother was preparing to launch a brand new business. Ryu Min simply offered a silent, calm nod as he focused on his smartphone screen. Ryu Won scratched his head, a wave of anxiety creeping in. His brother had gone all in on stocks, and now he was starting a business. He broke into a light sweat, worried how hard he'd take it if it failed. Reading his brother's expression, Ryu Min offered a warm, quiet smile. He realized that Ryu Won was entirely focused on his well-being rather than the financial risk. He silently found his brother's protective concern incredibly endearing. Ryu Min patted his brother on the shoulder, promising to share all the details once his negotiations with his partner had concluded. He flashed a confident smile and offered a playful thumbs up, telling his brother to stop worrying and simply trust his judgment. Ryu Won immediately smiled, declaring that he trusted his brother completely. Ryu Min patted his head, telling him to be a good kid and stay safely inside the apartment. He warned him that the streets were far too dangerous to wander, because of the chaotic behavior of the newly empowered players. Ryu Min crossed his arms, agreeing that the news was filled with horrific stories of players using their supernatural abilities to commit crimes in broad daylight. He added that according to global reports, various high-profile criminals in other countries had even managed to break out of their prisons. Ryu Min sighed as he put on his leather dress shoes. He noted that as long as they fell within the age parameters, criminals and lowlifes were transformed into players just like everyone else. Walking down the quiet hall, Ryu Min's expression hardened. With each passing month, the population would shrink while surviving players grew stronger, making upheaval inevitable. He pictured a future where players hunted and enslaved civilians, ruling like kings beyond the law. Ryu Min resolved that before the world descended into absolute lawlessness, he needed to secure overwhelming raw power and elevate Black Side's legendary reputation to heights no player would dare challenge. Shaking off his dark thoughts, he ordered Ryu Min to remain extremely cautious whenever he left the apartment. Ryu Min agreed, but quickly pressed his brother once more, asking when he would finally reveal his secret class. Ryu Min offered a playful smirk, stating once more that his class was a complete secret. Ryu Min pouted, crossing his arms with a dramatic huff. Ryu Min pinched his brother's cheek playfully, telling him to stop whining and eat his lunch. He joked that the meal was far more expensive than cheap black bean sauce noodles, ordering him to finish every bite as Ryu Min let out a comical whimper. Sometime later, Ryu Min stood inside a grand, opulent hotel corridor flanked by towering, intricately carved brass doors. He quietly reflected that he had fully anticipated his partner's desire to meet at this specific location, knowing his opponent wanted the psychological advantage of negotiating on his own home turf. The venue selected for their lunch meeting was a highly prestigious luxury hotel under the Osung Group. However, Ryu Min knew a piece of highly classified information that was virtually unknown to the public. Ma Jianrock was the actual private owner of the entire establishment. Ryu Min reasoned that at most, only a few of Ma Jianrock's closest relatives were aware of this ownership. He resolved to exploit this secret knowledge to the absolute limit to completely dismantle the CEO's confidence and prove his immense value. But before he initiated the meeting, Ryu Min knew he needed to establish a specific persona. He let out a nervous, wide-eyed gasp as he looked around the grand lobby, fully resolved to project a completely naive, overwhelmed image. Fidgeting with his cuffs, he approached the front reception desk. He feigned a nervous stutter, explaining to the receptionist that he was scheduled for an important meeting and had been instructed to check in at the desk upon his arrival. The receptionist offered a polite, professional smile, asking if he was the guest scheduled to meet with the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Ryu Min nodded quickly. The receptionist explained that the CEO would arrive shortly, politely directing him to wait inside the luxurious private lounge. Ryu Min thanked her with a humble bow and walked over to the designated seating area. To make his naive persona as convincing as possible, Ryu Min sat on the plush green sofa, letting his mouth hang open slightly as he stared up at the massive, glowing crystal ceiling piece. He murmured aloud in awe, acting completely mesmerized by the hotel's sheer wealth. Suddenly, a sharp-looking man in a gray suit entered the lounge. Sankyo paused, looking at the young guest before politely asking if he was speaking to Mr. Ryu Min inwardly. Ryu Min smirked, knowing the negotiations had officially begun. Ryu Min scrambled up, offering a hurried, polite greeting. Sankyo gasped in recognition. They'd met before at Galleria Forest. Playing along, Ryu Min recalled delivering moving-in rice cakes, and noted Sankyo had been with the actress Rin. Sankyo bowed deeply, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. Even as he did, sweat beaded on his brow. He couldn't comprehend how someone who looked under 20 could be the anonymous shareholder behind 280 billion won. Ryu Min observed his reaction, noting that the bodyguard's suspicion was entirely natural. He knew it was mathematically impossible for a normal youth of his age to possess such an astronomical fortune. Offering a warm, sheepish smile, Ryu Min told the bodyguard not to worry, noting that he had been entirely unaware that the CEO of Heavenly Demon lived in the very same apartment complex. On Sankyol quickly raised his hand, nervously clarifying that he was not actually the CEO of the consulting firm. The bodyguard introduced himself formally as On Sankyol, the department head of the firm. He explained that Ma Gianrock was running slightly behind schedule, which was why he had been sent ahead to greet him first. He gestured toward a private dining room, politely requesting Ryu Min to wait inside until the CEO arrived. Ryu Min agreed with a polite nod, following him into the private dining hall. On Sankyol politely asked him to wait a brief moment, then stepped outside, closing the heavy wooden door behind him. Ryu Min sat alone at the massive, empty dining table. Outside, On Sankyol walked down the corridor, typing rapidly on his phone. He sent an urgent warning to Ma Gianrock. The major shareholder was a young man who didn't look capable of such wealth, so the CEO should stay cautious. Someone else was likely pulling the strings. Back inside, Ryu Min smirked. He'd expected this. Ma Gianrock had sent his bodyguard ahead to assess him. A meticulous executive like him would never be late to a meeting this important. Right on cue, the sliding doors opened. Ma Gianrock walked into the private room, looking exceptionally elegant in a tailored tan three-piece suit. Smiling warmly, the CEO offered a polite greeting, formally introducing himself as the head of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Ryu Min stood up with a humble posture, shaking the CEO's hand as he softly introduced himself as Ryu Min. Ma Gianrock politely invited him to take a seat. Ryu Min sat down, and the CEO instructed On Sankyol to join them at the table, taking a seat directly beside him. Ryu Min observed the seating arrangement, noting that Ma Gianrock had invited his bodyguard to join the table without even requesting the shareholders' permission. He recognized the subtle corporate tactic, realizing the CEO was attempting to quietly establish dominance and take the initiative in the room. Ma Gianrock suggested they eat before discussing business, noting he'd arranged a traditional Korean feast. Waiters filed in with a spread of steaming, royal dishes. Ryu Min gave a modest laugh, remarking that anything from a place like this was bound to be excellent. As they began to eat, Ryu Min eagerly praised the quality of the food. Ma Gianrock smiled politely, expressing his gratitude. Behind his polite smile, Ma Gianrock's mind raced. Ryu Min looked far too young to have amassed 280 billion won, just as his bodyguard had warned. Lacking the edge of a seasoned operator, he seemed more like a front for a powerful backer. Ma Gianrock analyzed the possibilities in silence. He wondered if this silent coup was being orchestrated by his competitive brothers, or perhaps a rival uncle seeking to undermine his authority within the family conglomerate. He resolved that regardless of who was pulling the strings, he would get to the bottom of the mystery. Setting his chopsticks down, Ma Gianrock offered a warm smile, commenting that he had been deeply surprised to meet such an incredibly young major shareholder. He politely asked Ryu Min if he would mind sharing his exact age. Ryu Min took a sip of water, calmly stating that he was exactly 20 years old. Ma Gianrock paused in genuine shock, repeating the age aloud. He then let out a polite laugh, commenting that since he was 29, they were both young men in their 20s, expressing his pleasure at the meeting. Ma Gianrock then leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly as he asked how a young man of 20 could possibly possess such an astronomical fortune, politely inquiring if he descended from an exceptionally wealthy family. Ryu Min's eye flashed with a sharp intensity. Inwardly, he noted that the CEO was incredibly straightforward, wastefully bypassing pleasantries to strike directly at his financial origin. On the outside, however, Ryu Min burst into a sheepish, naive laugh. He waved his hand dismissively, stating that he didn't come from a rich family at all, explaining that he had been nothing more than an entirely ordinary high school student until very recently. Ma Gianrock blinked in confusion, repeating the phrase. Ryu Min smiled, asking the CEO if he had seen the recent viral news reports. Ryu Min clarified that he was referring to the highly publicized news about an ordinary citizen who had achieved billionaire status overnight after winning the National Lotto lottery 4 consecutive times in a row. Ma Jianrock nodded, confirming he had indeed seen the viral articles. Ryu Min offered a calm, relaxed smile, revealing that he was indeed that legendary 4-time lottery winner. Ma Jianrock and On Sankyol both froze, their faces pale with absolute shock as they sweated profusely, staring at the young man who had been the talk of the entire nation a few months prior. Ma Jianrock stammered, pointing out a discrepancy. He noted that according to the news reports, the total lottery payout had only amounted to roughly 60 billion won. He demanded to know how Ryu Min had managed to expand that sum to invest 280 billion won into his company. Ryu Min casually answered that he had simply invested his winnings into Bitcoin. Ma Jianrock blinked, stunned by the simple explanation. The CEO let out a nervous laugh, sweating as he commented that Ryu Min was truly extraordinary. He admitted that he would never have possessed the courage to dump 60 billion won of lottery winnings directly into a volatile cryptocurrency. On Sankyol cut in, commenting that Ryu Min must have been blessed with astronomical luck. Ryu Min slowly set down his glass, stating firmly that luck had absolutely nothing to do with his success. The bodyguard pointed out that according to the winner's interview, Ryu Min had claimed to have seen the lottery numbers in a dream. Ma Jianrock agreed, asking what else besides luck could possibly explain such a phenomenon. Ryu Min's expression turned grave as he met the CEO's gaze, stating he hadn't seen the numbers in a dream. Ma Jianrock leaned in, captivated by the weight of his tone, while Ryu Min noted this was his one chance to secure his absolute loyalty. Ryu Min confessed that this was his very first time sharing this secret with another human being. He took a slow, deep breath, revealing that he possessed the legendary rune of future. Ma Jianrock and his bodyguard stared at him, completely paralyzed with shock. Ryu Min explained that the mystical rune allowed him to peer several years into the future with absolute precision. As a brilliant, divine blue-white aura of power began to glow around his body, Ryu Min offered a confident, commanding smile. He looked at the stunned executives and declared that, in other words, he was a true, verified seer who could see the future. A heavy silence fell over the room. Ma Jianrock and On Sankyol sat frozen, faces locked in disbelief as their thoughts raced. A seer. It sounded delusional, yet the young man before them had the results to back it up. Ma Jianrock leaned forward, brow furrowed, asking if he was serious. Ryu Min replied by asking why he would lie about something like that. As the implications sank in, Ma Jianrock realized the lottery win hadn't been luck. It was calculated, a future Ryu Min had seen through his rune of future. Ryu Min nodded calmly, picking up a skewer from the platter. He explained that the same foresight was the reason he had possessed the absolute certainty required to pour his entire fortune into Bitcoin. Ma Jianrock's gaze remained sharp, his skepticism warring with his desire for an advantage. He politely requested that Ryu Min provide a demonstration, asking him to predict his own actions in the near future. Ryu Min inwardly scoffed at the request. Since he could effortlessly read the CEO's active thoughts, predicting his next move was a trivial task. However, he decided it would be wise to impose a calculated restriction on how he displayed his abilities. Ryu Min looked the CEO in the eye, offering a practiced, humble apology. He explained that his powers were not something he could simply activate at will, claiming that the visions instead manifested sporadically on their own accord. Ma Jianrock accepted the explanation with a slight internal shift. He mused that such a severe limitation was only natural for a power that allowed one to peer into the fabric of time. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes as he began to truly consider the possibility. Ma Jianrock leaned back and asked if he'd invested his 280 billion won in Heavenly Demon Consulting because he'd foreseen its explosive growth. Ryu Min confirmed it without hesitation, certain the company would expand rapidly in the years ahead. The CEO asked for a precise estimation of that growth. Ryu Min replied that the company would easily be listed on the Kospi within a mere 6 months. A stunned silence filled the room as Ma Jianrock processed the bold prediction. Ma Jianrock's heart pounded as he realized that if the prediction proved true, it could win his father's approval and even position him as the next chairman. He forced himself to remain composed, chastising himself for getting carried away by something that might still be false. Ryu Min added that to achieve this success, however, the firm would need to completely overhaul its current industry approach. On Sang-Chul immediately reacted, slamming his hand onto the table and shouting that such a suggestion was utterly unreasonable. On Sang-Chul continued his outburst, declaring that demanding an industry-wide revamp at this stage was tantamount to telling them to dissolve the company and change their name entirely. Ma Jianrock sternly called for his department head to settle down. Ryu Min remained perfectly calm, reiterating that if they intended to fundamentally change their industry, a complete rebranding of the company name was an obvious necessity. On Sang-Chul stood up, his face flushed with indignation as he demanded to know if Ryu Min was being serious. Ryu Min's gaze turned icy as he looked at the bodyguard, asking if he really thought he'd come all this way to joke. Since they were both players, they knew the severe penalties for revealing runes. Yet he'd taken that risk to show them his own. He leaned forward, his voice low and steady. He explained that as a major shareholder and a strategic partner involved in the company's management, his sole motivation was to foster its growth. He pressed his point, asking rhetorically why else he would have invested 280 billion won if he did not intend for them to succeed. He concluded that for the company to reach the next level, they had no choice but to join hands with him. On Sang-Chul remained skeptical, leaning toward the CEO and whispering a warning, asking if Ma Jianrock truly intended to believe such an outlandish claim. Ryu Min noted the bodyguard's lingering doubt, stating dryly that it seemed he still lacked faith in his power. On Sang-Chul admitted bluntly that his skepticism was indeed the case. Ryu Min sighed, asking if the bodyguard had ever stopped to consider why he had chosen to move into the apartment located directly on the floor below CEO Arin's penthouse. He asked if On Sang-Chul truly believed such a move was a pure coincidence. On Sang-Chul stiffened, his eyes widening in shock. Ma Jianrock looked between them, confused, and demanded to know what they were talking about regarding the house on the lower floor. On Sang-Chul explained that 2 months prior, Ryu Min had moved into the apartment directly beneath the actress's penthouse. Ryu Min added that this move had occurred just a few days after he had first acquired the Rune of Future. Ma Jianrock turned to his bodyguard, demanding to know why he was only receiving this crucial information now. On Sang-Chul stammered that he had only just discovered this connection today. He realized that Ryu Min would never have invested in Bitcoin back in January without prior knowledge. But moving into the same building as someone he was planning to invest in, that would be impossible unless he truly knew the future. He considered the possibility that Ryu Min simply knew he was sponsoring the actress, but quickly discarded the thought. Ryu Min observed the CEO's hesitation, noting inwardly that his current evidence was likely still insufficient to fully convince a man as cynical as Ma Jianrock. Ryu Min raised the stakes. "How about this?" he said, pointing out they were in an Osung Group hotel, one privately owned by Ma Jianrock. He added that he knew the CEO was the eldest son and had founded Heavenly Demon Consulting to prove himself to his father. On Sang-Chul exploded, pacing around the room in agitation, demanding to know who could possibly have leaked such deeply confidential information. Ma Jianrock remained seated, his face pale as he struggled to maintain his composure. On Sang-Chul eventually stopped and offered a strained, formal apology for his outburst. The room fell back into an uncomfortable silence. Ma Jianrock finally spoke, acknowledging that Ryu Min was correct about all the details. However, he maintained his stance, stating that even this information was not enough to convince him that Ryu Min had acquired it solely by seeing the future, reiterating that any of his relatives could have potentially leaked such sensitive corporate secrets. He admitted frankly that he suspected Ryu Min might have been hired by a rival to lure him into a trap, questioning if it made any business sense to overhaul an entire industry based on the claims of a major shareholder. Ryu Min watched him, stating that he did not need to state the obvious, as Ma Jianrock's assessment of his strategy sounded completely ridiculous from a traditional business perspective. Ma Jianrock shifted, admitting that he did believe such a rune could exist. He offered a small, strained laugh, remarking that he would be a fool to say no to his company's potential growth. However, he maintained that it was incredibly difficult to trust such bold claims. He told Ryu Min that while he was grateful for the investment, he felt such a drastic decision required a full shareholders' meeting, leaving the burden of proof entirely on Ryu Min to convince the other board members. Ma Jianrock stood up, announcing that he had no more time to waste and would be departing. Ryu Min called out, asking him to wait for one final moment. Ma Jianrock paused, asking if there was anything else he needed to add. Ryu Min sat silently, weighing his options. He realized that the time for subtlety had passed. It was time to play his final, undeniable card. Ryu Min looked up and offered a calm proposition. He would provide the CEO with exclusive, verified intelligence on the events of the fourth round. He demanded to know if Ryu Min truly possessed intel on the fourth round. Ryu Min confirmed it, stating he had witnessed the upcoming tragedy through his visions. He asked if that would be sufficient to prove his capabilities. On Sang-Cheol bowed his head, formally apologizing for his previous rude behavior and emotional outburst. Ma Jianrock accepted the apology with a wave of his hand, noting that his bodyguard had only acted out of concern for his safety. On Sang-Cheol asked if he could offer one final opinion. Ma Jianrock signaled for him to continue. On Sang-Cheol reiterated his deep suspicion, questioning why a man with the power to see the future, and thus the ability to live a life of perfect luxury, would ever choose to help them. Ryu Min had already answered. He wanted to grow alongside the company. Ma Jianrock pondered this, concluding that the boy must simply have an insatiable hunger for even more money. On Sang-Cheol remained skeptical, noting that 280 billion won was already a sum impossible to exhaust in a single lifetime, regardless of how much one spent on luxury. Ma Jianrock agreed, remarking that human greed truly knew no limits. On Sang-Cheol expressed his disbelief that such a powerful rune could even exist. Ma Jianrock agreed, but noted the final, most important factor. He stared at Ryu Min, concluding that if the boy was indeed a seer who could manipulate the future, they absolutely had to secure his allegiance at any cost. Ma Jianrock realized that the benefit of having intelligence on every round was immeasurable, viewing the company's growth as nothing more than a secondary bonus. On Sang-Cheol noted that they still lacked definitive proof that Ryu Min was a true seer. Ma Jianrock replied with a knowing smile that they would discover the truth in time. Ma Jianrock looked at the youth, confident that the truth would reveal itself soon enough. Ryu Min walked out of the hotel and onto the city street, lost in his own thoughts. He knew that once the fourth round concluded and his predictions came to pass, they would have no choice but to believe he was a true seer. He reflected that he had been careful not to reveal any extremely critical information, such as specific side quests or methods, to achieve the top global ranks, but he had provided more than enough to hook them. He knew the truth about Round 4. It was not a monster hunt. It was a brutal massacre among the players themselves. He resolved that he must warn them not to be negligent of their surroundings during the event. He walked down the busy sidewalk, thinking that providing the intel on the fourth round would be the final piece of evidence required to cement his reputation as a seer. He knew that after this, their entire dynamic would shift. They would no longer see him as a mere child with a large bank account, but as an oracle to be protected at all costs. He mused that it was always significantly more advantageous to have a seer as a powerful ally than as a dangerous enemy. Now that he had successfully begun acting the part of the seer, he decided he would take the performance all the way to its conclusion. He pulled out his phone and began typing, ready to initiate his next contact. Min Yuri sprinted down the busy sidewalks of Seoul, her brown coat fluttering behind her. She checked her watch in a panic, silently crying out in her thoughts that she was absolutely going to be late at this rate. She skidded to a halt at a pedestrian crossing, her path blocked by a glowing red signal. Fidgeting anxiously, she pleaded in her mind for the light to finally change to green. A sleek red sports car roared up and stopped across the crosswalk, blocking the entrance to a QS24 convenience store. Min Yuri blinked, then frowned, silently cursing the driver's sheer inconsideration. Before she could voice her frustration, the car's tinted window rolled down smoothly. Ryu Min sat in the driver's seat, wearing a casual black jacket. He offered her a warm smile and called out her name. Min Yuri's jaw dropped in absolute shock upon realizing who was behind the wheel. The light turned green, and Min Yuri jogged across, leaning toward the passenger window. She stammered, asking if the luxury car was really his. Ryu Min smiled, apologized for the illegal parking, and gestured for her to get in so they could talk on the move. Min Yuri nodded nervously, climbing into the passenger seat. Ryu Min shifted gears, and the vehicle bolted down the street with a powerful, deep engine roar. As they cruised down the metropolitan streets, Min Yuri marveled at the interior, admitting with wide eyes that this was her very first time riding in a high-end luxury vehicle. Ryu Min chuckled, replying that it was his first time as well, casually explaining that he had only just purchased it. Captivated by the car's sleek design, Min Yuri asked him how much a luxury vehicle like this actually cost. Ryu Min offered a casual shrug, replying in a relaxed tone that it wasn't much, estimating the price at around 900 million won. Min Yuri nearly choked, repeating the figure in absolute disbelief. She turned to him, shouting that 900 million won was an astronomical sum, pointing out that she could easily open multiple convenience stores with that kind of capital. Ryu Min simply offered a calm, steady gaze, explaining that compared to the massive fortune he had secured from winning the Nato lottery, 900 million won truly felt like a minor expense. Min Yuri fell silent, looking out her window as she processed his words. She recalled that Ryu Min was a billionaire who had secured a whopping 60 billion won from the lottery, feeling a sudden, heavy distance between them, thinking they truly lived in entirely different worlds. However, as the car cruised smoothly through the city, her anxiety slowly gave way to a warm flush. Clutching her cheek, she realized that this private ride felt exactly like a romantic date, feeling incredibly shy as she sneaked a glance at his profile. Suddenly, Ryu Min broke the silence, his tone turning serious as he stated that he had a sincere confession to make to her. Min Yuri's heart leaped in her chest, her face flushing a deep crimson as she gasped. Min Yuri panicked, stammering out a high-pitched question. Ryu Min laughed sheepishly upon seeing her reaction, quickly clarifying that his confession was nothing strange or romantic, urging her not to misunderstand. Min Yuri quickly waved her hands in embarrassment, laughingly claiming she hadn't misunderstood at all. Inwardly, however, she screamed in absolute mortification, desperately wishing she could find a hole to hide herself in. Forcing herself to look composed, she asked him to proceed with his confession. Ryu Min recalled their previous conversation, asking if she remembered him claiming that he had seen the winning lottery numbers in a dream. Min Yuri confirmed she remembered, and Ryu Min flatly revealed that his explanation had been a lie. He explained that, in reality, he had obtained the winning numbers using the power of his passive skill, the Rune of Future, which allowed him to peer several years into the future. He added that because of this unique ability, he had successfully unlocked the Seer class during the trials. Min Yuri clapped her hands in delight, marveling at the revelation. She congratulated him warmly, stating that a Seer sounded like an incredibly cool and completely unique class path. Ryu Min blinked, slightly taken aback by her purely positive and supportive reaction. Min Yuri smiled, adding that the Rune of Future sounded absolutely amazing. She thanked him sincerely for sharing the truth with her, acknowledging that revealing such a powerful secret must have been incredibly difficult, even when speaking to a close friend. Ryu Min offered a warm, relaxed smile, replying that since she had already trusted him enough to reveal her own status as a supporter, It was only fair for him to return the trust. Min Yuri chuckled, pointing out that she hadn't actually shared the details of her own rune yet. She smiled brightly, asking if he would like to hear about her specific ability. Ryu Min feigned a nervous wave, acting as though he was trying to politely decline her offer to protect her privacy. Min Yuri went on to explain that in the first round, she'd obtained a rune of protection. It generated layered barriers around her, with the number of shields matching the number of players within 10 meters. 5 nearby players meant 5 active barriers. She sighed in relief, smiling as she confessed that sharing her secret with him felt incredibly liberating. Ryu Min chuckled softly, keeping his eyes on the road. Min Yuri then tilted her head, asking why he had suddenly decided to reveal the truth about his future sight today. Ryu Min replied that keeping the secret from her had been bothering his conscience. He added that more importantly, he knew she would never believe the warning he was about to give her if he didn't establish absolute trust first. Min Yuri's expression turned serious, and she eagerly asked what he needed to tell her as the sports car sped down the highway. Ryu Min laid out the details, and Min Yuri gasped in absolute horror, demanding to know if that was truly the quest objective for the upcoming 4th round. Ryu Min nodded grimly, ordering her to remain exceptionally cautious. He warned her that she must remain constantly alert, explaining that in the upcoming round, there was no telling what desperate, violent acts the players around her might commit to survive. Min Yuri nodded solemnly, promising to keep his warning in mind. Reclining in her passenger seat, Min Yuri felt her heart swell with deep gratitude. She silently thanked him for sharing such valuable information solely out of concern for her safety, touched that he had made it a priority to call her first. She looked at his sharp profile, blushing as she wondered if his protective warnings meant he harbored romantic feelings for her, silently hoping with all her heart that he did. By sunset, Seoul's skyline was bathed in fading light. Back in his room, Ryu Min sat on his bed, scrolling through his interface. Using his new rune, he replayed her thoughts from the drive, muttering in disbelief that he'd been completely unaware of Min Yuri's feelings for him. He realized that her underlying affection was the reason she had always gone out of her way to be so kind to him. Scratching his head, he felt slightly flustered by the discovery, but quickly reasoned that this development was actually for the better. He recognized the strategic advantage, noting that her strong affection would make it significantly easier to recruit her as a loyal ally. He knew she would now believe his upcoming prophecies and warnings with absolute, unquestioning faith. With that major concern cleared from his mind, Ryu Min resolved to get some well-deserved rest. He pulled his blanket over his chest, knowing he had very little to accomplish in the real world until the arrival of the next round. Time flew by rapidly. Before long, the calendar reached March 31st. At 11:55 p.m., the city skyscrapers glowing with artificial light under the dark night sky. As the clock neared midnight, Ryu Min sat cross-legged, navigating his glowing interface. Before the soul transfer began, he bought an epic item, the Shadow Gloves of Darkness. They granted +5 strength and +4 agility, and at night, their passive made his weapon semi-transparent. Durability, 1,000 out of 1,000. Ryu Min examined the sleek, dark gloves, highly impressed by their raw attributes. He noted that the semi-transparency modifier was exceptionally lethal, realizing its effectiveness would be amplified tenfold when utilized in combination with his Knight of Death skill. Suddenly, his bedroom door creaked open. Ryu Min stood at the entrance, his face tense with worry as he softly warned his brother that it was finally time for the transfer. Ryu Min stepped into the room, nervously asking if his brother felt confident about conquering the upcoming trial. Ryu Min offered a calm, relaxed look, replying that he would find out once he gave it his best shot. Still anxious, Ryu Min pointed out that since Ryu Min was a seer, he must already possess crucial details regarding the 4th round's quest. Ryu Min offered a serious look, reminding his brother that possessing foresight was not the same as actively surviving the event. Ryu Min clutched his hands together, his eyes filling with tears as he pleaded with his brother to return home alive. Ryu Min chuckled softly, telling him to stop uttering such ominous, unlucky phrases, joking that he was actively setting up a classic death flag. A thick, glowing white mist began to swirl around the bedroom as the system initiated the soul transfer. Ryu Min closed his eyes, silently reflecting that while Round 4 was universally known as the dreaded death round, he was fully prepared. In an instant, the transfer completed, and the players materialized inside a vast, sterile white arena constructed of massive, floating geometric blocks. Ryu Min clutched his head in deep frustration, screaming in his mind as his floating system windows materialized. The system interface blared in his vision, confirming that his permanent penalties had been applied. All of his attributes had been gutted by 50%. Ryu Min ground his teeth, cursing his past stupidity. The stat drop was the price of betraying Cho Jung-sik. Checking his inventory, he realized in terror he had fewer than 10 command tokens left. How was he supposed to survive round 4 like this? He sweated profusely, looking over his shoulder as a wave of paranoia washed over him. He realized that any ambitious player aiming to claim the Zone Rep title would likely target him to steal his position. Furthermore, he knew he had to remain constantly vigilant against his former friends, who would undoubtedly seek bloody revenge for his betrayal. He stood trembling on his block, looking completely isolated. He looked around the bizarre, sterile, white dimension, cursing the system for spawning them in such a depressing, cold environment. He spun around, grumbling that the endless white cubes made him feel like a helpless lab rat trapped inside a clinical cage. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a dark-clothed, familiar figure standing calmly in the distance. Ryu Min's expression twisted into a mask of pure hatred upon spotting Black Scythe, labeling him a wicked, manipulative devil who had undoubtedly planned this entire outcome. He realized with bitter clarity that Black Scythe had deliberately manipulated the other players to destroy the core, forcing Ryu Min to exhaust his precious command tokens in the process. He recalled how the masked warrior had then effortlessly slaughtered the agent of divine punishment to claim the glory, leaving everyone else weakened. Ryu Min glared at the back of Ryu Min's head, his eyes glowing with black and white homicidal rage, wishing he possessed the raw power to smash the player's face into the concrete. However, he forced himself to calm down. He knew his raw attributes had been halved, leaving him completely helpless. He realized that if he wanted to survive the impending slaughter, his single option was to swallow his pride and take the devil's hand. Dashing forward, Ryu Min approached Ryu Min, addressing him with deep, exaggerated respect as Black Scythe Nim. Ryu Min glanced over his shoulder, calmly asking what he wanted. Ryu Min offered a nervous, sweating smile, asking if their protective agreement from the previous round still remained valid. Ryu Min tilted his head, coldly repeating the word agreement. Ryu Min quickly reminded him that Ryu Min had promised to protect him in exchange for his absolute submission. Ryu Min offered a cold, dismissive smirk, turning his back on him. He flatly stated that he no longer had any use for a subordinate of his caliber. Ryu Min gasped, completely stunned. Ryu Min crossed his arms. Yeoman had used up all his command tokens, rendering the Zone Rep title useless. With most survivors already in their classes, the tokens meant nothing. He glanced back with a chilling, mock-sweet smile. You're no longer an asset, just a walking target. Yeoman's face drained of color as the words sank in. Ryu Min stood paralyzed in the sterile white arena, sweat dripping down his pale face. The terrifying words echoed through his mind, a walking target. Shivering with anxiety, he quickly spun around to look over his shoulder, warily scanning the other players walking past him. Seeing his extreme panic, Ryu Min offered a relaxed, slightly mocking posture. He calmly told the representative not to stress over the matter too much, clarifying that he was only a target in theory, as there weren't actually many players actively looking to target him at the moment. Ryu Min blinked, asking in confusion why no one would target him. Ryu Min shrugged, explaining that the representative knew better than anyone what kind of tragic fate ultimately awaited the zone representative. He noted that as the trials progressed, the other survivors would also come to realize that the representative position carried more danger than benefit. Ryu Min pointed out that with more players successfully transitioning to official classes, the representative's command tokens could no longer be used as widely as they had been during the initial rounds. Huang Yongmin quietly agreed, murmuring that the meager rewards simply weren't worth the immense risks. Scratching his cheek, Huang Yongmin began to trudge away, internally admitting that Black Scythe was entirely correct. He bitterly thought to himself that if it were possible, he would gladly hand over the remaining command tokens to anyone else to escape his burden. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the crowd, walking directly toward them. Huang Yongmin turned his head in surprise, nervously wondering why the newcomers were approaching them. Co Arin stepped forward with a warm smile, offering a polite greeting to Black Scythe. Beside her, the sharp-looking knight, On Sankiol, asked if the warriors still remembered them. Ryu Min calmly replied that he did, asking what business they had with him. On Sankiol explained that they had simply wanted to express their gratitude once more, thanking Black Scythe for saving them from the dangerous street thugs during their time in the real world. Standing directly behind Ryu Min, Huang Yongmin's eyes nearly bulged out of his head in sheer shock. He gasped, repeating the word thugs in his mind, realizing with horror that Black Scythe was the very person who had dismantled his gang back in Seoul. Ryu Min coldly stated that expressing their gratitude once was more than enough. On Sankiol, however, insisted that they were deeply grateful, thanking him once more for also saving the life of their company CEO. On Sankiol began to raise another topic, but Ryu Min raised a flat, gloved hand to cut him off, stating coldly that he held absolutely no interest in whatever they had to say. Co Arin stepped forward, looking slightly flustered. She pleaded for a brief moment of his time, presenting a glowing, raw purple crystal from her pockets and asking Black Scythe to accept it as a sincere token of appreciation for saving her life. Ryu Min accepted the stone. Looking down at the glowing purple gemstone in his hand, he noted with pleasant surprise that it was a raw, lowest-rank purple mana stone, an item he had never expected to receive so easily. Co Arin nervously explained that she had felt presenting a physical gift was far better than offering simple, empty words of gratitude. Ryu Min offered a calm smile, pocketing the stone and thanking her for the gesture. He inwardly noted that there was absolutely no reason to reject her offer when she was presenting him with such a highly valuable crafting material. He resolved to process the raw crystal into a proper, low-rank mana stone once he successfully returned to the real world. Observing his silent reaction, Co Arin held her hands together nervously, sweating as she worried if he found the gift useless. Ryu Min telepathically read her anxious thoughts, noting with amusement that she remained entirely oblivious to the true, immense value of the mana stone. Standing nearby, with his arms crossed, Huang Yongmin observed the exchange. He quietly thought to himself that he also possessed a highly similar glowing stone in his inventory. Reading his mind, Ryu Min's eyes narrowed, surprised to discover that the former gang leader possessed a mana stone as well. Huang Yongmin recalled that the stone in his possession carried the designation of Black Diamond. Ryu Min's heart leaped in shock as he read the name, unable to believe the youth actually held such a legendary item. Ryu Min recalled the game's item mechanics, knowing that Black Diamond was an exceptionally rare crafting material that possessed a near-zero drop rate from high-tier monsters. As an item far more elusive than ordinary mana stones, acquiring one during the early rounds was statistically impossible. A cold, calculating smirk spread across Ryu Min's face. He inwardly marveled at the gang leader's bizarre luck, noting that Huang Yongmin had sealed his own fate by allowing a predator like him to discover the existence of such a legendary treasure. Co Arin broke the silence, nervously asking Black Scythe if he required a protective barrier for the upcoming round. Ryu Min tilted his head, repeating the phrase. The young woman proudly explained that she had successfully transitioned to the summoner class. She explained that her new path allowed her to summon protective fairies to shield her allies, eagerly offering to cast a barrier over his body if he needed one. Ryu Min flatly declined the offer, thanking her but stating he had no need for such defense. Co Arin lowered her head in mild disappointment, softly accepting his decision. Offering a polite bow, Co Arin wished him the absolute best of luck in the upcoming round. Ryu Min watched her turn to leave, dryly replying that he would much prefer it if she simply wished him luck. As the summoner and her companion walked away, Huang Yongmin quietly tried to slip away into the crowd. However, Ryu Min's cold voice cut through the air, commanding him to wait. Ryu Min warned the youth that he would deeply regret leaving. Huang Yongmin looked back in confusion, and Ryu Min reiterated that he was indeed a walking target in the upcoming round. Huang Yongmin looked around the quiet, white arena, pointing out that no one was actively targeting him at that moment. Ryu Min countered that while he wasn't currently under fire, there were still desperate players who would target him, noting that the zone rep position still possessed highly coveted perks. Ryu Min explained that while most survivors had unlocked classes after hitting level 10, there were still classless players struggling to survive, meaning there was still a high demand for the power of the representative's command tokens. He urged the former gang leader to use his brain, asking if he truly believed not a single individual among their zone's 1,000 survivors would try to slaughter him to claim his position. Huang Yongmin sweated in sheer panic, clutching his fists as he desperately asked what he was supposed to do to survive. Ryu Min offered a calm, calculating smile, proposing to help him evade his pursuers. Huang Yongmin's face lit up with immense relief, but Ryu Min quickly cut in, clarifying that his assistance would not be free, demanding that the representative hand over the glowing stone he had mentioned in his thoughts. Huang Yongmin nervously agreed, quickly accessing his system inventory screen. He reached into the glowing interface and pulled out a cracked, dark stone, presenting the legendary black diamond to the masked warrior. Claiming the prize, Ryu Min demanded to know if the youth possessed any other valuable items. Huang Yongmin cowered defensively, clutching his arms as he stammered that he had nothing left to offer, having only his personal combat equipment. Ryu Min told him not to worry, noting he had no interest in his basic gear. Huang Yongmin eagerly asked if the warrior would keep his promise now that the trade had been completed. Ryu Min coldly confirmed that he would keep his word, turning around to walk away without another word. Suddenly, a familiar, musical laughter echoed from the high heavens. The angel Olivia hovered gracefully above the geometric arena, white feathers drifting onto the crowd. She mocked the gathered humans, noting that while they had arrived on time, their total numbers had dwindled once again. Some players whispered in confusion, wondering if more survivors had been murdered during disputes in the real world. Ryu Min stood calmly with his arms crossed, internally noting that it would have been highly unusual if the newly empowered players had managed to avoid causing violent incidents for an entire month. Olivia smiled brightly, announcing that it was time to reveal the Round 4 quest. A massive golden system screen materialized before the crowd. The main quest for Round 4 instructed them to kill each other for a duration of 3 hours. Under the global statistics, the total participants stood at 181,906,418, with 0 out of 90,953,209 cleared. Under their local zone ESKS 45-5, the participants stood at 1,042, with 0 out of 521 cleared. The arena erupted into absolute chaos. The terrified players screamed in horror, unable to comprehend the command to slaughter one another. Olivia giggled, telling them not to panic as the quest was exactly as simple as the words implied. The angel hovered gracefully, explaining that they simply had to stab and murder the players standing directly next to them to secure their survival. She clarified that the purpose of the round was specifically designed to have the total player population through mutual slaughter, adding with a smirk that unlike previous stages, there would be absolutely no monsters spawning in this arena. The survivors panicked, shouting that they needed monsters to level up and grow stronger. One player eagerly asked if surviving simply required killing one person each, since half of the population was permitted to pass. Olivia tapped her cheek with a clawed finger, giggling as she stated that the exact rules were secret, as revealing them would ruin all the fun. Ryu Min looked up coldly, knowing her explanation was a lie. He recognized that the high-ranking administrators of the game had simply ordered the guides to conceal the true parameters of the trial. He knew that in this horrific survival game, the angels served only as low-ranking guides, while the true hosts of the game remained hidden in the shadows. Any hidden rules were kept secret solely because the master of the game had ordered it so. Olivia flapped her wings, revealing a crucial condition. Merely killing another player was not enough to guarantee success, as only the top 521 ranked players in their zone would be allowed to survive. She smiled sadistically, warning them with a laugh that slaughtering a target quickly would not guarantee them the top rank. She formally declared the start of the trial, unleashing a brilliant burst of golden energy as the countdown timer began ticking down from 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The surrounding players stood frozen, sweating in absolute terror as they stared at one another, wondering if they truly had to murder their fellow humans. Ryu Min, however, let out a wicked grin. He crossed his arms, thinking that this horrific quest had worked out perfectly for him, as he already possessed a list of targets he desperately wished to slaughter. He smirked directly at his former companions, giggling softly. Reading his thoughts, Ryu Min noted with cold indifference that the gang leader was planning to hunt down his former friends to enact his petty revenge. Ryu Min smiled, reasoning that if the other players were too terrified to attack him, he would have no enemies to worry about, allowing him to hunt his targets in peace. His expression turned feral as he vowed to hunt down and slaughter his treacherous former allies. Suddenly, a quiet footstep clicked behind him. Ryu Min jumped in surprise, turning to find Ryu Min standing directly behind him. He let out a sigh of relief, asking if the masked warrior had business with him. Ryu Min reminded him that he had promised to protect him from being targeted by the other players. He added coldly that he was here to fulfill that exact promise. Ryu Min watched as a blood-red, crackling magical aura began to swirl violently around Ryu Min's gloved hand. Ryu Min's face drained of color as terror seized him. Before a scream could escape, Ryu Min drove his scythe across in a blinding arc, the air itself seeming to split in its wake. Mira.